Before we start this video, do like and subscribe to our channel and not miss on any updates.
Very good morning to all of you, my dear friends, and welcome to discussions on GST live revision sessions, specifically for November 2023 examination. So first of all, let me tell you a couple of things before we go ahead and start, my dear friends. That is point number one. We have got students here and participants from different states, be it Tamil Nadu, be it Maharashtra, be it Karnataka, be it Kerala. We have got students from different parts of India. So for that reason, what we'll do is we'll restrict this sessions to 100% English so that it will be convenient for everyone. And anyways, all set and done, we have to write the exam in English only. So there's no point and fun of discussing in our local language. So let's ensure that we'll discuss everything in English itself so that it will be convenient for all of you. Now, one more important point I want to tell you guys is that during the discussion, when we are doing our sessions, my point is that as you are right, that the sessions are planned for about 25 hours of complete power pack revision. When I say 25 hours revision, we are going to do it. It will be spread across about 14-15 days because in between 1-2 days off might come for some reason. But 14-15 days will spread across these sessions and ensure that we'll have a holistic learning of this entire syllabus of GST. 100% coverage will do. That is my responsibility that I'll take care. So now, one more important point I want to tell you guys is that during the sessions, during the discussion of the content, if you get any doubt or any other query, you can feel free to type in the chat box. And if I'm in the middle of the concept, I'll just complete that concept and I'll address your query. That's my responsibility. I'll take care. And at the end of the session, last 5 to 10 minutes, I'll unmute for everyone. And by any chance, if you want to ask your query directly, you can do that also. Even that support, we can do it across. And at the same time, my dear friends, we also created one WhatsApp group. And I could see that a lot of people have already joined in that group. And by any chance, if you have not joined the WhatsApp group, kindly ensure that you join the WhatsApp group so that any query, even post the session, post the discussions also, if you have got, you can discuss that query in that particular WhatsApp group. And we'll be more than happy to address your query, my dear friends. Brilliant. So shall we go ahead and start discussion about GST, guys? Are we all ready, my dear friends? Yes, sir. Brilliant. Everybody is ready. Sure. Super. So let me share my screen, my dear friends, so that we can, during the discussion, what a lot of things I've got to write. So I'll share my screen, my dear friends. Just 1 second. Guys, looks like there is some concern with the iPad screen. So we'll directly correct through the system. Not a problem. So let's proceed, my dear friends. I think the screen is visible for everyone. I'm sure you guys are able to see an Excel sheet. Just please confirm, my dear friends, so that I can happily proceed. Yes, wonderful. So friends, I prepared some interesting PowerPoint presentations for the purpose of understanding the concept. And once the session is over, I'll also share the PPT with you guys. Don't worry. Clear? Done. So friends, as you are aware, my dear friends, in our GST syllabus, first of all, this GST syllabus is for about 40 marks for our exam for November 2023. And of course, my dear friends, from next May 24 onwards, it is for 50 marks. But for this particular November 23 examination, GST is worth for about 40 marks only. And in this GST, my dear friends, as you all know, that we have got content of basic concepts. We have got a brilliant concept known as supply. We have got one more topic known as charge of GST. And we have got a topic known as time of supply. We have got a topic of value of supply. Then we have got one interesting topic and one crazy topic which students always tend to think that, boss, what is this topic all about? That's nothing but exemptions, my dear friends. Then after that, we have got topic of registration. Then we have got a topic of input tax credit, something very brilliant topic, which has got some tremendous importance from an examination standpoint. There is no doubt in that, my dear friends. What is the topic name? Input tax credit. And after that, my dear friends, we have got a small topic known as tax invoice, credit note, and debit note. And of course, this is to be read with the concept of e-waybill, my dear friends. What is that waybill? E-waybill, which is a mandatory document to be generated in certain specific cases. Then we have got concept of payment of tax. Then finally, we have got concept of returns, which is nothing but filing of GST returns. So these are the interesting topics what we have got in our syllabus. Don't check your materials with your friends who are writing exam in May 2024, because for them, in syllabus, they have got couple of additional topics which is not there for your examination. So you don't get into the trap where they try to apply some other content for their examination. Clear, my dear friends? That should be very clear for all of us. Everybody, understanding, my dear friends? All of us? Yes. Somebody is asking, sir, please tell how many days to revise all GST. Don't worry, during the revision sessions itself, entire content will cover in GST. So don't worry. Next. Now, my dear friends, when I was talking about this content of this various interesting topics, what we have got in our syllabus, you can see that along with supply, we have got topics like time of supply. We have got topics like value of supply. But to understand that time of supply, value of supply, first we need to understand very clearly what is the concept of supply. Getting my point, everybody? Without knowing the concept of supply, we cannot understand anything further in the concept of GST. But first, my dear friends, let me spend next some time to understand the concept of basic concepts, and then we'll get into the concept of supply. A student is asking, sir, we have to write simultaneously. Not required, Sujal. I will give you PPTs which has all the content with that, and anything you wish to write down, some interesting points, I'll tell you that you take it down. Okay, done. So now, without any delay, my dear friends, let me proceed to some interesting discussion about the basic concepts. First of all, let me talk about some interesting basic concepts in GST, which are very, very important, my dear friends. First of all, my dear friends, can somebody tell me what is the full form of GST? I would like to listen from you guys. Please tell me what is the full form for GST, guys. Can someone quickly type across? Let me tell you, my dear friends, first of all, it is not goods and service tax. It is goods and services tax. That is a basic fundamental logic. What the student should be aware about, that it is not goods and service tax. It is goods and services tax. And as we all aware, my dear friends, that GST is an indirect tax. GST is not a direct tax. It is an indirect tax. Indirect tax is nothing but it's a tax where impact and incidence. What is that word, sir? Impact and incidence is on different person. That means the person who is liable to pay and the person who actually pays, both are not the same, both are different, unlike income tax. Other words, we always say that there is a concept of shifting of tax burden in case of indirect tax. To give a small example, my dear friends, we all know that when we go to restaurants, restaurant charges what, my dear friends? Restaurant charges GST. We know that, my dear friends. Exactly. Now, the point is very clear that who is liable to pay GST is actually the restaurant owner. Come on, friends. Who is liable to pay GST? Who is liable to pay GST is actually the restaurant owner. But restaurant owner collects that GST from the customer. Restaurant owner collects the GST from whom? Customer. The reason being very clear that this is an indirect tax where there is a concept of shifting of tax burden. Restaurant owner shift the liability to pay GST to the end consumer or the end customer. Here, my dear friends, everybody, exactly. So what kind of tax is GST, my dear friends? GST is an indirect tax where impact and incidence is on different person. The person who is liable to pay, the person who actually pays, both are not the same, both are different. There is clearly a concept of shifting of tax burden in case of indirect tax, my dear friends. Yes. So what is GST full form, my dear friends? GST stands for goods and services tax, and it's a tax where impact and incidence is on different person. Other words, there is a shifting of tax burden from one person to another person. And the classic example what I gave you is that in case of restaurant owner is liable to pay GST, but he will actually shift the burden to the customer. That is what he actually does. You're getting my point, everybody? Exactly, my dear friends. So now, when we talk about GST, the point is very clear that in India, we have adopted Canada model of GST. What model of GST, my dear friends? Canada model of GST, which is technically known as dual GST model. What is a model known as? Dual GST model. So what I was saying is that prior to July 2017, there was no tax in India which was levied by center and state together. Center and state, what, my dear friends? together. So that clearly signifies to us that prior to July 2017, there were taxes in India which were levied by center, and there were taxes in India which were levied by center or state. But there was no tax in India which was levied by center and state together. Correct, my dear friends? Sir, are we talking about direct tax or indirect tax? We are very clear that we are talking about indirect taxes. Income tax is direct tax, but we are talking about indirect taxes where impact and incidence is on different person. In fact, my dear friends, prior to GST, there were multiple indirect taxes like luxury tax, octroi, entry tax, entertainment tax, whatnot. VAT, CST, service tax, excise duty. There were so many taxes which were existing prior to GST. And all these taxes have been consolidated into one nation, one tax on 1st of July 2017, bringing into GST in picture, which is nothing but goods and services tax. And as I was telling you very clearly, my dear friends, that prior to GST, there were some taxes which were levied only by center. There were some taxes which were levied only by the state. But there was never and ever a tax in India which was levied by center and state together. And to give that dual powers, my dear friends, what has happened is very clearly there was a need for constitutional amendment. There was a need for what, my dear friends? Constitutional amendment. And the need for constitutional amendment has come very clearly because prior to GST, there were some taxes levied by center and there were taxes levied by state. But there were no tax levied by center and state together. Since there was no tax levied by center and state together, and to give that dual powers to center and state, there was a need for a constitutional amendment. There was a need for what, my dear friends? Constitutional amendment in order to give dual powers to center and state. So in order to give dual powers to center and state, there was a clear-cut need for a constitutional amendment. For that purpose, my dear friends, they brought Constitution 101st Amendment. In fact, first I'll tell the bill. Constitution 122nd Amendment Bill 2014. That means you have to understand that 122nd times Constitution got amended, and in that 122nd time it was amended for the purpose of GST. That is what you have to understand. Clear, my dear friends? 122 times they did not amend for GST purpose. 122nd time it got amended for the purpose of GST. You are clear, my dear friends? So they brought Constitution 122nd Amendment Bill 2014, and which was subsequently approved by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. This basic knowledge, I'm sure every student has got, that every bill has to pass through Lok Sabha, has to pass through Rajya Sabha, then it is signed by President. And once it is signed by President, the bill becomes Act. This knowledge we have got, my dear friends? Yes. Then what has happened is, it has become Constitution 101st Amendment Act 2016. The point is very clear here. Now you should not get it out. Sir, why 122nd has become 101? The reason being very clear that it's not mandatory that every bill will become act. A lot of times it does so happen that bill is presented in the parliament, but the bill is not approved by members of the parliament. When the bill is not approved by members of the parliament, the bill cannot become act. Correct, my dear friends? So it's very important to be noted that every bill may not become act. You're getting my point, everybody? Obviously, for a simple fundamental reason that every bill has to be passed through Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and then it has to be signed by President. Then only the bill can become act. So what is the bill number, my dear friends? Constitution 122nd Amendment Bill 2014. And Act is what? Constitution 101st Amendment Act 2016. Now, let me ask you one question. Think properly and tell. Sir, there is a small difference between the word invention and discovery. Invention means finding out a new thing. Discovery means finding out something which is already there. Now tell me, my dear friends, do you guys really think that India has invented GST? What do you think? Do you really think that India has invented GST? Not really, my dear friends. Not at all. Wonderful answer. In fact, my dear friends, France was the first country to introduce GST way back in the year 1954. 1954. And India introduced when? India introduced one 1st of July 2017. And by that time, my dear friends, already more than 160 countries across the world adopted GST. So we are not somebody who have brought or introduced GST for the first time in the world. You're getting my point, everybody? So the first country introduced GST is what? In fact, in exam one time, multiple choice question has come, my dear friends, where they asked about which country introduced GST first. And they gave options. And students have selected Canada. Nonsense answer. Don't do that, my dear friends. Getting my point, everybody? India copied Canada model. That means India has adopted Canada model. But the first country to introduce GST is not Canada. First country to introduce GST is France, my dear friends. Small points, but very powerful points. So let me honestly tell you, my dear friends. I mean, most of you guys who are watching me right now, everybody know me, but that's why I didn't introduce myself. But you guys know that this is Shiva Teja here. I'm very, very specific when it comes to small points. Because every small point will make a difference in the examination. Clear? Because multiple choice question has got a lot of weightage. And we guys know very clearly that 30% weightage is there for MCQs. And we really can't take chance with that. Clear? Good. And there's some student asking one question, saying something here. There are still countries levying no tax. Yes. That is also there. No problem. Come on, guys. So which country introduced GST first? France is the first country which introduced GST way back in the 1954. Clear? And which country model India adopted? India adopted Canada model of GST, which is technically called as dual GST model. Clear, my dear friends? All of us, dual GST model means what? Center and state together will levy and collect GST. And there was a need for constitutional amendment because prior to 2017, there were some taxes in India which were levied by center, and there were taxes in India which were levied by state. But there was no tax in India which was levied by center and state together. And for that purpose, there was a need for bringing a constitutional amendment. You're getting my point, everybody? All of us, my dear friends, exactly. So that is the fundamental reason why there was a need for a constitutional amendment to give dual powers to center and state. Obviously, for a simple fact and reason that unless dual powers are given, how can we implement dual GST model? You're getting my point, everybody? Exactly, my dear friends. What is GST full form? GST full form is Goods and Services Tax, my dear friends. And GST, Goods and Services Tax, introduced in India on which date, my dear friends? 1st of July 2017. And which country model India adopted? Very clearly, India adopted Canada model of GST. But tell me, is India the first country to introduce GST in the world? Of course not. The first country to introduce GST in the world is France, way back in the year 1954. Which year? 1954. Getting my point, everybody? And India has adopted on 1st of July 2017. That's very, very clear-cut point, my dear friends. Make sense, all of us? Good. So now, my dear friends, as I was telling very clearly that India has adopted dual GST model. Now, one more interesting point to understand very clearly is that what is the definition of this word GST? Yeah. And prior to that, let's also understand what are the taxes which got subsumed under GST, my dear friends. That means which got integrated into GST. And of course, don't dare to tell the word income tax because income tax is the direct tax which is still existing. Clear, my dear friends? And I'll split this into center level taxes, other side state level taxes. Can somebody please tell me what are the central level taxes which got subsumed in GST? First one, what I'll write is excise duty. What is excise duty, my dear friends? Excise duty, it was a duty which was levied on manufacture or production of goods. It was a duty which was levied on manufacture or production of goods. Yes, perfect. So I was telling very clearly that what are the taxes which got subsumed in GST, my dear friends? First one, excise duty. Second one, let me talk about something known as service tax, my dear friends. Service tax was levied on services provided or services rendered. Excise duty was levied for manufacture or production of goods. Service tax was levied for services provided or services rendered. Next, what we had was, my dear friend, CST, which stands for Central Sales Tax. In fact, my dear friends, CST was levied very clearly, my dear friends. CST was levied for interstate sale of goods. That means, let us say, for example, a person of Maharashtra is selling goods to another person in Telangana. For interstate sale of goods, CST was levied. But for intrastate sale of goods, VAT was levied. For intrastate, what was levied, my dear friends? CST was levied. But for intrastate, VAT was levied. A student online, Shriyari is telling customs duty. What, Shriyari? What are you talking, man? Customs duty is still existing. Customs duty is still existing, my dear friend. But there was something known as additional customs duty, which was technically known as CVD and special CVD, which stands for a countervailing duty and special countervailing duty. This used to be there before, and this is now subsumed in GST. But the basic customs duty is still existing, my dear friends. The basic customs duty is still existing. There is a difference between basic customs duty and additional customs duty, my dear friends. Don't confuse yourself. Both are very much different. You're getting my point, everybody? So what is the first one I wrote very clearly? Come on. Central level, what taxes got subsumed? Excise duty, service tax, CST, additional customs duty of CVD and special CVD. Shriyari, I hope you are clear. Respond. Good. Next. Other than that, my dear friends, surcharge and cess related to above taxes. So whatever surcharge and cess related to above taxes, that also got subsumed in GST. And state level, there are so many taxes, my dear friends. First and foremost, VAT, which stands for value added tax. And this value added tax was levied for intrastate sale of goods. For intrastate sale of goods, CST was levied, but for intrastate sale of goods, VAT was levied, my dear friends. And both of them got subsumed under GST. Next, there used to be some tax known as entertainment tax, which was levied when we used to go to movies. Even that got subsumed in GST. Getting my point? Then there used to be some tax known as luxury tax, which was levied when we go to some star restaurants. Next one, entry tax, also known as, my dear friends, octroi, which you would have heard very clearly in accounts. In accounting, you would have heard the word octroi, my dear friends, which is something like an entry tax levied by a lot of states. Clear? Exactly. Then, my dear friends, apart from this, VAT, entertainment tax, luxury tax, octroi, so all these taxes got, what, my dear friends, all these taxes got subsumed into GST. Getting very clearly this point, my dear friends? Friends, come on, please reply. So what are the taxes which got subsumed into GST? Come on, friends, please tell me what are the state level taxes got subsumed in GST? VAT. Next one is what? Come on. Central sales tax. Then is what? Luxury tax. Then is what? Octroi, which is also known as entertainment tax, entry tax. Then there used to be tax on advertisement. Even that got subsumed in GST, my dear friends. Then there used to be some tax known as tax on betting, gambling, and lottery. Now, don't tell me income tax section of 30% flat rate. You relax. We are talking about GST. So relax. Clear, my dear friends? I know. I expected your answer. Yeah. So tax on betting, gambling, lottery. So this tax on betting, gambling, lottery also got subsumed into what, my dear friends? GST. Are we getting this point, everyone? Good. VAT, entertainment tax, luxury tax, entry tax, octroi, tax on advertisement, tax on betting, gambling, lottery. Next, my dear friends, after this, I'll also write the same word, surcharge and cess related to above taxes. Obviously, that also got subsumed in GST. When the basic tax got subsumed in GST, obviously surcharge and cess also will get subsumed into GST. There is no second thought about it. Clear, friends? So these are the various taxes which actually got subsumed into GST. I split them very clearly so that we get a clarity of thought on what are those central taxes subsumed in GST and the state taxes subsumed in GST. But I want to take 2 minutes of your time to discuss something very interesting. Yeah? You think properly and give me the answer. Friends, now, I'm talking about prior to July 2017. Okay? Mr. A of Maharashtra sold goods to Mr. B of, let us say, Tamil Nadu. Mr. A of Maharashtra sold goods to Mr. B of Tamil Nadu. And let us say, my dear friends, sale price is 1 lakh. Now tell me, what kind of tax is levied on this? This question is a very, very important question. Think properly and give me the answer. what kind of tax is levied on this? Very clearly, what is levied is CST, my dear friends, which is nothing but central sales tax. And assume for a second, just for simplicity, CST is 10%. On this 1 lakh, we will charge 10%. Example only. Clear, my dear friends? Now, my question to you is very clearly, my dear friends, CST is levied by who? Next question, obviously, my dear friends. First of all, CST is levied by who? Very clearly, my dear friends, I'm sure everybody gives right answer. That is nothing but central government. Yes. Now, next question to you. CST is collected by whom? CST is levied by central government. That answer you gave very clearly. Good. But CST is collected by whom? This question is a very important question because this question will have a significant impact on the GST, what I'm going to tell you now. So I want a right answer, my dear friends. Good. Some of them are giving right answer, my dear friends. CST is levied by central government, but it is collected by state government. My next question to you very clearly, is it taken by Maharashtra state or Tamil Nadu state? In the question what I'm asking. Somebody is trying to play around. Please don't do that. Come on, my dear friends. I'm expecting an answer from you. Please think properly and give me an answer. Yeah? CST is levied by center, collected by state, not to both. Smart student, huh? Clearly telling not to both. It is collected by Maharashtra government, my dear friends. It was always collected by seller state. So the point you have to understand very clearly is that CST was a kind of tax which was levied by center but collected by state. And one more interesting part, what I'm telling you very clearly is that the state which used to take that money was nothing but seller state. Now, let me discuss one more interesting question now. Then I'll get into my GST discussion, which is very, very important. So let us say Mr. A of Tamil Nadu sold goods to Mr. B of Tamil Nadu. Now tell me, my dear friends, what is the sale price? Let us say, for example, 1 lakh rupees. Now let us say, now tell me guys, what kind of tax will come into picture? Wow, quick answer. Let us say VAT is 10%. Okay, on this we'll charge 10%. Very good. Now tell me, my dear friends, VAT is levied by whom? No doubt about it, state government. Now tell me guys, VAT is collected by whom? No doubt about it. The answer is also again state government, because the concept is very clear that VAT is levied by the state, collected by the state. But CST is not like that. CST is levied by the center but collected by the state. CST is levied by center but collected by the state. But VAT was levied by state and also collected by the state. Here I have got a very, very interesting question now. Think very properly and give me an answer, my dear friends. Listen to my question very clearly and then give me an answer. Clear, everyone? Listen. One person, Mr. A, listen very clearly, of Maharashtra sold goods to Mr. B. Clear, my dear friends? Everyone? Now, let us say sale price is 1 lakh. What kind of tax will come? We know very clearly that CST will come. Assume that CST is 10%. Okay? Now, same goods Mr. B sold to Mr. C. Here, let me add one point. Mr. A of Maharashtra sold goods to Mr. B of Tamil Nadu. That is why CST, my dear friends. Okay? Now, what has happened is same goods Mr. B sold to Mr. C of Tamil Nadu again. Clear? And this time, selling price is, let us say, 1,30,000. Now, please tell me, my dear friends, what kind of tax will come into picture in this case? Can somebody please answer me very quickly? Of course, what kind of tax will come very clearly is VAT. Good. And assume for a second, my dear friends, that VAT is also 10%. Now tell me guys, 1,30,000 into 10%. Now my question to you very clearly, my dear friends, that is, whatever tax we pay on the sales is technically known as out output tax. Come on, my dear friends. Whatever tax we pay on the sales is technically known as what tax, my dear friends? Output tax. Generally, whatever tax we pay on the sales is known as output tax. Somebody is getting excited and telling, sir, supply. Relax. Control. I did not get into GST so far. Relax for 5 minutes. The moment I get into the GST, I will use a different language altogether. So don't worry. Clear? Done. What is output tax? Output tax is nothing but the tax what I am payable required to pay on sales. Now, in this case, my dear friends, what is output tax? 13,000 rupees. What is output tax, my dear friends? 13,000 rupees. Less, I reduce something known as input tax credit, which is technically known as ITC, which is nothing but tax paid on purchases. Correct, my dear friends? In simple terms, ITC is nothing but tax paid on purchases. Now tell me, in this case, what is the input tax credit, my dear friends? No second thought about it. A lot of students are replying 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. That is a nonsense answer, my dear friends. Input tax credit is 0. 0. And net tax payable will become, my dear friends, straight away 13,000. The reason being very clear, my dear friends. I will ask you once again very clear-cut question. First case, what was the tax which was charged? CST, which was levied by central government, but it was collected by state government. And very clearly, I always ask you, my dear friends, which state is taking that money? Seller state is taking that money, which is nothing but Maharashtra. But tell me, my dear friends, in second transaction, in which transaction? In second transaction, what was the kind of tax that was charged? In second transaction, very clearly, the kind of tax that was charged was VAT, which is value added tax, which is levied by Tamil Nadu government, which is also collected by Tamil Nadu government. Now, you please apply common sense, my dear friends. When on purchase, the tax was paid to Maharashtra government, when on purchase, the tax was paid to Maharashtra government, why will Tamil Nadu government give credit for the tax paid to Maharashtra? This was the biggest ego problem which was there prior to GST. So I'm taking this much time from you for a simple reason, because you have to understand that this is a power packed revision batch for November 23 examination. But I'm taking this much time from you because without understanding this, you cannot understand a single concept in GST. To understand GST, you have to understand what is the loophole prior to GST. What is the issue prior to GST? Without knowing the earlier problem, what you will understand current solution? You're getting my point, everybody? Exactly. So now what is the point here? When earlier on purchase, the tax was paid to Maharashtra government, why will Tamil Nadu government give credit for the tax paid to Maharashtra government? That's why they don't get lost. No input tax credit, nothing. You're clear, my dear friends? All of us? So when there is no input tax credit that is coming, what is happening? The tax will become part of the cost. You would have heard in costing also, my dear friends, wherever in cases where you can't take input tax credit, your tax will form part of the cost. Obviously, for a simple reason, because you are not able to take input tax credit. And once it forms part of the cost, on that cost, you will add your profit. On that cost, you will add your profit and you will fix your selling price. And you will fix your selling price. On a selling price, again, you will collect tax. Technically, it is known as cascading effect of taxes, because there is a tax on tax. But when you get input tax credit, there is no cascading effect. That is the fundamental reason and the fundamental background behind which the GST was brought into picture. To eliminate cascading effect of taxes is the fundamental reason why GST was brought into light. A student is asking one question. Yes, Raghavendra, what is your question? Sir, will state government reimburse CST to central government? Sir, CST, what used to happen before is that center used to levy that, but it was collected by state government and then they used to apportion between both of them. Don't worry. Clear? But it used to be collected by state only. That is a clear-cut point. Done. So now, my dear friends, I'll give a small example so that full clarity will come. Guys, we have got so many students with us right now in our Zoom session. So in the Zoom meeting, my dear friends, let me directly ask you one question, my dear friends. Think properly and tell me. How many of you love Pani Puri here? You can reply by saying yes. Yeah, everybody. Most of you guys love Pani Puri. So I'll give a small example here, my dear friends, so that you'll not forget it. So let us say we went to one place to eat Pani Puri. So now, when we went to one place to eat Pani Puri, there were two Pani Puri centers. There were two Pani Puri centers where we wanted to eat Pani Puri. But at one center you went, you paid 20 rupees and that person has given you, let us say, 5 to 6 Pani Puri. Clear? But all said and done, we're all Indians, of course, Bharat people. How much our Pani Puri comes for the price what we pay, the extra Puri what we get will give us tremendous satisfaction. Correct or not? Of course. Because at the end of the throat, at the end of eating Pani Puri, we'll tell, Sir, bhaiya, ek aur extra Puri. That's how we enjoy so much for extra Puri what we get. Now tell me, when there are two Pani Puri centers, at one Pani Puri center, you ate Pani Puri by paying 20 rupees. But after 2 minutes, what you have done is, you went to the other Pani Puri center and told him, bhaiya, extra Puri. Will he give, my dear friends? You tell me a straight answer. He will literally kick you out. Why? The reason being very clear that, boss, you paid money there. Why should I give you extra Pani Puri? When you paid money there, why should I give you extra Pani Puri? Very logical question, right? Yes or no, my dear friends? It's absolutely logical question because when you paid money for Pani Puri there, how can you get an extra Puri here? In the same way, my dear friends, the GST what you paid has gone to Maharashtra government. Now, why will Tamil Nadu government give credit for the tax paid to Maharashtra government? There is an ego issue. You're getting my point? Exactly. So this is an example which clearly communicates to us that when the tax is paid to Maharashtra government, Tamil Nadu government is very clearly telling, I will not give you input tax credit for the tax paid to Maharashtra government. And this was the reason very clearly why GST was not allowed as input tax credit. I'm sure the example is very clear. Yes. Somebody is asking, sir, can you illustrate what will happen in GST? I'm coming to GST. Hold on, relax. Relax, Raghavendran, relax. I'm coming. Yeah. Next point. Next point to listen, my dear friends. Mr. A of Telangana state sold goods to Mr. B of Telangana state. Let us say selling price is again 1 lakh. Now, what kind of tax will come, my dear friends? Please tell me. Without any doubt, VAT will come 10%. On this, we will charge 10%. Now, same goods, Mr. B sold to Mr. C of again Telangana state. And let us say selling price is 1,30,000. Now, again, what will come, my dear friends? Again, VAT will come at the rate of 10%. Now, tell me, my dear friends, what is output tax? Output tax is 13,000 less input tax credit, also known as ITC in short. Now, tell me, my dear friends, what will be the input tax credit? Come on, reply, everyone. I can happily take input tax credit of 10,000. The reason being very clear that on purchase, the tax was paid to Telangana state. On sale also, the tax is paid to Telangana state. So happily we can take input tax credit. I'm sure we got difference between the previous example and this example, my dear friends. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Can you please reply, all of us? Excellent. Very good. So let me summarize the whole thing, what we have done till now. So GST is a tax. GST is nothing but goods and services tax, my dear friends. And there are multiple indirect taxes which got subsumed into GST. And France was the first country to introduce GST way back in the 1954. But India did not adopt France model. We have adopted Canada model of GST, which is technically known as dual GST model. Clear? Now, moving ahead to the discussion, guys, that on 1st of July 2017, as I told you very clearly that India has incepted the concept of 1st of July 2017, India got into GST regime with a statement known as one nation, one tax. Now, no more talk about the word CST, VAT, this state is different, that state is different. Don't discuss about all of that. They clearly told one nation, one tax. What is that word, my dear friends? One nation, one tax. So in order to get that, they have done this. All of us? Are we clear till now here, everybody? Good, fair enough. So on 1st of July 2017, we got into GST with a slogan known as One Nation, One Tax. Clear, my dear friends? And under GST law, very clearly, my dear friends, they coined a beautiful word known as supply. What is that word, sir? Supply. And supply has got a very, very wide meaning, unlike the word sale or purchase. Prior to GST law, my dear friends, in case of goods, we used to use the word sale of goods, purchase of goods. And in case of services, we used to use the word providing service, rendering service. But let me tell you honestly, my dear friends, under GST law, there is no word known as purchase or sale. There is no word known as providing service or rendering service. And there is only one word known as supply. And there are two other words known as outward supply. And for input, what do we call it, my dear friends? Inward supply. That's it. So henceforth, my dear friends, for all the coming days of discussion, we are not going to use the word purchase or sale. You might don't ask me a question now. So previous example, why did you use? Obviously, because previous examples I was talking about prior to the story of GST. And now I'm talking about the story of GST. So henceforth, we are not going to use the word of purchase or sale, or we are not going to use the word of providing or rendering service. We are only going to use the word of what, my dear friends? Supply. And in that supply, there are two things: outward supply, inward supply. Outward supply refers to sales, inward supply refers to purchases. So henceforth, we are not going to use the word purchase or sale, or henceforth, we are not going to use the word providing or rendering service. We are only going to use the word supply. And in that, there are two types of supply known as outward supply and inward supply. And my dear friends, tax paid, tax payable is known as output tax. And the tax which is already paid on inward supply, that is known as input tax, which is allowed as input tax credit. Which is allowed as what, my dear friends? Input tax credit. Input tax credit is allowed for the tax paid on inward supply. Now moving ahead, my dear friends, this word GST, which stands for Goods and Services Tax, the basic definition, basic full form we know, but Article 366(12)(a) of Constitution defines very clearly what is GST, which says that GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. You're getting my point, everybody? Come on, my dear friends. What is that word? GST is a what, my dear friends? GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Alcohol liquor for human consumption is one such product which has been permanently kept outside GST. And if they want to bring alcohol liquor under GST, they have to do a constitutional amendment again. You're getting my point, everybody? The reason being very clear, my dear friends, a lot of states, sir, you have to understand that when GST was brought into India, there was huge hue and cry by a lot of states. By a lot of states. The reason being very clear that they were an opinion very clearly that GST, they will lose revenue because of a reason that GST is a destination-based consumption tax. That is, tax will reach that state where goods or services are consumed. What is that language, my dear friends? Tax will reach that state where goods or services are consumed. GST is a destination-based consumption tax. Tax will go to that state where goods or services are consumed. In fact, prior to GST law, we followed the concept of origin-based taxation, where seller state used to get the money. But the moment we got into GST law, my dear friends, what has happened is that we started following the concept of what, my dear friends? Destination-based consumption tax. That is the reason why a lot of states like Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra, which are more of manufacturing-driven states, they all started telling, we don't want GST. The reason being very clear that they were telling they don't want GST because they will lose revenue. Because prior we used to follow what? Origin-based taxation, and suddenly we are shifting to the concept of destination-based taxation. So tax will go to that state where goods or services are consumed. So all these manufacturing states started telling we are not interested to get into GST. But subsequently, what has happened is that central government, with great effort, they have convinced all these states and they brought pathway into GST. In fact, my dear friends, let me tell you very clearly that the GST is not something which we brought in 2017 just by taking 1-2 years effort. It was not like that at all. In fact, the idea of GST started in the year 2000. And in 2006-7 budget, they clearly told that they will bring GST from 2010. And in 2014, as I told you, they brought Constitutional Amendment Bill. And in 2016, they brought Constitution Amendment Act, and GST bills were brought in 2017. So it took so much time for GST to come into India. It was not an easy task to convince all the states to get into GST model. You're getting my point, everybody? And one more interesting point I can tell you here, that is 1st of July 2017, GST was accepted by all the states except Jammu and Kashmir, my dear friends. Let me honestly tell you. But on 8th of July 2017, Jammu and Kashmir also has passed GST bill. So after 8th of July 2017, what has happened is GST is applicable to whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. GST is applicable to what? Whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. I hope we are getting clarity on this point, everybody. Exactly, my dear friends. So which article number defines GST? Article 366(12)(a) defines what is GST. And it clearly said in the law that GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And a lot of states clearly told that please don't touch alcohol liquor. We'll support you for GST. The reason also being very clear that from alcohol liquor for human consumption, state government gets huge revenue. And that is the reason why they didn't want central to get this alcohol liquor into GST. State government revenue will get hit if alcohol liquor for human consumption is brought into GST. That's the reason why they clearly told that we don't want GST on alcohol liquor for human consumption. So friends, what is the GST full form? GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcohol liquor for human consumption. Next. The interesting next point is that, my dear friends, there are 5 petroleum products which are actually temporarily kept outside GST, my dear friends. There are 5 petroleum products which have been temporarily kept outside GST. And the 5 petroleum products are petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, which is nothing but petrol, motor spirit, natural gas, and the last one is aviation turbine fuel. So these are the 5 petroleum products, my dear friends, which have been temporarily kept outside GST. What are those 5 petroleum products, my dear friends? Come on, please reply, everybody. The 5 petroleum products are petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, natural gas, and aviation turbine fuel. Are we getting clarity, everyone? So these are the 5 petroleum products which have been temporarily kept outside GST. Petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, natural gas, and aviation turbine fuel. Don't try to just make some shortcuts and just try to remember just like that. The whole logic is that you should know what is it. So 5 points are petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, natural gas, and aviation turbine fuel. These are the 5 petroleum products which have been temporarily kept outside GST. Now moving ahead, my dear friends, to some very, very, very important discussion that, as I told you, my dear friends, then from 1st of July 2017, we got into GST, my dear friends. There is an interesting word called supply under GST law, but we are not going to use the word purchase or sale. We are not going to use the word providing or rendering service. So now here the interesting point is that in supply, there are 2 types of supply, my dear friends, which is technically known as intrastate supply and the other word is known as interstate supply. Now, my dear friends, in case of intrastate supply, what is levied is CGST and SGST. And for interstate supply, what is levied is IGST is levied. So friends, for intrastate supply, what is levied? For intrastate supply, we will levy CGST and SGST. But for intrastate supply, IGST is levied. Now, why this word CGST and SGST has come? As I clearly told you that in India, we adopted dual GST model where center and state together will levy and collect GST. So friends, if the rate of GST is 18% and it is intrastate supply, so how do we charge GST, my dear friends? CGST will be what percent? Come on, CGST will be what percent, my dear friends? CGST will be 9% and SGST will be 9%. Never ever tell the word it will be 10%, 8%, 12%, 6%, 13%, 5%. It is never like that, my dear friends. This concept is always equally divided. So CGST 9%, SGST 9%. Are we getting clarity, everybody? All of us. Exactly, my dear friends. So CGST 9%, SGST 9%. Now my question to you, what is your answer if it is interstate supply? We will directly charge IGST at what rate, my dear friends? 18%. If it is intrastate supply, we will divide CGST and SGST. But if it is intrastate supply, directly we will charge IGST at the rate of 18%, my dear friends. I hope you're understanding, everybody. Good. So what are the two types of supply? Intrastate supply, intrastate supply. For intrastate supply, what do we charge, my dear friends? For intrastate supply, CGST and SGST is levied. But for intrastate supply, IGST is levied. Somebody is asking one question. Sir, was it equally apportioned back in the day of CST? No, my dear friend. It was not like that. There was a lot of bifurcation, differentiation in CST. There used to be a concept of 2%, C form. So much of story was there prior to GST. So now don't get into it, what percentage they share. But now it's equal. Clear? Yes. So now I have a question, my dear friends. Do you accept that some states have lost revenue because of GST? What is your answer? Yes or no? Some are telling no. Why no? Sir, what did I say sometime back? GST is a destination-based consumption tax. So tax will go to that state where goods services are consumed. So all the consumption states are extremely happy that GST has come. But of course, I already told you that states like Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, which are more of manufacturing-driven states, they started crying obviously because GST has come. Origin-based taxation is gone. It is now destination-based tax. So obviously, my dear friends, there is no second thought about it. There is no doubt about it that there are some states who have lost revenue because of GST. Now, in order to compensate that states, my dear friends, they introduced the concept of GST compensation cess on some luxury products. So on some luxury products, my dear friends, they introduced the concept of GST compensation cess. When I say luxury products, let me tell you honestly on what products they brought is motor car. They brought on the products like aerated waters, that is nothing but cool drinks. And they brought on some products known as tobacco products. So on all these kind of products, they brought GST compensation cess. And the GST compensation cess is being used to compensate the states who have lost revenue on account of introduction of GST. And my dear friends, initially they told that this GST compensation cess will be there for a period of 5 years, which actually got over in 2022. But this GST compensation cess, they extended till 2026. Obviously, because of COVID, a lot of plans got upside down and government lost a lot of revenue. People also lost a lot of revenue. Suddenly, we all went on a halt for 1-2 years when this GST has come into, when this COVID has come into picture. Clear, friends? So good. So do you accept that some states have lost revenue because of introduction of GST without any second thought? Answer is yes. So in order to compensate the GST, in order to compensate the states who have lost revenue on account of introduction of GST, they introduced the concept of GST compensation cess, which is levied on some luxury products. Are you clear, everybody? Good. So friends, now it's high time that I talk about something very, 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 very important. That is the story of manner of utilization of input tax credit, which is extremely important. You have to listen to me very clearly now. Don't write anything for 2 minutes. Just listen first, then you can write down. Sir, that is, we might have input IGST. When will we have input IGST? When we have done inward supply from different state. When we have done inward supply from different state, we will have input IGST. But let us say we have done inward supply within the same state. What will come into picture? Input CGST. And once input CGST will come into picture, automatically input SGST also will come. Correct or not, my dear friends? Yes. CGST, SGST is on CGST, SGST is on intrastate supply. IGST is on intrastate supply. Listen to the point now. Input IGST is to be first used for output IGST. Input IGST is to be first used for output IGST. Then it is to be used for output CGST or SGST. In any order or any manner. So what is the language I wrote here? First, input IGST is to be used for output IGST. Output IGST. Then it is to be used for output CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. When I say any order, any manner, that clearly means that you can use it for CGST first, then for SGST. Or you can use it for SGST first, then for CGST. And when I say any manner, it means that you can use 50% for CGST, 50% for SGST, or 60% for SGST, 60% for CGST. You can use it any manner. But the better suggestion always will be use 50-50 so that it will become an optimum utilization of credit. Dear friends, everybody, but you can use in any order, any manner. In that, there's no problem. Clear? So input IGST is to be first used for output IGST, then use it for CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. Now moving ahead. Input CGST. First use it for what? What do you think? First use it for output? First use it for output what? First we'll use it for output what, my dear friends? Come on. First we'll use it for output CGST. Then we'll use it for what? Second is what? Come on. Second one you tell. First one you all told very good. Then we have to use it for output IGST. I'll write some important note. Listen very clearly here. Number one, that is input CGST cannot be utilized for output SGST. And vice versa. Vice versa means what? Vice versa means what, my dear friends? CGST can't be used for SGST. SGST can't be used for CGST. Somebody is asking the word if still exists. Still exists what? Still exists what? I didn't get your question. Yeah, input CGST cannot be utilized for output SGST, and our input SGST cannot be used for output SGST, output CGST. So we can't use CGST for SGST, SGST for CGST. That's a clear-cut concept. Yes, Sandeep, what is that doubt? If still exists means what? Yeah, coming back. Next. Input SGST, first we'll use it for output SGST. Then we'll use it for output IGST. Obviously, because we can't use CGST for SGST, SGST for CGST. Second, very, very important note I'll tell now, which is extremely important point, my dear friends. What is the point? Please listen. What they told in the law is that CGST or SGST credit to be utilized. What is that word, sir? CGST. What is the doubt? If before introduction we had VAT ITC, then we can use that ITC here. VAT is a different story because we are paid to the same state. But CST we pay to different state. That way credit was not allowed. Got it right? Exactly. So CGST, SGST credit to be utilized only after IGST credit is fully exhausted. This is a very, 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 very important point, my dear friends. Come on, guys. What is the language I wrote? CGST, SGST credit to be utilized only after IGST credit is fully exhausted. What does that mean, my dear friends? Before using CGST, SGST credit, before using what? CGST, SGST credit, we have to completely utilize IGST credit. One online student is asking one doubt, sir, real estate sector is outside the purview of GST. Not totally, my dear friends. It depends upon what kind of transaction is being done. There is some concept of occupancy certificate, completion certificate. We'll talk in detail in next session in the concept of supply, where we'll talk in detail about real estate is outside GST or not. There is real estate covered in GST. To what extent, we'll talk in detail in next session. Don't worry. So coming back, my dear friends. Yeah, what is the student is asking? If ITC still exists after utilization, it can carry forward or lapse. You can definitely carry forward. There's no doubt in that. You can carry forward. I'll give examples. With numbers, we'll talk. Don't worry. Yeah. So what is the first note I gave, my dear friends? Input CGST cannot be utilized for output SGST and vice versa. That means you can't use CGST for SGST and we can't use SGST for CGST. And second note is a very, 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 very important note, my dear friends. What is that note? CGST, SGST credit to be utilized only after IGST credit is fully exhausted. So unless IGST credit is fully used, we can't use CGST, SGST credit, my dear friends. It's a very, very important point. Third note, for payment of output IGST, first input IGST to be used, then input CGST to be utilized, then only input SGST is to be utilized. This is a very, very important point, my dear friends. So for payment of, what did I say? Output IGST. First, we have to utilize, what is that language, my dear friends? First, we have to utilize input IGST, then utilize input CGST. Then only we have to utilize input SGST. This is a very, very, very important note, my dear friends. I hope we're getting full clarity on all these notes, what I'm talking, my dear friends. Yes, friends, come on, please reply. Everyone, I'm expecting an answer from you. So please do participate and reply, my dear friends. Exactly, very good. So I'll revise the whole thing of input utilization, my dear friends. Input IGST is to be first utilized for output IGST, then for output CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. Then next point is what? Next point is what? Input CGST, use it first for output as CGST, then for output IGST. SGST first for SGST, then for IGST. And what is the note I have given? First note, we can't use CGST for SGST, SGST for CGST. Then second note, very, very important note, before utilizing CGST, SGST credit, IGST credit is to be fully exhausted. I'll give an example for that. Don't worry. And the third point, for payment of output IGST, first we have to use input IGST, then input CGST, then only input SGST, my dear friends. Yeah. So let's take 1-2 examples to understand this concept in the best sense, my dear friends. Yes. Come on, my dear friends. Now listen. Let me discuss one example. So let us say one person, Mr. X. Clear? Now. Intrastate, what is that word, sir? Intrastate outward supply is, let us say, 10 lakh. Now, interstate outward supply is, let us say, 8 lakhs. Now, intrastate inward supply is, let us say, 12 lakh rupees. Interstate inward supply is, let us say, 9 lakh rupees. and GST rate is, let's say, for example, 18%, my dear friends. How do we calculate net GST payable, my dear friends? These kind of questions keep coming in the exam generally for 2 to 4 marks. We have to calculate what? Net GST payable. Tell me, my dear friends, how do we calculate? First of all, let's get the figure ready for input tax credit. Then we can do the balance working. Yeah, some doubts? Yeah, somebody asked me a query. How many days will you conduct live on YouTube? YouTube will be there only for 1-2 days, guys. Post that, you have to shift to completely to Zoom. We have done through YouTube only for today because some students were having trouble to get into Zoom. That's why we have done through YouTube today, but subsequently we'll shift to Zoom sessions only. Yeah. Next, get back. So what is the net GST payable, my dear friends? How do we calculate? Tell me, guys, what is the input IGST? Come on, please calculate and tell me. What will be the input IGST? Friends, respond. I'm waiting for your answer. Input IGST will be 9 lakhs into 18%, which comes to 1,62,000. Somebody is telling 1,40,000. What's wrong with you, man? What are you talking, man? Please calculate properly. Then, what will be input CGST, my dear friends? Come on, please reply. Somebody is telling 2 lakhs. Guys, what's wrong with you guys? Please calculate properly. Sherry, what are you talking, man? 12 lakhs into 9%. What is wrong with you, man? Somebody said 90,000. Mr. Jayesh, please calculate input credit on inward supply, not on outward supply. I'm talking about input, not about output. Clear, no? Output tax is different. Input credit is always on what? Inward supply. Friends, are you understanding what I'm talking? Yes, come on. What will be input CGST? Again, don't calculate. Obviously, common sense, it will be 1,08,000 only. Clear? Next. Tell me, guys. What is the output IGST? Come on, guys, reply, please. I'm ready for your answer. What is output IGST? The question is right in front of you. And some students are calculating whatever they want to calculate. How did 1,44,000 come, my dear friends? What are you talking, sir? What are you talking, my dear friends? Good. 8 lakh rupees into 18%. 1,44,000. Somebody is telling 1,80,000. What is wrong with you guys? See the word intrastate, interstate, outward supply, inward supply. Check very properly and calculate the number. You're getting what I'm talking, everybody? So check very properly and then calculate the number, my dear friends. Yes? Good. Next. What is output CGST, my dear friends? Very clearly, 90,000. Next. Output SGST, again the answer is 90,000. Clear, my dear friends? Now listen to me very clearly. How do I calculate the net GST payable? Yeah? Listen to my concept very clearly. How do I calculate net GST payable? Clear, my dear friends? Listen. I'll take columns like this. Particulars, IGST, CGST, SGST. That is why I'll take the columns as. Okay? Now tell me, guys. First of all, what is my output tax, my dear friends? My output tax is very clearly 1,44,000, 90,000 and 90,000. Yes or no, my dear friends? Come on, please reply. Yes, exactly. Come on, tell me, my dear friends. Less what? Less ITC, which is nothing but input tax credit. I will reduce what? Input tax credit. Now, when I say that I'll reduce input tax credit, my dear friends, what is that credit which I have to utilize first? As I told you, one important note, my dear friends, that before utilizing CGST, SGST credit, before utilizing what? CGST, SGST credit, first please utilize IGST credit. And how much is the IGST credit I've got? 1,62,000. Out of 1,62,000, 1,44,000, I'll use it here. Clear? Now, what is the balance left? Tell me very clearly. The balance left is very clearly 18,000 rupees. Yes or no? Now, this 18,000 rupees, what did I say to you very clearly? Input IGST to be first used for output IGST. Then use it for CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. Any order, any manner. That means what? I can use it for CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. That means I can use 18,000 completely for CGST. The answer is correct. I can use 18,000 completely for SGST. The answer is correct. Or I can split it 60, 40, 75, 25, 70, 30, whatever ratio it is. But what I'll do is I'll split them equal. 9,000, 9,000. Is it wrong? No, 100% correct. Next, CGST credit. How much I've got CGST credit, my dear friends? 90,000. But I'll use only 81,000. SGST credit. I've got 90,000, but I'll use only 81,000. And net GST payable will become 1,44,000. Minus sum of all this, which becomes 0. I hope we are clear with this point, everybody. And balance GST to be carried forward. Balance GST to be what, my dear friends? Carried forward. IGST is completely over. Correct, my dear friends? IGST is completely over. But I still have CGST of 9,000, SGST of 9,000, which I will carry forward, my dear friends. When I say carry forward, I'll use it next month. Somebody asking, sir, can I take refund? No, not at all allowed. Refund is allowed only in some specific cases. What is that specific cases? You will learn more detail in CA final. Okay, but just to give you a glimpse of what is it, only in case of exports or when you make supplies to special economic zone, in those cases only we will get refund of input tax credit. If not, in general, refund of input tax credit is not allowed. You have to carry forward it to subsequent month only. No problem, right? Subsequent month we can use it. No, what is the problem? You're getting my point, everybody? Yes. Are we clear till now, everyone? I'm expecting an answer from all of you guys. So please reply. Yes, good. Fair enough. So now, my dear friends, I'll give you one question. I want an answer from you, please. Somebody is asking, so please repeat solution again. Oh, what happened, my dear friend? Please check that point very clearly. We have taken output tax and we have reduced input tax credit. And as I told you very clearly that before utilizing CGST, SGST credit, I have to completely utilize IGST credit. So IGST credit I've utilized first, and the balance 18,000, whatever is there, I'll use it 50-50 or to completely CGST, completely SGST. Choice is yours. And that is why we utilize the credit and close the concept. Clear? Good. Somebody asked one more doubt. Carry forward to next month or the next month of supply made. Next month means next month of supply made. Obviously, common sense. Somebody asking, sir, can you give us an Excel sheet? This Excel sheet, I'll share it across. No problem. Once session is over, I'll share the Excel sheet with you. Don't worry. Okay? And the issue is there with the iPad. That's why I couldn't connect the iPad today, but I'll ensure I'll fix that issue and I'll share that sheet with you. This sheet I'll share with this Excel sheet. I'll share with you. Don't worry. Doubt in balance to be carried forward. What is the doubt, my dear friend? Sir, please see here. CGST credit is 90,000. How much is CGST credit is 1,08,000. Oh my God. Okay. Got it. Got your doubt. So this will be, got your doubt. 1,08,000 minus 81,000. Yes, you are right. You are absolutely right. The credit to be carried forward is 27,000. I was taking the figure from output figure. You are right, my dear friend. It is 27,000. The credit that is to be carried forward. Yes, got it. 1,08,000 is the input tax credit minus 81,000 credit we have adjusted. 27,000 is carried forward. You are right. Absolutely. I've taken the figure from 90,000. Good, brilliant. Sir, I hope this question is very clear for everyone. Good. Now I'll give you one question. I want an answer from you, my dear friends. Please. Come on. Please calculate and get me the answer. This is a question for you. I'll wait for 2 minutes. I want an answer from you. 2 minutes is sufficient. You can do it. Come on, friends. Tell me what is input IGST. Yes. What is input CGST? Did you all get the same figures? Good, fair enough. Now calculate output figures also. Somebody is telling tax payable figures also. Good. Let's check. Don't worry. Yeah. What is output IGST, my dear friends? Output IGST is how much? 10 lakh into 18%. 1 second. I think 10 is missing. 1,80,000. What about CGST, my dear friends? 15 lakhs into 9%. 1,35,000, 1,35,000. I've got the figures. So tell me, guys, how do we adjust input tax credit? Come on. First, what credit should I adjust? Obviously, the credit what I have to adjust is IGST credit, which is nothing but 72,000. Correct, no friends? I've got less credit with me. Then CGST credit, how much I have got, my dear friends? CGST credit I have got 1,62,000. So 1,35,000 I'll use in CGST. What is the balance? Come on, what is the balance? Tell me, my dear friends, what is the balance? 27,000. I'll use it for IGST. Correct, no friends? We can't use CGST credit for SGST. Then the same way, SGST credit 1,35,000, I'll use it here. This will obviously be 0. Yes, my dear friends. And then SGST credit, what balance I have got is 27,000. So with this, my dear friends, CGST became 0, SGST became 0, and net GST payable will be 1,80,000 minus all the credits, whatever I have got. When I reduce that, net GST payable is 54,000. Balance to be carried forward is, of course, 0, my dear friends, because there is no other credit that is left out. In fact, there is net to payable only. When there is net to payable itself, where is the question of GST being carried forward? Getting clarity, everybody? I hope this question made a lot of sense for everyone. Did we get complete clarity, my dear friends? Can we do one more small question in another 2 minutes? Please confirm. Yes, thank you so very much. Let us do one more small question, guys. And this time, you'll find some surprises. So please be very careful. Somebody is asking, sir, please give rate as 10%. Why, my dear friend? You can use calculator and calculate, right? What is the problem? Yeah. Intrastate outward supply, let us say 8 lakh rupees. Intrastate outward supply, let us say 9 lakh rupees. Intrastate inward supply, 14 lakhs. Wait a second. This, I'll change it to 4 lakhs. This is 12 lakhs. GST rate is 12%. Come on, guys, get the answer. Oh my God, different answers are coming from students. Okay, let's check. Come on, guys, what is input IGST? $12 lakhs into 12%, which comes to 1,44,000. Yes. What is CGST input? 4 lakhs into 6%. Same figure, 24,000. What is output IGST, my dear friends? Output IGST will come to 9 lakhs into 12%, which comes to 1,08,000. What is output CGST? 8 lakhs into 6%, which comes to 48,000, my dear friends. Same figure let me take here, and I put this figures in output column. Okay, done. Next, my dear friends, come on. What is input IGST? 1,44,000. I'll use 1,08,000 here. What is the balance figure left out? Tell me, guys, what is the balance figure left out? The balance figure left out is how much, my dear friends? 36,000. So I'll use it 18,000 towards CGST, 18,000 towards SGST. My choice. And what is CGST figure? 24,000 is the input. Completely gone towards this only. SGST figure is again 24,000 input. Net GST payable is 0 in case of IGST. And in case of CGST, my dear friends, it is 6,000. And SGST also is 6,000. How many of you got right answer? Please raise your hand. Good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Majority of them. Fantastic. Brilliant, my dear friends. I think now we all got full clarity on how do we utilize the input tax credit, my dear friends. I don't think there is any second thought about how do we utilize input tax credits, and that we can happily do it now. Yes? Yes, sir. Fantastic. Good. So these kind of questions will keep coming in the examination. So please don't effort to miss them out. Okay? Chalo, coming back to our discussion. Get back, my dear friends. So now, this, as I told you, my dear friends, this CGST component is taken by whom? Taken by central government. SGST component is taken by whom? Somebody asking, sir, carry forward amount. Those, what is carry forward amount? Obviously, carry forward amount is 0. There is nothing left out to carry forward. Clear, no, Sujan? Yes. Get back, guys. What I was saying? CGST amount, who will take, my dear friends? CGST amount is taken by central government. SGST amount, who will take? SGST amount is taken by state government. Now, my question to you is, IGST is levied by whom? What do you think? Come on, guys. IGST is levied by whom? Straight away, the answer is central government. Now, who will take that money? Tell me, guys, who will take that money? The law is that central government, and then it is apportioned with state government. But it is first taken by center only. But then center will share with the state. But it is first taken by center only. Then center will share with the state government. You're getting my point, everybody? Now I have a question here. Very clearly, I have a question. Which state? Seller state or buyer state? Think properly and tell me. Obviously, my dear friends, as I told you, it is buyer state because GST is a destination-based consumption tax. Somebody is still writing the word seller state. Don't do that, my dear friends. GST is a destination-based consumption tax. So tax will go to that state where goods or services are consumed. Tax will go to that state where goods or services are consumed. I'm sure we are very clear with that. I strongly believe that there is no second thought about this, and we have got full clarity on this concept of which state will take the money and why GST is known as destination-based consumption tax, because tax will go to that state where goods or services are consumed. Clear, my dear friends? So now I have an interesting point here. Sir, for the purpose of implementation of GST, my dear friends, they have introduced GSTN, which is known as GST network. GST network, which has developed one common portal known as www.gst.gov.in. And let me tell you very clearly, all the activities related to GST, such as registration, payment of tax, filing of returns, etc., everything is done on common portal only. It's done on what portal, my dear friends? Common portal only. There's no second thought in that. Getting my point, everybody? Now, my dear friends, it's time to talk about something very interesting, which is nothing but Article 279A, which deals with the concept of GST Council, my dear friends. Now, who is GST Council? All the decisions or changes related to GST is done by the central government only upon recommendations of GST Council. You would have heard many times in newspapers or TV that suddenly 18% rate has become 12%, 12 has become 28%, 28 has become 30%. All these things are done by the central government only on the recommendations of GST Council. Now, who is there in GST Council? In GST Council, who is there is, from center side, my dear friends, there are two members, which is Union Finance Minister, our Madam Ji, and another one is Minister of State for Finance. Minister of State for Finance is something like Deputy Finance Minister. He is a central person only. Clear, my dear friends? There are two persons, that is Union Finance Minister. Second one is Minister of State for Finance. From state side, we have got every state. What? Who will come from every state? Come on, tell me the answer. Who will come from every state? Expected this answer. Some are telling finance minister, which is nonsense, ridiculous, atrocious answer. The reason, because from every state, one representative will come. It need not be a finance minister. Clear, friends? Union wise, it is finance minister. Clear, friends? Now, center has weight of 1/3, whereas all states put together, what is that word, my dear friends? All states put together, they have got a weight of 2/3. Clear, my dear friends? And Union Finance Minister will act as chairman. And one of the state representative will act as vice chairman. Getting my point, my dear friends? And the quorum, we know what is quorum, right? What is a quorum? Quorum is the minimum number of members to be present to make the meeting valid. And quorum is nothing but, my dear friends, 50% of total number of members. And in order to pass a resolution, in order to pass what, my dear friends? Resolution, there should be 3/4 majority. We know what is resolution, right? In order to take some decision, there should be 3/4 majority. How much majority, my dear friends? 3/4 majority. Now, I'll discuss one interesting example. Listen very clearly, guys. Let us say, for some decision, center said yes. That means what is done? 1/3 is done. And states, my dear friends, 24 states were present, out of which 18 said yes. 24 states were present, out of which how many said yes? 18 said yes. Then how do we calculate weighted, my dear friends? How do we calculate weighted? Will be how much, my dear friends? Come on. 18 by 24 into 18 by 24 into 2 by 3. 18 by 24 into what, my dear friends? 2 by 3. Understood, my dear friends? Because out of 24 states which were present, 18 told yes. Out of 24 states which were present, 18 told yes. Yes or no, my dear friends? Out of 24 states which were present, 18 told yes. And the weight for that center state is 2/3. So how much is done is 50% is done. Yes or no, my dear friends? When I say 1/3 is done, that means what? 33.33% is done. And the total done is, and the total majority is 83.33%. What will happen, my dear friends? resolution is passed. Clear, friends? Now let us say one more interesting example so that full clarity will come. For some decision, 1/3 is done, and out of 24 states that were present, 12 said yes. And the moment 12 said yes, you should not tell that 50% is over, because we have to calculate weighted votes. And the weighted vote will be how much? How do you calculate, my dear friends? 2/3 into 12 by 24, which comes to 0.333%. That means 33.33%. So total majority is 66.67%. The answer is resolution is not passed, because we want 3/4 majority. 3/4 majority is nothing but 75%. Unless 75% does not come, resolution is not passed. Are we getting full clarity? Is this Article 279A clear for everyone, my dear friends? Kindly please respond. I'm waiting for your answer. Good, fair enough. Absolutely clear. Fantastic, my dear friends. That's about Article 279A GST Council. So friends, what is the definition of GST? GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both except alcohol, liquor for human consumption. How many petrol products are kept outside GST? Petrol products kept outside GST is 5 petroleum products: petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, natural gas, and aviation turbine fuel. Good. Somebody is asking, sir, one more example. I think this example is clear for you, no? Okay. If you want one more example, I'll just put in 1 minute. What is there? It does not take more than 1 minute. I'm using Excel, no? So things will become more simple and easy. Yeah. And some states, let us say 24 were present. Let us say 22 said yes. Or let us say 8 said yes. What will happen then? How do we calculate weighted, my dear friends? Come on, tell the answer. 8 divided by 24 into what? 2/3, which is coming to 0.22%, which is way too less. Correct? No, 22.1%, which comes to 0.55%. Resolution is not passed. Straight, simple answer. Clear, right? That's it. Sure. Come back to discussion. Are we clear with the concept of utilization of input tax credit, my dear friends? Good. Fair enough. So friends, I'll open one presentation now. Please have a look at this once. Just 1 second. Just give me 1 minute time. I'll open the presentation. Just give me 1 second. See this, guys. GST, the basic concepts. Come on, let's begin. You can see this, my dear friends. France was the first country to introduce GST way back in the year 1954. As I told you very clearly, my dear friends. Yes, India introduced GST when? India introduced GST on 1st of July 2017. And GST extended to whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. And what is GST? GST is a destination-based consumption tax on consumption of goods and services. It is levied at all stages, right from manufacturing up to final consumption, with credit for taxes paid at previous stage available as set off. In nutshell, only value addition will be taxed, and the burden of tax is borne by the final consumer. In that, there is no doubt, my dear friends. Clear, everybody? Exactly. Next. Destination-based consumption tax. As I told you very clearly, tax will accrue to that state where goods or services are consumed. And GST will replace the following taxes. That is center-side taxes we have seen. State-side taxes also we know, my dear friends. Yes. Next point, my dear friends. GST Council will make recommendation to union and states, and it's levied by the center. And you can see the next point. Somebody asking, where can I get this PDF? I'll share in the WhatsApp group what we have created. I'll share today itself. I'll share. Next. Commodities outside GST is supply of alcohol, liquor for human consumption. And I told you about the 5 petroleum products which are kept outside GST. Petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, natural gas, aviation, turbine fuel. Please add us to that group. Already we have shared the link of joining to that group, my dear friends. You can use that link for the purpose of joining the group. Next point, my dear friends, important point. You can please see that. In case of what, my dear friends? In case of manufacture of tobacco, both excise duty and GST, my dear friends, both are levied. There is no doubt in that, my dear friends. Both excise duty and GST, both are levied, my dear friends. Next point, very, very important point. Already I discussed about this. That is about dual GST model. We know that, right? Everyone, my dear friends, what is dual GST model? It's a tax. What will happen? Levied by center and state together. Friends, everybody? Yes. Next point. The GST is to be levied by center and state would be called central GST. Levied by state is known as state GST. And for union territories, my dear friends, we have got the concept of UT GST, my dear friends. In case of union territories, we have got the concept of what? UT GST. Then IGST will be levied and it is administered by the center on every interstate supply of goods and services. And IGST is same combination of CGST and SGST. SGST or UTGST. Are we clear with that? Good. Next point. This example already I told you, my dear friends, how do we utilize the credit, CGST, SGST credit towards IGST? I'm sure we are fully clear with that concept of utilization of input tax credit. So many examples we have discussed. Next, what are the benefits of GST? Come on, please see here. Come on, friends, what are the benefits of GST? First one, it would mitigate the ill effects of cascading and pave the way for a common national market, reduction in overall burden on goods. Friends, I'll tell one point here. Listen very clearly. The maximum rate under CGST as on today is 20%. Now, don't ask one question, sir, how is it 28% practically? Maximum rate of CGST, I told. Maximum rate of CGST is 20% and maximum rate of SGST is 20%. That means the maximum rate of IGST is 40%, my dear friends. You're getting my point? That small question may come in the exam for our MCQ, my dear friends. Clear? Yeah. One more student is asking, sir, how to join the revision in Zoom? Already the Zoom link has been emailed to you, right? The students who have registered already for the course, you already got the link for joining the revision. You can use that link for joining the revision session. Zoom link will be sent every day. Don't worry. Next point. Make our products competitive in domestic and international market, and this will instantly spur economic growth. There may also be revenue gain for center and state due to widening of tax base, increase in trade volumes, and improved tax compliance. And this tax, very, very important word, because of its transparent character, would be easier to administer. Because of its transparent character, my dear friends. Obviously, everything is visible. Next point. Concept of IGST, as I told you that IGST is levied by center and it is taken by center, then it is apportioned with the state. Let me highlight that word, apportioned with the state. Such tax shall be apportioned between union and states. And what is the rate of GST? As I told you, maximum rate of CGST is 20% only. And at CA inter level, my dear friends, let me tell you, there is no concept of rates of GST in your syllabus. So need not worry much. In your syllabus, you do not have what are the rates of GST. Clear? Next point. GST Council, as I told you, Union Finance Minister will act as chairperson, and state finance minister of every state, or it could be finance minister or taxation or any other nominated member. So generally, every state, one representative will come. Next point. Vice chairperson will be whom? I already told. And role of GST Council, my dear friends, this important discussion. A small question may come in exam for 2 marks. Various taxes, surcharges to be subsumed in GST. Exemptions, including threshold exemption. When we go to registration topic in a couple of days or 3-4 days, we'll talk about 20 lakh, 10 lakh, 40 lakh. Some detailed discussion we'll do there. Next. Model law and principles for levy and place of supply. Place of supply is not there at CA inter level. It's there at CA final. So need not worry much. And see, place of supply, some content is added for CA inter, but for May 24 examination onwards. We are in November 23 examination, so need not worry much about place of supply. Next. Special provisions may be made for northeastern states and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Then quorum, 1/2 of total members, already I told 50%. And decision will be taken by a majority of not less than 3/4 of weighted votes of member present. Next. 1/3 weight is there for center, 2/3 weight is for state. And if you observe carefully here, my dear friends, I'll tell an interesting point. Listen now very clearly here. Say, listen. What is that they told in the law? To take a decision, there should be 3/4 majority. That means what? 75% majority should be there. But if you clearly understand here, center has a weight of 1/3. That means what? 33.33%. All states put together, they have got a weight of 2/3. That means 66.67%. But to pass a resolution, there should be 3/4 majority. This clearly signifies to us that center alone, state alone cannot take any decision. If a decision has to be taken, center and state together should join the hands. Then only decision can be taken, because we want 75% majority. Are we clear with this point, what I told? Yes, thank you so very much. Next, GST compensation says, as I told you, it was up to 30th June 22, but extended till 31st March 2026, my dear friends. Clear? And it is levied on some products in order to compensate the states who have lost revenue because of introduction of GST. As I told you already, some states have lost revenue because of introduction of GST, especially manufacturing states have lost revenue because of introduction of GST. Next. Sir, as I told you, GST is a tax on supply of every goods or services or both, except alcohol, liquor for human consumption. And for every goods, my dear friends, like how students have got SRO number, WRO number, and Shiva Teja has got membership number in CA law, in CA code. In the same way, for every goods under GST law, a unique code is given, which is known as HSN code, which stands for Harmonized System of Nomenclature. And for every service, a unique code is given known as Services Accounting Code. HSN, Harmonized System of Nomenclature, SAC, Service Accounting Code. And let me tell you, my dear friends, HSN is an 8-digit code, whereas SAC is a 6-digit code. And imports will be treated as intrastate supply, and IGST will be levied thereon. And exports are known as what supply, my dear friends, is an interesting word. Please see that language. Exports will be regarded as zero-rated supplies. Clear, friends? And exports, you will talk more detail in CA final. But let me tell you one point here, that in case of exports, we don't pay output tax. In case of exports, we don't pay output tax. And whatever input tax credit is there, we can take it as refund. You can take it as refund. Clear, my dear friends? Everybody, as I told you already, my dear friends, that in case of exports, whatever input tax credit is there, we can claim it as refund. If not, normally, refund is not allowed to normal category of persons. Next point. This is a manner of utilization of credit. Already I spoke about this. Very, 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 very important discussion. High probability that a question will trigger in the examination. Make sense? Good. Next point. What is GST full form? GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcohol, liquor for human consumption. And what is service? Service means anything other than goods. Makarand is asking, sir, in our syllabus, we have only services, not goods. What does that mean? Rate of GST is not there for goods or services. For anything, rate of GST is not there in syllabus. But for exemptions, in our syllabus, we have got only exempted services, but not for goods. But rate of GST is not there in syllabus at all. Whether it is goods or services, rate of GST is not there in syllabus. Next. Thank you so very much. That is about the presentation of this first chapter, basic concepts, but basics of GST. Even though it is basics, I'm sure you guys know the importance of these basics, because that makes a whole difference, my dear friends, in understanding provisions of GST. And today, being the first session, I wanted to spend very good time on the basics of GST so that we guys will get a complete clarity of thought on what GST is all about. That detailed discussion will go very wonderful. And henceforth, we are not going to use the word purchase of goods or sale of goods. Neither we are going to use the word providing service or rendering service. We are only going to use one word, that is supply, inward supply, outward supply. Only word supply, inward supply, outward supply. And for intrastate supply, CGST and SGST. Intrastate supply, it is IGST. Clear, my dear friends? Thank you so very much. And I strongly believe that we guys enjoyed the first session. And next session tomorrow, we'll get into discussion about the concept of supply, which will be very, very important. Very good morning and a warm welcome, my dear friends. We have been discussing the concept of GST. And yesterday in the previous class, we have spent some very good time on discussion about especially the concept of what are the basic concepts in GST, where from GST has come into light. And we have clearly understood that GST full form stands for Goods and Services Tax, and GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcohol, liquor for human consumption. And there are 5 petroleum products which have been temporarily kept outside GST. Correct, my dear friends? Now tell me, guys, what are the 5 petroleum products? Petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, natural gas, and aviation turbine fuel. Now, my question to you is, my dear friends, which country is the first country which introduced GST? Come on, tell me the answer. Which country is the first country to introduce GST? Is it Canada? Come on, guys. Definitely answer is no. The answer is France. But which country model India adopted? India adopted Canada model of GST, which is technically known as dual GST model. That model India has adopted, and dual GST model is that model where center and state, what is that language? Center and state together will levy and collect the GST. That is where we brought this model called dual GST model. And as I told you very clearly, my dear friends, under GST law, we don't use the word purchase and sale. We don't use the word providing or rendering service, but we use only one word, that is supply. And in supply, my dear friends, I told you that there is a concept of intrastate supply, interstate supply. And intrastate supply is nothing but a case where within the same state and we charge CGST and SGST. So friends, intrastate supply, what do we charge, my dear friends? Intrastate supply, we will charge CGST and SGST. But whereas when it comes to interstate supply, we will charge IGST. Correct or not? For intrastate supply, what do we charge? CGST and SGST. But for intrastate supply, what do we charge? IGST. I'm sure that concept is very clear for all of you, my dear friends. Exactly. And apart from that, my dear friends, we also understood very clearly how do we utilize the input tax credit. Let me take 2 minutes of your time and quickly revise how do we utilize input tax credit. Tell me, my dear friends, how do we utilize input tax credit? Input IGST, first we'll use it for output IGST, then for CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. Second one, input CGST is to be first used for output CGST, then for output what, my dear friends? Then for output IGST, then input SGST, first for output SGST, then for output IGST. And clearly one point I told you, my dear friends, we can't use CGST credit for SGST, and we really cannot use SGST credit for CGST. That is a fundamental concept which is clearly given in the law. That CGST credit cannot be used for SGST and SGST credit cannot be used for CGST. That concept is very clear for all of us. And one special point I told you, my dear friends, that CGST SGST credit, what is that line, my dear friends? CGST SGST credit can be utilized only after IGST credit is fully exhausted. That clearly means that, what does that mean, my dear friends? Come on. That clearly means what, my dear friends? That clearly means that first utilize entire IGST credit, then only please touch CGST SGST credit. Don't touch CGST SGST credit unless IGST credit is fully exhausted. That concept is very, very clearly given in the law, where CGST SGST credit is to be utilized only after IGST credit is fully exhausted. There is no second thought about it. There is no doubt about it. That's a very important concept. Friends, please confirm, are we fully clear with the concept of utilization of input tax credit, my dear friends? Yes, very good. Thank you so much. Thanks for your confirmation, guys. Thank you. So friends, apart from that, my dear friends, a student is asking, sir, the transfer between central government and state government. My dear friend, logic is very simple. You please understand a basic logic. If I'm using SGST credit, if I'm using what? SGST credit for payment of output IGST. That means what? I'm not paying cash output IGST, but I'm using my SGST credit. Now tell me, if I pay output IGST in cash, money would have gone to center. Yes or no, my dear friend? Definitely money would have gone to center. But when I'm using SGST credit to pay IGST, now what is happening? I'm using credit, but I'm not paying cash. Then in that case, what will happen is very simple. That state will transfer that money to center. Simple. Correct, right? Because when I'm using credit for payment of tax, that amount will get transferred to the respective central and state governments. That is their lookout. That is not our lookout. As a taxpayer, as a registered person, it is not our responsibility to transfer any money to anyone. That is internal headache or internal activity of central and state, where they will take care how do they transfer money between them. Clear, Mr. Jaykumar? I'm sure your query is answered. Yes, brilliant. So friends, what is Article 279A, my dear friends? Yeah, what is that student is asking? Sir, SGST can be utilized for payment of IGST only after utilizing CGST fully. Is it correct, sir? Yes, my dear friend, absolutely correct. And yesterday, in fact, I made you write one note also for that. The third note, what I gave was that only. That for payment of output IGST, first IGST credit is utilized, then CGST credit is utilized, then only SGST credit is utilized. I clearly gave that note as a last note in manner of utilization of credit. Clear? Good. So one more last thing to revise, then I'll proceed, my dear friends. That is about Article 279A, where we spoke about the concept of GST Council, my dear friends. Remember that? Where there are central members, there are state members, and central members has got a weight of 1/3. And all state persons put together, there is a weight of 2/3. But what is the majority required to pass the resolution, my dear friends? Come on, reply. What is the majority required to pass the resolution? Wonderful. There should be 3/4 majority in order to pass the resolution. Center has got a weight of 1/3, state has got a weight of 2/3, but to pass a resolution, there should be 3/4 majority. That technically clearly means that center alone, state alone cannot take any decision. If a decision has to be taken, center and state together should join the hands. Only then resolution can be passed. Only then resolution can be passed. If not, resolution cannot be passed. Are we getting clarity on this point, everybody? Yes? Brilliant. Good. Fantastic, my dear friends. Good. Now let's proceed to next discussion. Without any delay, let's start the discussion, my dear friends. Yes, let me proceed. So friends, today it's time to talk about the next very, very interesting discussion. That is nothing but the concept of what, my dear friends? Supply. Something extremely important, something extremely wonderful, my dear friends. What is that concept we're talking about? The concept of supply, which has got some very good importance. So friends, as I was telling very clearly, it's time to talk about some very, very interesting discussion. That is nothing but the concept of supply, my dear friends. As I told you already, my dear friends, that this word supply has got some very good importance. Why? The reason being very clear that under GST law, we don't use the word purchase or sale of goods. Neither we use the word providing or rendering service. But the only word what we use is supply. Now, this word supply, my dear friends, is very, 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 very important concept and has got a very wide meaning. And it is extremely important to understand the meaning of concept of supply. The reason being very clear that only if the transaction is supply, GST will apply. Otherwise, GST will apply only if the transaction is supply. I hope you understood, my dear friends. So it is very, 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 very important to classify properly whether a transaction is supply or not. Because if it is supply, then GST will apply. If it is not a supply, then GST will not apply. So it is very, 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 very important to understand that whether the transaction is supply or not. Because only if it is supply, then only GST will apply. Next, let's proceed. Now, what is this concept of supply? This concept of supply is dealt by Section 7 of CGST Act. Which section, my dear friends? Section 7 of CGST Act deals with the concept of what is supply. Section 7 of CGST Act deals with what, my dear friends? What is the concept of supply? And in Section 7, my dear friends, we have got Section 7(1)(a). We have got Section 7(1)(b). We have also got Section 7(1)(c). Then we have got Section 7(1)(a). Then we have got Section 7(2)(a). We have also got Section 7(2)(b). Then we have also got Section 7(3), my dear friends. I wrote all section numbers because you have to understand very clearly that we have got a lot to learn today about the concept of supply, which is very, very powerful and very, very important discussion. Yes, shall we proceed, my dear friends? Excellent. Thank you. Come on, guys. What is the concept of section 7(1)(a)? Listen, my dear friends, which clearly says supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both. Supply includes what? All forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, made or agreed to be made. Very, very important language, guys. Made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. This is very, very important language to interpret this, my dear friends. So let us see very, very clearly what I'm talking about. Clear, my dear friends? Come on, please see that. What is that language? Supply includes what? All forms. That means all types of what? Supply of goods or services or both. Now, what is the meaning of this word goods? This word goods is defined in the law, where they told goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities. Come on, guys, what is the language? Goods cover what? Every kind of movable property. Goods cover what, my dear friends? Every kind of movable property. I repeat once again. Come on, my dear friends. What is goods? Goods cover every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes actionable claims. But includes what? Actionable claims. Growing crops. You would have heard all this in Sale of Goods Act. Remember this? Growing crops or grass or things attached to or forming part of land, which are severed. Which are what, my dear friends? Severed. Severed means what? Which are cut. Which are cut. Which are severed or agreed to be severed before supply or under contract of supply. Sir, very, very interesting language. Let's properly elaborate and understand this, my dear friends. Let's not bluntly just listen to whatever we are just writing there. So please understand. Come on, my dear friends. What is the definition of supply? Supply includes what? All forms of supply of goods or services or both. Correct? Supply includes what? All forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, all that language we'll see. But first, let us understand what is goods. Goods cover what? Every kind of movable property. Any movable property will come in goods. Now tell me, guys, is shirt a goods? Is shirt a goods? Definitely answer is yes. Now next question. Is land goods? Is land covered under goods? Definitely answer is no, because land is not a movable property. Because goods cover every kind of movable property other than money and securities. Now what is money? Money is nothing but any kind of currency, including foreign currency or any negotiable instrument. But money does not include currency that is held for its numismatic value. What is that word, sir? Money. Somebody is telling money is a movable property. Exactly. Money is movable property, but money is not covered in definition of goods, because you have to understand that goods cover every kind of movable property other than money and securities. And money covers every kind of currency except currency that is held for its numismatic value. Now, what is the meaning of this word? Currency held for numismatic value, which is nothing but old notes or old currency. Clear, friends? Now, I'll do a small discussion. Think very properly and give me an answer, my dear friends. Just hold on 1 second. Guys, do you remember seeing this currency note? Do you remember seeing this currency note? Yes, very good. Now tell me guys, can I go to a shop or any place and if I want to buy some product for 500 rupees, I'll buy 500 rupees and pay this money. Can I take the product? By giving this currency note, can I take a product? Definitely answer is no, because this is a currency. Because the fundamental answer is very clear that this is a currency, but this is not a legal tender. This is not a legal tender. That means what? RBI has already, what RBI has done? RBI has already demonetized this currency. Government has demonetized this currency, and this currency note is no more valid. Now, this is called a currency. So this is called a currency held for numismatic value. That means old notes, old currency, which is not in circulation. Now tell me, is this covered in definition of money? Answer is no. Now when this is not covered in definition of money, it will be covered in goods. The reason being very clear that goods cover every kind of movable property other than money. And this currency note is not covered in money. If this is not covered in money, this becomes goods. I hope you got it. Please confirm. Yes, my dear friend, come on, please reply. This old currency note, what I've got with me, is not covered in definition of money. When it is not covered in definition of money, it becomes goods. Because money does not cover currency held for its numismatic value. Numismatic value means old notes, old coin collection is not covered in definition of money. When it is not covered in definition of money, it is covered in goods. Fully clear? Excellent. Come on. So goods cover what, my dear friends? Every kind of movable property other than money and securities. Now, what is security? Security means what we already know, my dear friends. Security is nothing but shares, debentures, bonds, all types of securities will be covered in that. So goods cover every kind of movable property other than money and securities. That is the reason why practically when we do a share trading transaction, we never pay GST on purchase and sale of shares. Because security is not covered in definition of goods. In fact, securities is not covered in definition of service also. I'll show you, don't worry. Here, so goods cover what, my dear friends? Goods covers every kind of movable property other than money and securities. But includes what? Actionable claims. Now, what is actionable claim? Actionable claim is nothing but, my dear friends, simple logic, let me tell you, actionable claim is nothing but an unsecured debt which can be enforced in the court of law. So name only says actionable claim, something like a claim which can be actioned in the court of law. A claim which can be actioned in the court of law is known as actionable claim, which is an unsecured debt which can be enforced in the court of law. Something like, my dear friends, simple example. Let us say I gave a loan to you of 10 lakh rupees, unsecured loan. There's no security. If there is security, I'll encash the security. But there's no security, but I gave you a loan. And you are not repaying to me on time. But you already signed a promissory note with me that you will repay in so and so time. But you're not repaying. Do you think I'll keep quiet? Obviously, answer is no. I'll file a suit in the court of law. Now, what did I do? It's an unsecured debt, like a bill of exchange, which can be enforced in the court of law. That is nothing but actionable claim. Are we clear with this point? What is actionable claim, my dear friends? Because this word will come once again very soon. I strongly believe that we understood what is actionable claim. Good, my dear friends. Thank you. Yes, come on, get back, my dear friends. Goods cover what? So this definition of goods is very important, so please kindly concentrate. Goods cover what? Every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes what? Actionable claims. Growing crops. What is that word? Growing crops or grass. Growing crops or grass or things. Growing crops or grass or things. Once again. Growing crops or grass or things which are attached to or forming part of the land, which are severed. Severed means cut or agreed to be severed before supply or under contract of supply. That means very clearly, my dear friends, for example, there is a land. On the land, there are all the trees. That tree, I've cut the tree and I sold you the tree. I've cut the tree and I sold you the tree, then that tree will become goods. But if I sell that trees along with the land, it will not become goods, because the language clearly says growing crops or grass or things which is attached to or forming part of the land, which are severed, that means what? Cut or agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply. What a brilliant language which is given in the law, my dear friends. Are we getting clarity, everybody, sir? Excellent. So let me repeat once again the entire definition of goods, my dear friends. Goods cover what? Every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes actionable claims, growing crops or grass or things or attached to or forming part of the land, which are severed or agreed to be severed before supply or under contract of supply. I'm sure after this definition, we all got a clarity on what is the meaning of the word goods. But in 7.1a, the next language used is supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both. Now, what is the meaning of this word services? Listen very clearly. Now, what is the meaning of this word services? Which clearly says services means anything other than goods, money, and securities. So if you observe carefully, money and securities is not covered in definition of goods and it is not covered in definition of service. But one point is there. However, activity of money changing where consideration is charged. Consideration is what, my dear friends? Charged. Is covered in definition of service. One more interesting point. Service also include activity of facilitating transaction in securities. What a brilliant language, my dear friends. Come on, please see that line. Service means what? Anything other than goods, money, and security. Anything other than goods, money, and securities is covered in definition of service. But what is the special point I told here? Come on, please see the special point, my dear friends. Very, very important, interesting language. If you observe carefully, activity of money changing where consideration is charged. Why we are telling specifically consideration is charged? Because let us say I give you 500 rupees note and I take from you 500 rupees notes. I gave you 500 rupees note and I took from you 500 rupees notes. Then that will not come under definition of service because there is no consideration that has been charged. You're getting what I'm saying, everybody? But let us say a next scenario. Let us say a next scenario where I went to a foreign exchange dealer. I gave some foreign currency and I took Indian rupees. Or reverse case, I gave Indian rupees and took foreign currency. And that particular person had charged me consideration. Now on that consideration, definitely GST will apply. The reason being very clear, because that is activity of money changing where the consideration is charged. And if consideration is charged, then definitely GST will apply. You're getting my point, everybody? And next point, what did I say? Service also includes what? Activity of facilitating transaction in securities. That means what? We are simple example, we are talking about a stock broker or a stock dealer. Example, Zerodha or ICAI Securities, some stock broker or stock dealer. He is helping us in purchase or sale of transactions in securities. For that purpose, that stock broker will definitely charge some commission. Now on that commission, GST will apply. On the securities, GST will not apply, but the commission what the person is charging on that GST will apply. Now somebody, Shreya is telling securities transaction tax for security. That is different story. That is always there. STT is always there in case of securities. But I'm not talking about that. We're talking purely about GST. So just leave that STT aside. Clear? Now, from a GST perspective, very clearly GST standpoint, the concept is very clear that in case of securities, GST will not apply. However, if somebody is helping or facilitating transaction in security, in that case, GST will definitely apply. Are we all clear so far? Please confirm. Good. So coming back to discussion, my dear friends, come on. Let's get back to section 7.1a. Some student is asking, sir, is supply over? No, my dear friend, we just started. There is a lot more discussion to be done. Picture away. Okay. Come on. Supply includes what? all forms of supply of goods or services or both. Now, did we understand what is goods, what is service? Answer is yes. Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal. Let's understand word by word here. Now, sale and transfer. Now, sale means, I know what you will tell. Sale means transfer, sir. Transfer means sale, sir. Now, tell me, what is the difference between sale and transfer? Can somebody please respond? Some doubt is coming for that lucky number note. They charge 550 for 500, then GST will apply on 50. Or the 550. At what price we are selling that note, on that price GST will apply. Because it's purely goods now. Somebody asking title, sir. What title? Oh, you're still talking about sale and transfer. Okay. Sale means transfer of property. Transfer includes sale, sir. Sale includes transfer, sir. Oh my God. What are you talking? Friends, let me tell you one simple point. Sale is a case where the word sale we use in case where there is a transfer in title also. But transfer word is used where title is not transferred. We gave it only for use. For example, let us say I'm a car dealer and I sold the car to you. Then the transaction is called sale. But let us say I'm somebody who is engaged in renting of cars and I gave the car to you for use, but I did not transfer the title to you. In that case, we don't use the word sale. It's called transfer. It's called a transfer because there is a transfer of right to use, but there is no transfer of title. Where title is gone, we use the word sale. Clear, my dear friends? Risk and reward. Exactly. Good words. Risk and reward is transferred in case of sale. Wonderful. Good. So what is that words we have done? Sale, transfer. Next one, barter and exchange. Friends, tell me what is the difference between barter and exchange? What do you think? Because students generally have a tendency that for barter, they tell the word barter means exchange. Can you please tell me what is the difference between barter and exchange, my dear friends? Or both are one and the same? If both are one and the same, why will they use two words? Same as sale and transfer. No, my dear friends, Sujal, not at all. Absolutely. A student has given fantastic answer. In exchange, there is a monetary consideration. Brilliant. Some students are giving absolutely right answer. Simple logic, my dear friends. Barter is a case where monetary consideration is not involved. We give some goods and take some goods, or we give some goods and take some service. That is called barter. But exchange is a case where there is some consideration involved. For example, we go to a shop. Let us say we gave our old phone and we told him, boss, I want to buy a new phone. And that person told very clearly, if you want a new phone cost is 1 lakh. And your old phone will treat it as worth 70,000. Now balance 30,000 you pay cash. Is it barter or exchange? Definitely it is called exchange. Clear, my dear friends? Excellent. So did we get the words called what is barter and exchange, my dear friends? Good. Coming back to discussion now. Let's revise once again, my dear friends. What did I write? Supply includes what? All forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange. Till that point we are done. License. License means nothing but a right given for use. Simple answer, we all know that. License is something like a right given. Next. Rent and lease. Friends, tell me, what is the difference between rent and lease? When do we use this word rent and lease? You are a chartered accounting students, accounting standard 19, which talks about leases. Now tell me, what is the difference between rent and lease? Brilliant. Excellent answers are coming. Superb, guys. Superb. Generally, the word rent is used for short term, but lease is used for long period. We use the word lease. Exactly. Good. Brilliant answer, guys. Wonderful. Sure. Let's revise the whole thing once again now. Supply includes what? All forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or what? Disposal. Disposal means what? Disposal is something like when we sell some scrap, we use the word disposal. Even if you sell scrap, so what? Scrap is also goods. Pay GST. No compromise. Because under GST law, we don't use the word purchase and sale. We are concerned only about one word, that is supply. which has got some tremendous meaning, my dear friends. Makes sense, right? So supply includes what? All forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, made or agreed to be made. That means what? It is done or yet to be done. For what? Consideration. It is not free of cost. It is for a consideration, my dear friends. And consideration could be monetary form or non-monetary form. Consideration could be monetary form or non-monetary form. Clear, friends? Good. What is that doubt student is asking? Rent cannot be deemed owner, lease can be treated as deemed owner. My dear friends, really keep your income tax aside. Just focus only on GST right now. So please don't get your income tax into this. Clear? Done. Thank you so much. So, sir, if you understand and observe carefully, since last half an hour, what I'm doing is that I'm decoding. I'm literally decoding every word in that line. Only then you get a complete clarity, my dear friends. See that line once again. Come on. Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, which is made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person. Person includes almost very similar to income tax. That is, person includes individual, HUF, company, firms, AOPs, BOIs, AJP. But your extra point is that in GST law, person also includes government. Even government is covered in definition of person, my dear friends. In definition of person, government is also covered under GST law. Clear, everybody? Exactly. Come on. Supply includes what? All forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, which is made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. Now, what is the difference between this word course of business, furtherance of business? Course of business means doing something what we were already doing. Doing something what we were already doing. Furtherance of business is something like expansion of business. Getting my point? In the course of business we are doing it, or furtherance of business we are doing it, still it is regarded as supply. So friends, that is the end of story for section 7.1a. And some student is replying, Yashwant, in the course means doing what already doing. Furtherance means doing something for expanding business. Yes, my dear friend, absolutely right. That's what I also told. Brilliant. So friends, what is section 7.1a, my dear friends? Come on. Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. That is the story of section 7.1a. And we have understood the definition of what is goods, what is service. Everything is clearly discussed. Are we fully clear with what is section 7.1a, my dear friends? Excellent. Thank you so very much. Get back, guys. So that is the story of section 7.1a, my dear friends. So there should be a transaction like what, my dear friends? Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, which is made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person, that too in the course of furtherance of business. And if there is no consideration, it is not regarded as supply. Clear, my dear friends? So I'll ask you one question now. When you are attending this GST class, you would have already paid some consideration. A small token of monetary fees has been paid for facilitation fee. Now tell me, my dear friends, is this transaction a supply? Definitely answer is yes. And this is a service. Clear, friends? But let me ask you one more question. Let us say you go to YouTube and let us say you're watching some video on accounts. On accounting, you're watching some video on YouTube, which is already freely available. Is that transaction a supply? Answer is no. Because there is no consideration. Are we getting clarity, my dear friends? Now I'll ask you one question. Think very properly and tell me. So let us say there is one person, Mr. Teja. Okay? Now, he is basically a salaried employee. Now, he purchased, let us say, Hyundai car 4 years back. He purchased a Hyundai car 4 years back. Let us say for 20 lakh rupees. Now, he sold the car to Mr. X for, let us say, 8 lakh rupees. Now tell me, is it sublime? Like this question will come in exam for 2 marks. 2 marks question will come. And I'm sure you all know that every mark will count. Every mark will make a difference. 59 is different, 60 is different, 39 is different, 40 is different. And it's not 1 mark, it is 6 months of our life. We know that, right? So think properly. 101% the answer is no, my dear friends. Some students are unnecessarily replying yes, yes, yes. What is this nonsense, man? Come on. It is absolutely not no. It is 100% answer is absolutely answer is not yes. 100% answer is no. The reason being it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Just because there is a consideration, you cannot tell whatever you want as supply, my dear friends. You have to understand the whole meaning of the sentence. Section 7(1)(a) clearly says supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease or disposal, which is made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. If it is not in the course of furtherance of business, then it is not a supply. I am sure section 7(1)(a) is fully clear for everyone. Good. Thank you so very much. Next, my dear friends, moving ahead, let me talk about section 7(1)(b). 7(1)(b) is a very simple statement, but very important statement, okay? 7(1)(b) talks about import of services for a consideration. What did we do, sir? We have imported services for free of cost? No, for a consideration. But there is one line here. Whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. What is that line, my dear friends? Here the language is very, 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 very important statement, my dear friends. What is that line used, sir? Import of services for a consideration. Import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. So whether you imported for business use or you imported for personal use, still it is regarded as supply. And you have to understand here, what is covered is only import of services, but not import of goods. Because the moment we talk about import of goods, customs will come into picture. I already told you that customs duty is still existing. The basic customs duty. Clear, my dear friends? What is the language given here? Import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course of furtherance of business. So even if you import for personal use, still it is regarded as supply. Now let me discuss one small point here. Sir, we all know something known as Netflix. Yes, answer is yes. Come on. So Netflix, when we take subscription, my dear friends, simple logic, Netflix, are we using for personal or business use? Obviously, we are using for personal use, but still it is regarded as supply. Because it is import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course of furtherance of business. One more interesting point, you want to play some game, but that game is not an Indian game, it's a foreign game. And for the purpose of accessing that game, you paid some consideration. That is also regarded as supply. Because it is import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course of furtherance of business. Make sense to everybody? Yes. So that is the story of section 7(1)(b). Moving ahead, my dear friends, to the very, very core important discussion. That is section 7(1)(c). Something extremely important. Because 7(1)(c) is read with schedule 1 of GST Act, which clearly talks about transactions which are regarded as supply. What is that word, sir? Transactions which are regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration. So normally, if you observe carefully, the 2 points what we discussed, section 7(1)(a) or section 7(1)(b), in both the clauses, there is a point very clearly which is used that there is a consideration. If there is a consideration, then only it is regarded as supply. If there is no consideration, then it is not regarded as supply. But we are talking about a special cases. 4 points we have got which are important. Special cases where it is regarded as supply even though there is no consideration. Money is not there, but still it is supply. Normally when money is there only, people are crying to pay GST. But here we are talking about special cases where money is not involved, but still pay GST. What a brilliant point. And what a dangerous point also. The reason being very clear that no consideration, still it is supply. Getting my point, everybody? Exactly. Come on. First point talks about permanent transfer or disposal of business assets on which ITC is claimed. What is that word, sir? Permanent transfer or disposal. Disposal means give it off of business asset on which what is claimed? ITC is claimed. So let me give a small example here. So let us say Shiva Teja purchased one cell phone, which is a business asset for me. On this cell phone, I have claimed input tax credit because I'm using this cell phone for business purpose and I'm a registered person under GST law. So whatever GST I paid on this phone, I've taken credit. Clear, my dear friends? Speak out. Now let us say one charitable trust people have come to me and told, sir, we are expecting some donation. I asked them how much you want. They told, no, sir, we don't want money, but we want something in kind. I told, okay, well, I'll give some clothes. They told, no, sir, please do one thing. We are having lack of phone. Why don't you kindly donate your phone? Now, what I've done is I donated my phone. Example only, I donated my phone. Okay. Now tell me, is this transaction of donation of phone a supply? Answer is yes. Because that donation of phone is nothing but permanent transfer or disposal of what asset? Business asset on which what is claimed, my dear friends? ITC is claimed. On which what is claimed, my dear friends? ITC is claimed. Are we getting clarity, everybody? All of us, come on, please reply. On which ITC is claimed. Now, student might get one doubt. Sir, what if ITC is not claimed? If ITC is not claimed, it is not a supply. Because the language is very clear, no. Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Sir, again, I'm telling this supply chapter is very important. Because as I told already, unless the transaction is supply, GST will not apply. And GST will apply only if the transaction is supply. So without knowing supply, what would you learn in GST? Nonsense. So supply is very important. Clear? Come on. Permanent transfer or a disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Now a student is asking one question. What, Sujan? All assets on which ITC is claimed is always a business asset. Now, not necessary that on every business asset will claim ITC. Because in GST law, you would have heard about one word called block credits. Block credit is those cases where credit is not allowed. A small example, motor vehicle where seating capacity is not more than 13. So if Shiva Teja purchased one car, on that I can't take input tax credit because it's a block credit. Now let us say I donated that car. Is it a supply? Answer is no. Because on that car, I never claimed input tax credits. I hope you are clear, Mr. Sujan. Please reply. Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, Sujan. Yeah. So coming back to discussion, what is the first point? Permanent transfer or a disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Moving ahead, my dear friends. Second point, which is extremely important point. This is very clearly here. Supplies between distinct or related persons in the course or furtherance of business. Very, very important point. Supplies between what? Distinct or related persons in the course or furtherance of business. Now, who is this person called? Distinct person. There are two cases here. Case number one, same PAN, but GST-IN is different. PAN is same, but GST number is different. I'm sure most of you listening to me, if you know this concept, but if you don't know, still let me repeat. Under GST law, my dear friends, registration is to be obtained state-wise, but not centralized. Unlike in income tax we'll have only one PAN, that is permanent account number. But in GST, the concept is not like that. Under GST law, every state we should take separate registration. For example, Shiva Teja. Let us say, for example, Reliance Industries. Reliance has got registration in Maharashtra. Reliance also has got registration in Tamil Nadu. Correct, my dear friends? Now, for Tamil Nadu, they will take separate GST number. For Maharashtra, they will take separate GST number. Now, this Maharashtra GST number and Tamil Nadu GST number are regarded as distinct persons because those two, their PAN is same, but GST number is different. Getting my point? Exactly. Next, second case. One establishment is in one state and another establishment is in different state. Then we call them as distinct persons. That means one head office, another state, there is a branch. Then those two are regarded as distinct persons. You're getting my point, everybody? But next word is very crazy point. The word used is related persons. Now, a lot of points are there in related persons. That is, let us say something like this. Holding more than 26%. Clear, my dear friends? Next situation, one person controls the other. Next point, both are controlled by third person. Next point, both together control a third person. Correct, my dear friends? Last 3 points are different, my dear friends. First point is X Limited is controlling Y Limited. Next point is X and Y both are controlled by Z. Next point is X and Y together are controlling Z. You got my difference, no? Sir, X is controlling Y or Y is controlling X. That is one point. Next point is X and Y are controlled by Z. Next point is X and Y together are controlling Z. Next, employer and employee. Next point, legally recognized partners. They are also regarded as related person. So related person means, I was telling, holding more than 26%. One person is controlling the other. Both are controlled by third person, or both together they are controlling a third person. Next one, employer and employee. After that, legally recognized partner. Next, one of them is a sole distributor or agent. Sole means only distributor or agent. Next point is very crazy point. Members of the family. Now, what is the meaning of this word? Family, which is very important. This word family is defined in the law, my dear friends, where they gave 2 points in this word family. Number one, spouse and children of individual. Number two, parents, brothers and sisters, only if they are dependent. Wholly or mainly. Wholly or mainly. Dependent means financially dependent, my dear friends. Wholly or mainly means what dependent, my dear friends? Wholly or mainly always means financially dependent. Get that clarity very clearly, my dear friends. Financially dependent. What dependent, my dear friends? Financially dependent. Are we understanding the point, everyone? Yes, some student is asking my doubt. Greater than or equal to 25%. Yes, my dear friend, it is 25% also is covered. There is one separate point for that. I'll tell you that also. Don't worry. Actually, I'll write here only. Holding 25% or more. There's one more point also for that. I'll tell you that. Don't worry. Yes, come on, my dear friends. Coming back. Why are we discussing this concept of related person? Related person discussion is very important for a simple fact and reason that we are talking about second point in section 7(1)(c), which clearly talks about the concept of what are the cases where the transaction is regarded as supply. What are the cases where transaction is regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration? Special cases we are talking about the transactions where it is regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration. And in that first point is what? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Second point, supplies between distinct or related person in the course or furtherance of business. Who is distinct person? I understood. And we're talking about who are related persons. Somebody who's only 25% or more. Clear, my dear friends? Everybody? Next. One person is controlling other. Next, both are controlled by third person. Both together control a third person. Employer and employee. Legally recognized partners. One of them is sole distributor or agent. Members of the family. Family covers what? Family covers what, my dear friends? Come on. Family covers spouse and children. That means spouse and children are always covered in the definition of family. Spouse and children are always covered in definition of family. But next line is what? Parents, brothers, sisters. In fact, grandparents are also covered. Parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, only if they are dependent. Only if they are what, my dear friends? Dependent. That too, how dependent? Wholly or mainly. How dependent, my dear friends? Wholly or mainly. That means totally or majority wise, they are dependent. The student has raised hand. What is your doubt, my dear friend? Please message chat in the group, please. Yeah, come on, getting back to discussion. What is the second point, my dear friends? Supply between distinct or related person in the course or furtherance of business. Now we have understood who are distinct persons. We have also discussed about who are regarded as related persons. What is the doubt? Step parents and siblings. See, law is silent about the word, what do you call step parents and siblings, but ideally they should also be covered. Law is silent about it. Next. I have a question. Think properly and tell me now. Sir, there is Mr. Shiva Teja. Okay. Next point we are coming. Principal and agent will talk. Don't worry. Yeah. There is one person, Mr. Shiva Teja, my dear friends. There was a person, Mr. Shiva Teja. Now what has happened is, one fine day, there was Mrs. Shiva Teja birthday. Now tell me first of all, Mr. Shiva Teja, Mrs. Shiva Teja, both are related persons or not? She is not dependent on me. Again, I am telling, my wife is not dependent on me. She is a qualified MBA. She has got her own source of income. Now tell me, my wife is not dependent on me. Is she related person? Still the answer is related person. Why? Because in case of members of family, they covered spouse and children. That means spouse and children are always related, whether dependent or not. Now what has happened is, Mr. Shiva Teja gave a gift of, let us say, a gold chain, which is worth, let us say, 1 lakh rupees. Is it supply? Related persons, okay? Related persons. Some of them are telling yes, some of them are telling no. What's wrong with you guys? Some are telling 56 to 10. Boss, don't get income tax into picture here. 101% answer is no, my dear friends. Please understand that. Second point, what is the language used? Come on, get back. Second point, what is the language used? Supplies between distinct or related persons in the course or furtherance of business. See the language very clearly, my dear friends. Supplies between what? Distinct or related persons in the course or furtherance of business. If it is not in the course of furtherance of business, it is not regarded as supply. Now next, let me give a small example here. Let us say my wife came to me and told, my dear husband, what is a birthday gift? I told her, what birthday gift can you expect from a person like me who's a tax faculty? Let's do one thing. For my birthday, what gift I'll give you is my tax course. I'll give you free access. Watch entire income tax and GST. Enjoy. So what did I do? I gave a free access for income tax and GST. Got the point? Now tell me, my dear friends, is that transaction a supply? 100% answer is yes, because it is in the course of furtherance of business. Brilliant, brilliant, lovely, my dear friends. Excellent, lovely answer. I think now we got a good clarity, no? These things, what happens is small points, but they keep coming in the exam for 2 marks. And as you all know, my dear friends, every mark will make a difference. And it's 6 months difference, not a joke. Clear? Good. So what is the first point? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Number 2, supplies between distinct or related person in the course or furtherance of business. Moving ahead, my dear friends, let me talk about the third point in 7.1c. That is supply of goods from principal to agent or vice versa. So generally, when there is a transfer of goods from principal to agent, so agent is different, distributor is different. A student is telling I am not audible. Guys, am I audible? Can you please confirm? Others? Yes, I am audible. My dear friend, for whom it is not audible, please check your network connection. It's audible for others. Thank you. Come on, coming back. Supply of goods from principal to agent. So let us say there is one person, Mr. X, who is a principal. And there is one person, Mr. Y, who is an agent. Now tell me, when principal is sending goods to agent, for what purpose principal is sending goods to agent? So that agent will sell it to the customer. Agent will sell it to the customer. Now tell me, is it a sale? When principal is sending goods to agent, when principal is sending goods to agent, is it a sale? Definitely answer is no. It is basically a stock transfer. Correct? No? But still it is supply because it is covered in the transaction of supply. That means GST will apply. You're getting my point, everybody? Supply of goods from principal to agent or vice versa. Actually, when principal is sending goods to agent, agent will further sell it to the customer and agent will get commission. Agent will get what? Commission. On that commission also, GST will apply. On that commission also, GST will apply. One more doubt. Sir, there is employer-employer related. There may be consideration of 50,000 in a financial year. I'll talk about it separately. Special cases we'll talk separately. Don't worry. I'll talk at the last after completing 7-1C. Yeah, come back. Supply of goods from principal to agent, or what, my dear friends? Vice versa. Vice versa means agent to principal. But one special point I'll tell you, my dear friends. This concept will apply only if agent issues invoice to the customer in his own name. This point is very important. That this concept will apply only if agent issues invoice to the customer in his own name. That means what is the concept, my dear friends? For example, I am a principal, you are agent. I have sent goods to you. We have done a stock transfer to you. You will further supply to the agent. Yes or no, my dear friends? Now, when you supply to the agent, if you are giving invoice to the customer in your own name, then the transaction between principal to agent is taxable. But if the agent is giving invoice to the customer in the name of principal, then the transaction between principal to agent is not taxable. You're getting my point, everybody? The transaction between principal to agent is taxable only if agent is giving invoice to the customer in his own name. That's it. Are we clear with this? Everybody, please confirm. So how many points we have done in section 7-1C, my dear friends? 3 points are over. What is the first point? Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course of furtherance of business. What is the second one? Supply between distinct or related person. I'm talking about 7-1B. 7-1B is what? Import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course of furtherance of business. Then 7-1C is transactions regarded as supply even though there is no consideration. First point, permanent transfer or a disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Second point, supply between distinct or related person in the course of furtherance of business. Third point, transfer of goods from principal to agent or vice versa. And all these points are given by Schedule 1, my dear friends. And finally, the last point in 7-1C, read with Schedule 1. And the fourth point talks about import of services by a person from a related person or any of his establishment outside India in the course or furtherance of business. What is that line, my dear friends? Import of services. Import of what? Services. By whom? By a person. From whom? Related person. From a related person. Or any of his establishment outside India in the course of furtherance of business. Simple example, if Shiva Teja is in India, I have taken some service from a related person or from any establishment outside India in the course of furtherance of business, that is also regarded as supply. I will ask you 2-3 questions. You have to think very properly and give me the answer. Okay, ready? Yes. Listen. Are you ready or not? Please reply. Question 1. Listen. Mr. A has imported service from his wife in US. Okay, my dear friends. Imported service from his wife in US. And the service is architect service for his office. And the consideration is zero. He did not pay anything because his wife told don't pay anything. Now my question to you, is it supply? Speak out, guys. Is this transaction a supply? 101% answer is yes, my dear friends. Because it is import of service from whom? From a related person. And wife is obviously a related person. When the service is imported from related person, my dear friends, in the course of furtherance of business, it is definitely regarded as supply. Now let me ask you next interesting question. Think very properly and give me an answer, my dear friends. Tell me, guys. Mr. A imported service from his wife in US and architect service for his home. Consideration is zero. Is it a supply? Come on. Excellent. Majority students are giving the right answer. 100% answer is no, obviously, because it is not in the course of furtherance of business. In the fourth point, they clearly use the word import of service from a related person or from any establishment outside India in the course or furtherance of business. Next question. Think properly and give an answer. Yeah? What? Listen. He imported service from his wife in US and the consideration is 3 lakh. Wife told, I'm your wife, so what? I'm an architect. I want money for my service. And she has taken 3 lakhs. Now tell me, is it supply? Definitely answer is yes, because of section 7(1)(b), my dear friends. 7(1)(c) will not come into picture. 7(1)(b) will come into picture. Your brain should very clearly tell that 7(1)(c) will come only when there is no consideration. But the moment there is consideration, either 7(1)(a) will come or 7(1)(b) will come. But 7(1)(c) cannot come into picture. 7(1)(c) will come into picture only when there is no consideration. Because 7(1)(c) only talks about a transaction where it is regarded as supply even though there is no consideration. And the moment consideration is there, it becomes supply. Come on, next question. Are we ready? Ready? Yes. Listen to this. Come on. He imported service from his brother, who is a top architect in US. And architect service. And what service, my dear friends? Architect service for his office. And the consideration is 3 lakh. Tell me, guys, is it supply? 100% answer is yes. Because of which section? Don't bring 7(1)(c) into picture. Because of section 7(1)(b). Because the moment there is consideration, 7(1)(b) will come into picture. So your brain should be very clear on this thought process that 7(1)(c) will come into picture only when there is no consideration. If there is consideration, 7(1)(c) cannot come into light. 7(1)(c) will come into light only and only when there is no consideration. Last question. Consideration is zero. Is it supply? Think very properly and tell me the answer. Lot of them are telling answer is yes, 7(1)(c), but let me tell you, answer is no. The reason being very clear, because 7(1)(c) talks about what? Import of services by a person from whom? From related person. Now you got excited and told what? Sab bhai to hai, he's a brother, he's a related person, he's brother. So what? Brother will become relative only if he is dependent. Because if you observe carefully, what is the definition of members of family? Family covers what? Spouse and children. Second point is what? Parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, only if they are dependent, wholly or mainly. Not wholly or partly, wholly or mainly. There's a difference. It is wholly or mainly. And somebody is telling, sir, how do you know that brother is not dependent? You have to read the question properly what I wrote. I wrote the word, who's a top architect. If he's top architect, why he'll be dependent on Mr. A? Did you get the concept, my dear friends? It's a very, 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 very powerful concept. So you should get a clarity on what is this concept all about. And on this concept, question came in exams so many times. And students are unnecessarily getting confused. You have to apply the basic logic here. What you have to apply basic logic? First, tell the brain, is there a consideration? Then don't bring 71C, apply 71B. And if there is no consideration, bring 71C. And 71C says it is supply only if it is from related person or establishment outside India in the course of furtherance of business. That is very, very important. And who is related person? Already we discussed the point. Related person also covers what? Members of the family. And family covers what? Spouse and children. First point. Second, brothers, parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, only if they are dependent wholly or mainly. Just because you see the word brother, you should not excite and tell, yes, supply. Relax. Understand. He's a top architect. And brother is relative only if he's dependent. If he's not dependent, he is not a relative. If he is not a relative, then 71C point will not apply. Are we fully clear with this point, everybody? It's an excellent point, my dear friends. This is a very, 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 very interesting point. Clear? Can I proceed? Yes, perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you so much, man. Come on. So last time I'll revising, my dear friends, 71B talks about what? Import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course of furtherance of business. But 71C last point is what? Import of services by a person from whom? From related person or from any of his establishment outside India, but it is in the course or furtherance of business. Then only it is regarded as supply. Very, very interesting and important concept, and I'm pretty sure that we got complete clarity on this point, friends. And that is the end of story for section 7.1c. Moving ahead, my dear friends. Let me talk about what is section 7.1a. 7.1a talks about 7.1a is read with schedule 2. Which basically talks about what is goods, what is service. And in order to regard as what is goods, my dear friends, there is a transfer of right along with transfer of title. Either immediately or at future date. Why did I use the word future date? Because in case of hire purchase transaction, in case of what? In case of hire purchase transaction, ownership will pass not on payment of first installment, but ownership will pass on payment of last installment. So even though ownership is passing at a later stage, still it is regarded as supply of goods. And what is supply of service? Transfer of right without transfer of title. Transfer of right without transfer of title is regarded as service. Are we getting clarity, everybody? So fundamentally, this is what is goods, this is what is service, given by which section, my dear friends? Section 7.1a. Are we clear? Everyone? Good. Fantastic. Now, one interesting note I will tell, my dear friends, which we already discussed, that in schedule 1, where we spoke about section 7.1c, transactions regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration. We understood that employer and employee are regarded as related person. And if there is supply between related or distinct persons in the course of furtherance of business, it is regarded as supply. For that reason, what they told is gifts given by employer to employee up to 50,000 in a financial year is not taxable. So if an employer is giving gift to the employee up to value of 50,000, then it is not taxable, my dear friends. That means GST will not apply, even though gifts are given by employer to employee, provided the value of the gift does not exceed 50,000 rupees. This is one special point which you have to keep in mind. I hope we are clear with this point, everybody. Friends, come on, please reply. Yes, perfect, my dear friends, perfect. Somebody is asking, sir, gift includes money. Sir, money, you have to understand that money is not a goods. money is not a goods. And but however, when we are talking about gifts given by employee to employee, when money is being paid, money is also like a additional amount that is being given. Correct? Now you have to understand that money is also money in strict terms is not covered in definition of goods. But when I talk about gifts given by employer to employee, that might also include money for a simple fact and reason that apart from paying salary to him, extra amount is being paid. On that extra amount, GST will apply. If that extra amount is more than 50,000, but if the extra amount is up to 50,000, then it is not taxable. A student is asking, sir, it is like bonus? Yes, but if it is a part of the contractual agreement, then GST will not apply. But if it is not a part of contractual agreement, extra amount is paid, then GST will apply. If it is more than 50,000. Clear? Good, fair enough. Now let me talk about section 7(2)(a), my dear friends, which is read with schedule 3. 7(2)(a) read with what, my dear friends? Schedule 3, which talks about transactions which are neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of services. What a brilliant language, my dear friends. Come on, read out the line. What is that line which says 7(2)(a) is dealt by schedule 3, which clearly talks about transactions which are neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. It is neither goods nor it is service. Generally, people keep saying something like negative list. That means GST will not apply because it is not goods, it is not service. When it is not goods, not service, obviously GST will not apply. Clear, my dear friends? Come on, first point. Services by employee to employer in the course of employment. What is that language, my dear friends? A service by employee to whom? Employer in the course of employment. Whatever service employee is giving to the employer, which is a part of the employment contract, on that GST will not apply. That is the fundamental reason why practically no salaried employee pays GST. Irrespective of whatever salary he has got, salaried employee never pays GST. Clear, friends? First point is what? Services by employee to employer in the course of employment. Second one, services by MPs, MLA, or any public servant. So basically, I'm talking about services given by President of India, service given by Prime Minister of India, service given by Chief Justice of India, service given by Member of Parliament, Member of Legislative Assembly. All these people, they are not required to pay GST. Yes, some doubt. What is the doubt? Sir, employee pays income tax but not GST. Yes, my dear friend, you are right. Employee pays income tax but is not required to pay any GST. Clear? Because service by employee to employer in the course of employment is neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. So what is the first point, friends? Service by employee to employer in the course of employment. Second, service by MPs, MLAs, or any public servant. Third point, my dear friends, services by court or tribunal, which is established under any law for time being in force. That is the reason why court or tribunal, that means what? Whenever we want to file a case in the court of law or in the tribunal, we are required to pay some court fees. On that court fees, GST will not apply because this is covered in Schedule 3, my dear friends. So what are 3 points we have done, my dear friends? First one, service by employee to employer in the course of employment. Next one, service by MPs, MLAs, or any public servant. Next point, services by court or tribunal established under any law for time being in force. Fourth point, very, very, very important point, sale of land and building except construction services. Very, very important point, my dear friends. Listen very clearly. Very, very clearly you listen. In case of construction services, if entire consideration is received after issuance of occupancy certificate or completion certificate by the competent authority, then GST will not apply. Now, what does that mean? So let me give a small example here. Please clearly understand. So what I'm talking is, let us say, Shiva Teja, I went to one builder. The builder is constructing one apartments. And I wanted to buy one flat there. The flat, that person told flat is 1 crore rupees. Okay, my dear friends. But the flat is still under construction. It is not yet ready. But I booked the flat and I paid 10 lakhs. Law is telling in this kind of transaction, GST will apply. But let us say next situation, my dear friends, the construction is already over. Flat is completely constructed and they already got occupancy certificate or completion certificate from the municipal department, which is competent authority. After that, when I go to them and buy for 1 crore, GST will not apply at all, because entire amount is paid after issuance of completion certificates. I'll give a small example here. Please listen. So let us say Shiva Teja booked a flat for 1 crore. Okay, think properly and tell. 10 lakh I paid before OC and balance 90 lakh I paid after OC. OC means occupancy certificate. Before OC and 90 lakhs I paid after OC. Now tell me, my dear friends, first of all, will GST apply? And if you tell answer is yes, I'll ask you on how much. If you tell answer is no, the story is different. 100% answer is yes, and GST will apply on entire 1 crore, my dear friends, not on 10 lakhs. Because even if a single rupee is paid prior to OC, GST will apply on the entire value. You're getting my point, everybody? At what time GST will apply, that we'll talk in the chapter called time of supply. At what time GST will apply, that we'll talk in the chapter called time of supply, which we'll talk separately. Don't apply brain on time of supply now. Clear, my dear friends? Somebody asking, sir, elaborate the reason once again. That's what I just told, my dear friends. What is the line used? If the entire consideration, come on, what is that line used here? If the entire consideration is received after issuance of occupancy certificate, then only GST will apply. That means even if a single rupee is received, prior to OC, GST will apply. Student is asking, what is the reason behind it, sir? The reason behind it is very simple, my dear friend. I'll tell a logical answer also. For every point in the law, I can tell you logical answer. Unless some limit given in the law, because limit is fixed by government, that is not in my hands. But the point here is that, see, prior to OC, that means what? Construction is still not yet done, and we paid amount to them. That means the amount what we paid is technically used by them for the purpose of construction. That person is giving us construction service. Then GST will apply. The exception point is only what? Sale of land and building. If it's a ready-made building which is sold, then GST will not apply. But if it's an open land, then also GST will not apply. But if somebody is giving a construction service, then GST will 100% apply. In that, there is no doubt, my dear friends. It is treated as a service. That is why GST will apply. Clear? Next. One doubt student is asking, services to court or tribunal is not covered in Schedule 3. No, my dear friend. It is services by court or tribunal. Service to court is not covered here. Sir, is everybody clear with this last point, what I just told? Can you please confirm by saying yes or raising hand, because it's an important point. Yes, thank you so very much, friends. Thank you. So what is the point, my dear friends? In case of construction service, GST will apply even if a single rupee is received prior to OC given by competent authority. If entire amount, entire amount is received after OC, then GST will not apply. Entire amount means complete consideration, not parts. So many points over, my dear friends. 4 points are done. Service by employee to employer in the course of employment. Second one, service by MPs, MLAs or public servant. Third, services by court or tribunal established under any law for time being in force. Next point, sale of land and building except construction services. Now, fifth point, my dear friends, services of funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. In exam, student has wrote, instead of writing deceased, the student has wrote DISCA-SCD. Spelling is different. It is not DISCA, it is DCA. DISCA, deceased person, may or may not go. But DCA-SCD person has already gone. Over. Ticket is gone. Already traveling. Got it, my points? Sir. Please reply, my dear friends. Come on. What is the fifth point? Services of what? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. Funeral, burial means what we know. Crematorium is that box in which they put the person. Clear, friends? And mortuary room, hospitals, mortuary rooms where the bodies are kept after the person is gone. Next, what is the doubt student is asking? Sir, is Schedule 3 different from exemption? Obviously, exemptions are those points which are taxable, but it is presently exempt because of notification. Exemptions are those points which are taxable, but now it is exempt because of notification. But what is Schedule 3? Schedule 3 is those cases which are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. If it is not supply of goods and if it is not supply of service, obviously GST will not apply. Clear, my dear friends? See, somebody is telling mortuary means storage of bodies. That is a problem. Once we are gone, over. Our name gone, fame gone, all gone. It doesn't matter what is your name also. We'll bluntly tell the word bodies. Body. Over. Correct, no? Yes. So we need to achieve something so that people will recollect. Yeah, please, come on. So what is the fifth point, my dear friends? Services of funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. So how many points over, my dear friends? First point, services by employee to employer in the course of employment. Next one, service by MPs, MLAs, public servant. Third point, services by court or tribunal established under any law for time being in force. Next one, sale of land and building except construction service. Next, services of funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. And the last point, my dear friends, that is, listen very clearly, friends. And the last point given, my dear friends, in the law where they told is actionable claims. So in the morning, we discussed that actionable claims is covered in definition of goods, but on that GST will not apply. Other than betting, gambling, and lottery. That means very clearly on betting, gambling, lottery, GST will apply. Are we getting the point, my dear friends? Everybody, come on, please reply. All of us, are we clear with this point? On betting, gambling, lottery, GST will definitely apply because the language used is actionable claims other than betting, gambling, lottery. So on betting, gambling, lottery, GST will 100% apply without any second thoughts. And in fact, my dear friends, at CA inter level, you don't have valuation rules. At CA inter level, you don't have valuation rules. But at CA final level, you have got very clearly valuation rules where you will understand how do we value these kind of transactions. Clear, friends? And how do we value this transaction? That we will talk at CA final level. Don't worry. I'll take care. I'll tell you what are the transactions at CA final level. How do we do that valuations? Clear, everybody? Good. Somebody is asking what is the point? 30% DT and also IDT. What does that mean? I didn't get your point. What is the doubt? 30% tax baro or GST bhi baro? Arey sir, kya sir? What comedy you are making? Already told you the point first day of the class yesterday itself. Income tax is what we pay from a pocket. So it is burning your pocket. That is okay. But GST is not burning your pocket, right? Ultimately, GST you are collecting from customer and paying the GST. So what is the problem? Are you paying from your own pocket? GST is collected from customer only, no? It's an indirect tax. There is shifting of tax burden. So where is the question of crying? Practically no person will cry to pay GST. I never cry to pay GST. Obviously because I collect from customer only. Correct? No, but I always cry to pay income tax because it's burning my pockets. Got my point? Income tax is direct tax. GST is indirect tax. Some student is telling customer has burden. Of course. GST, that is always there. Not just GST, indirect tax, the ultimate burden will always fall on the final consumer. Finally, who is enjoying, he has to pay tax. Pay. Enjoy, no? Pay. Next, a student is asking one question. So perquisites by employer to employee. Wonderful question. Sir, in case of perquisites by employer to employee, if it is a part of employment contract, then GST will not apply. And if it is not a part of employment contract, then GST will apply. If it is more than 50,000, remember that, no? Gift more than 50,000. Clear, everybody? Yes, my dear friend. Darshini, that was your doubt, right? Perquisites by employer to employee. If the perquisites are given as a part of employment contract, then GST will not apply. Because service by employee to employer in the course of employment is neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. Somebody asking, IDT is on expenditure, DT is on income. I will slightly change that language. IDT is on turnover, but DT is on profits. Got it? No? Your language, my language difference, you understood? Indirect tax is on turnover, but direct tax is on profit. Next. Good. So that is the end of story for section 7 2A read with schedule 3. So friends, let me ask everyone once again. Tell me guys, what is schedule 1? What is schedule 1, my dear friends? Schedule 1, transactions regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration. And what is schedule 2, my dear friends? Transactions regarded as goods or services. That means what is goods and what is services? I already told transfer of title. Remember that, no? Next, schedule 3. Transactions which are neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. These are the 3 interesting schedules what we have learned, my dear friends. So what is schedule 1? Transactions regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration. Schedule 2, transaction regarded as goods or service. Schedule 3, transaction regarded which are neither regarded as supply of service nor regarded as supply of goods. Getting clarity, everybody? All of us, come on, please reply, my dear friends. Kindly please raise your hand and confirm so that we'll be done with this, because you have to understand that majority concept of supply is over. Good, my dear friends. Next section. Section 7 2B, which says certain notified statutory activities. Certain notified statutory activities undertaken by the government is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Simple example, activities which are performed by panchayat, especially we're talking about something like gram panchayat, my dear friends. We know that point, right? Gram panchayat, heard this word? Gram panchayat or municipality. Next, service by government by way of grant of liquor license. Not all the licenses, my dear friends, only the liquor license. Service by way of grant of liquor license is neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. Any other license will definitely become taxable. This exemption is only and only in case of what, my dear friends? Liquor license. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Next point. Interstate movement of various conveyance carrying goods. It is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. What does this point mean, my dear friends? Simple example again. So let us say I am somebody who is a dealer or manufacturer of biscuits. I am a manufacturer of biscuits and you are a distributor of biscuits. Now what I have done is I pack the biscuits and in one vehicle, let us say in one lorry, I'm sending goods to you. I'm sending goods to you. What goods I'm sending? Biscuits. Now on the biscuits, definitely GST will apply. But lorry, when I'm sending the lorry to you, in which the biscuits are coming, the lorry will come back to me. Yes or no, my dear friends? Now simple logic, on the biscuit value, GST will apply, but on the lorry value, GST will not apply because it's a conveyance. It's a conveyance which is used for transportation of goods. On the conveyance value, GST will not apply. Obviously, pure common sense this is. Clear, no, my dear friends? But let us say one more simple example. I am a car dealer. You are also a car dealer. I have sent you cars. I have sent you cars. In this case, GST will apply because this car is being sent to you for further supply of car. You will not keep that car with you. You will do a further supply of car. In that case, GST will definitely apply. Did you understand, everybody? Good. So that is the story of section 7 to B, my dear friends. Then finally, the last point in supply, section 7.3, boss. Now, what is section 7.3? Central government on the recommendations of GST Council has power to notify a transaction as supply of goods and not service, or supply of service and not goods. Now, why did this point come into picture? Logic is very simple. Why did this point they kept in the law? Because there is a possibility that a fight might be going on stating that this is not goods, this is service. This is not goods, this is service. Or a fight is going on stating that this is service and not goods. So they kept a point in the law under section 7.3 stating that you stop fighting. Central government has got power on recommendations of GST Council to notify that this transaction is supply of goods and this transaction is not service, or this transaction is service and not goods. Basically, in order to avoid the confusion, they brought this concept stating that we have got power to tell that this transaction is goods and this transaction is service. They kept the power with them. Screen sharing is not visible. I already activated again. Now it's visible? Yes, thank you. So friends, that is the interesting story of this beautiful concept of section 7, my dear friends, which deals with the concept of supply. Something extremely powerful and very, very, very important concept. Are we fully clear with this, everyone? Fair enough. Makes sense, guys, everybody? That is the story of which section, my dear friends? Section 7, supply. Come on, guys, revising the whole thing once again. What is section 7.1a? Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course of furtherance of business. Then 7.1b, import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course of furtherance of business. Even if it is personal use, still it is supply. Then 7.1c, my dear friends, transaction regarded as supply even though there is no consideration. In that first point is what? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. And supply between distinct or related person in the course of furtherance of business. Number 3, my dear friends, transfer of goods from principal to agent or vice versa. Number 4, import of services by a person from whom? Related person, or from any establishment outside India in the course of furtherance of business. If it is personal use, it is not a supply. If it is not related person, it's not a supply. And related person, I already told, related person also covers members of family. And family, when they are covered, what is family? Spouse and children is definitely covered. Spouse and children is definitely covered. Next, parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters. Parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, only if they are dependent. That too, wholly or mainly. Very, very interesting section. Somebody is telling 7 sections. Yeah, of course. That's what I told you, right? I just, for a statement or dialogue, we didn't write the word power packed revision. I already prepared that we will do this kind of terrific revision so that November 23 examination students will have some supplement. The whole idea of this sessions is that ensuring somewhere or the other you get some better scores. That's the whole idea behind conducting these sessions, my dear friends. Because in this session, I know that there are some students who have got some good knowledge in GST, but they want perfection. That's why they came. And there are some students who don't know GST at all. And there are some students who have got knowledge on GST, but they have half knowledge that they also don't know that they have half knowledge. And some students are there who have half knowledge, but they know that they have half knowledge and they accepted the fact. So all category of students we have got, and we'll cater to every type of student. We'll take care. Don't worry. Make sense? Good. Somebody is telling sir, revision for income tax. We will see. We'll figure out. After this is over, if time permits, we'll plan accordingly. We'll see. I'll talk to the team and I'll check out what best can be done. Somebody asking, sir, you will cover amendments too. Of course, my dear friend. Statutory update of ICAI has already been released 3-4 days back, and I'm covering all the amendments to you during the discussion itself. Don't worry. I'll cover that. Somebody asking, sir, 7-2A, aren't there few more points? 7-2A, we have got only 6 points. Totally, there are 9 points, my dear friend. But at CA inter level, there are only 6 points. The balance 3 points are at CA final level. There is something called high CA sales, out and out supplies. They are there at CA final level. Don't worry. Please make it for income tax. I don't know income tax. We'll see. We'll figure out. Based on the time and availability, we'll check it out. So please tell which are the amendments. Amendments during the discussion I'm covering out. Example like today I told you about perquisites thing. No, that is something like amendments only. And one more thing, student, one more thing, let me tell you, I'm preparing one PowerPoint presentation specifically for the amendments. That also I'll share in the group. Already we created one group, right? In that group, I'll share specifically that amendments PDF separately also. And you will not find something new in that. Already whatever we discussed during the session, same thing you will find, but one amendments, one document so that you can revise everything once for all. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you. Done. Next. Moving ahead. Sir, if Puma sends, what is that question? Sir, if Puma sends goods to its franchisee, is it supply or not? Definitely answer is yes. No doubt in that. Next. Sir, is interest rate movement of various conveyance point. Sir, my dear friend Makarand, what I told is that for interest rate movement of various modes of conveyance, it's not a new amendment. It's a very old point itself. The point is very clear that on the goods which are being transported, GST will apply, but on the conveyance value, GST will not apply. It's not a new amendment. It is there since before. Yes, done. Sir, 7.1b, service includes restaurant service. Yes, everything is covered in service. Wherever there is a transfer of right, it is always a service. Restaurant service, catering service, works contract service, everything is covered in services in 7.1b. Don't worry. But the problem is 7.1b when you say import, 7.1b when you say restaurant service, how will you import restaurant service? You will import food from foreign. Tell me, what is your doubt? What is that crazy question? Will you import food from foreign? You're getting my points? Yeah. Should is asking one question. Sir, agent is selling under the same name Puma. You have to understand that when agent is selling on the same name Puma, sir, Puma is a brand name, but invoice will come on a different company name. For example, when Domino's is selling pizzas, if you see Domino's shop name is Domino's, but when you see the bill, it is not Domino's. It is Jubilant Food Products. Don't go by the brand name. The person who's operating a brand is different. For example, I might take a franchisee of, let us say, I'll take a franchise of Pizza Hut. Outside my shop, I'll put the board of Pizza Hut. But my business name is Shiva Teja Enterprises. When customer comes to my shop and eats pizza, I will not give bill as Pizza Hut. I will give the bill as Shiva Teja Enterprises. But in the bracket, I will write Pizza Hut to promote the brand. But the entity who's selling the pizza is not Pizza Hut, it is Shiva Teja Enterprise, who is a separate person having a separate GST number. I hope your question is fully answered, my dear friend. Next. Sir, we can order ready-to-cook products from America, then 7.1b will apply. My dear friend, please understand one small point. There is a difference between service and difference between goods. Restaurant activity is service. But if you buy one packed item, if you buy one packed food item already, which has got an MRP, then it is not called service, it becomes goods. You're getting my point? For example, let us say Bel Puri a chaat item, you know, right? Bel Puri, when we go to some chat center or restaurant and order Bel Puri, it becomes a service. But Bel Puri packed product which is coming, it is not a service, it is goods. Get a clarity, my dear friends. For example, we are traveling in a train. A person is coming and telling coffee, tea. If we take one tea or coffee, it is service. Another person is coming, chips. We buy one chips packet. It is not service, it is goods. Because it's an MRP based product, which is already packed. And 71B is not about import of goods. 71B is about import of service. I'm sure your question is answered, my dear friends. Really good. One more question. Sir, if principal is not registered, it is supply. Principal will take registration because for interstate movement of goods, registration is mandatory. I will talk in section 24 in registration chapter. Don't worry. When I go to registration chapter, we will talk about registration. Now, don't ask doubt about registration. That we'll talk separately. Clear? Done. Brilliant doubts, good questions, and of course, good answers also. Yeah. Now, moving ahead, my dear friends, section 8, there is a concept, small concept known as composite supply and mixed supply. Now, what is composite supply? Composite supply means nothing but two or more taxable supplies are naturally bundled. How bundled? Naturally bundled, and one of them is principal supply. Now, what is principal supply? Simple logic, my dear friends. Principal supply is that supply which is predominant in nature. What in nature? Predominant in nature, and others are ancillary. Others are what, my dear friends? Ancillary. Classic example, my dear friends. Stay in hotel with complimentary breakfast. This is basically a composite supply because they are naturally bundled. That is how practically they give. And we went to the hotel not for complimentary breakfast, but for staying in the hotel. And hotel supply accommodation is a predominant supply, but the breakfast is only complimentary, my dear friends. And what they told in the law is very clear that composite supply is taxable at the rate of principal supply. Somebody is telling TV and remote. Of course, TV is predominant, remote is only ancillary. One more classic example, my dear friends. Let me tell you one point. When we are going in an aircraft, we booked one flight ticket. Along with the travel, they are giving some snacks on board. Now tell me, that travel is predominant supply. The snacks on board is ancillary. One more example, when you come to the class for taking coaching, the class service what I give is predominant supply, but the books or the PDFs what you get is only ancillary. Predominant supply is Shiva Teja. Shiva Teja is predominant. Shiva Teja is principal supply. The material is only ancillary. Material can't substitute me. Right? You accept that? Yes. Predominant supply. Clear? Principal supply. Yes. Some student is asking, sir, AC and stabilizer comes under what? AC and stabilizer, you can't call it composite because they are not naturally bundled. Practically, when we go to a shop, we buy an AC, it is not mandatory that you have to take stabilizer mandatorily. But AC and installation service, you can take it as composite supply. But stabilizer need not be called as composite supply. Phone and charger, of course, it comes in a box. But nowadays, Apple company is not giving charger. We have to buy it separately. We know that no charger. Purchase separately. Clear, no friends? Yeah. Next point. Mixed supply means what? Mixed supply means two or more supplies are supplied together and they are not naturally bundled. And they are not composite supply in simple terms. That means they are not naturally bundled. And what they told in the law is mixed supply is taxable at highest rate. What rate? Highest rate. Classic example, my dear friends. Let us say one sweet shop has customized one box which consists of chocolates, biscuit, and cake, and they're selling it for, let us say, 500 rupees. Now tell me, my dear friends, what do we call it? It is called as a mix supply, and we will see the tax rate for chocolate, tax rate for biscuit, tax rate for cake. Whichever is highest, then only we call it as mix supply. And one special point I'll tell you, that mix supply concept will come only when there is a single price. If the customized box, they mention separate price for chocolate, separate price for biscuit, separate price for cake, then it is not a mix supply, and it cannot be a composite supply also, my dear friends, for a simple reason, because they are not naturally bundled. In exam, one time question has come where there is a box in which there are different dry fruits like cashew, badam, pista, cashew, almonds, and pista. And price is not a single price. Price is mentioned separately. Now tell me, is it a mix supply? No, because there is no single price. But is it a composite supply? Again, the answer is no, because it is not naturally bundled. And you can't tell out of that cashew, badam, and pista what is principal supply. How can you tell? How can you tell that? You're getting my point, everybody? So there could be some cases where it is not a composite supply, it is not a mixed supply also. But one more example for mixed supply is toothpaste with the toothbrush. A company has packed like this. Is it mandatory that practically you have to buy a toothpaste and toothbrush, a packed product? No, they are available separately. They are not naturally bundled. Naturally bundled means case where practically they are available together. And one of them is principal supply. That means one of them is main item. Other is only ancillary. But mixed supply is that case where it is not naturally bundled and they are not composite supply. And mixed supply is taxed at highest rate. And the concept of mixed supply will come only when there is a single price, my dear friends. Are we getting my point, everybody? Please reply, all of us. Now a question. Think properly and tell. Mr. A went to a Xerox center to take photocopy. Now, paper belongs to whom? Paper belongs to shopkeeper. So technically, what is shopkeeper doing? Shopkeeper is giving paper and also giving service of photocopy. That means we are getting two things. One, we are getting paper. Another, we are getting photocopy. Now tell me, what is principal supply in that? What is principal supply? Principal supply is definitely, my dear friends, photocopy, but not paper. We did not go for service of, we did not go for paper. We actually went for service of printing. You're getting my point, everybody? Next situation. Mr. B went to a shop and purchased 1,000 tissue papers and asked him to print the name. To print what, my dear friends? The name of the business on tissue paper. Now tell me, friends, is it? Simple words, what is principal supply in this? Because two things are happening here. That is tissue paper, second one is printing. 100% answer is tissue paper. The simple reason because the paper, the product is predominant, but not the service of printing the name on tissue paper. So this becomes supply of goods and not supply of service. I'm sure you're able to figure out, my dear friends. Everybody, sir. So one more small example, sir. Let us say you have got one bike. The bike, the tire got punctured. The tire got punctured. When the tire of the bike got punctured, you went to the puncture shop and got the tire repaired. That person, what he will do, he will use some products like sticking of the gum. He will use all the products and give the service. Now tell me, when he is giving product also and service also, what is the predominant activity in that? The paper, what is sticked? No, obviously answer is what? Service. You're getting my point, everybody? Exactly, my dear friends. So what is principal supply depends upon case specific. One more example, when we go to the hospital for treatment, during the treatment, they will use medicines also. Now tell me, is the medicine principal supply or service of treatment principal supply? Obviously, service of treatment is principal supply. If we want only medicines, we will go to a medical shop and buy. No, why will you go to hospital? Hospital we went because we want service, not for medicine. You're getting my point, everybody? Exactly, my dear friends. So that is the story of section 8, my dear friends, taxability of compound supply and mixed supply. And one more activity is something called retrading of tires. Retrading of tires is a case where our tire, that grip got smoothened. So we went to one shop and got retrading done. It is called supply of service. But if we purchase retraded tires, it becomes supply of goods, obviously. Getting clarity, everybody? All of us, my dear friends? Exactly. Thank you so very much. That is a brilliant discussion about section 7 and section 8, my dear friends. Section 7 deals with the concept of supply and section 8 deals with the concept of taxability of compound supply and mixed supply. A student is asking me now, cashew, badam, pista packed in a one pack, is it compound supply? Obviously, answer is no, Yashwant. How is it compound supply? It is not naturally bundled. Cashew, badam, pista are available separately. We will call it as mixed supply, provided there is a single price on the pack. If it is not single price, it is not even mixed supply. Because to call it mixed supply, there must be a single price. Good. Oh, almost everybody is replying mixed. Good. But keep in mind that mixed supply will come only if it is single price, huh? And somebody is telling Cadbury Celebration is mixed supply. Yes, there is single price on the box. If it is not a single price, then it will not come. One student is asking, sir, buy one, get one. Practically, they have clarified very clearly that buy one, get one is not a case where one product is coming free. It is a case where two products are being sold for one price. Is the shopkeeper a fool to give one product free? Who will give free nowadays, my dear friends? It is not a case of one we are buying, one we are getting free. It is as good as we are buying two for price of one. And whether it is composite or mixed, it depends upon the case, whether it is naturally bundled or not. That's it. So that is a story of discussion about the concept of compound supply and mixed supply dealt by section 8. And that is the story of section 7, which deals with the concept of supply. I'm pretty sure and confident that today's discussion, we got some terrific clarity on the concept of what is supply, on the concept of what is compound supply and mixed supply. I prepared one PowerPoint presentation also with the same content what we discussed. That also I'll share in the group for you for your revision. And any doubt you have you can message me in the group. I'll be more than happy to reply. Clear, my dear friends? I'm pretty sure that we all are fully clear with this. Somebody asking, sir, for DCA2, the same principal agent will apply. Yes, my dear friend. Even in case of del creditory agent, the concept is same. If agent is supplying the goods on his own name, then principal to agent is taxable. But if agent is supplying the goods on name of principal, then principal to agent is not taxable. That's it. So friends, we've been discussing the concept of GST and we have done a couple of lectures already. In that, my dear friends, we have discussed about the first interesting discussion, that is about the basic concepts. And after that, we discussed about the concept of supply. I'm sure both the concepts are very clear for all of you guys. Let's take 5 minutes of our time and we quickly revise. And in supply, there are a few more little bit of small special points to talk. I gave you PPT yesterday, but we have got some small special points to discuss. That also we'll discuss. And then we'll complete the concept of supply. Then we'll move ahead to the next interesting discussion. Are we clear, everybody? Exactly. Wonderful. Come on, my dear friends, tell me, which country introduced GST first? Good. Without any second thought, the answer is France, way back in 1954. And India introduced GST on 1st of July 2017. And we did not adopt France model, we have model Canada model of GST, which is technically called a dual GST model. And guys, GST is what kind of tax? It's a destination-based consumption tax. That means technically the tax amount will go to that state where the goods or services are consumed. It's clearly a consumption-driven taxation system, but not a origin-based taxation system. I have an interesting question. Think properly and tell me the answer. So in Constitution, one article number defined what is GST. Which article number is that? Excellent. I've got some replies here. Article number 366(12)(a) defines what is GST, which clearly says that GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both except alcohol, liquor for human consumption. And there are 5 petroleum products which have been temporarily kept outside GST. That is petroleum crude, high-speed diesel, motor spirit, natural gas, and aviation turbine fuel. And there, my dear friends, in this context, we also discussed about some interesting point that under GST law, we don't use the word purchase, we don't use the word sale, we don't use the word providing service or rendering service. Instead, we use only one word, that is supply. And in supply, there are two types of supply known as inward supply, outward supply. And in that also we have got intrastate, interstate. Intrastate we will charge CGST and SGST. Come on friends, intrastate what do we charge? CGST and SGST. Interstate we will charge IGST. And this IGST component, my dear friends, I clearly told you that IGST is levied by central government, collected also by central government. But then it is shared with the state government. But CGST, SGST is not like that. CGST part, center will take, SGST part, state will take. But IGST part is shared between center and state, but it is first taken by center only. Then center will share that with the state. Then, my dear friends, Article 279 GST Council, tell me, in order to pass a resolution, what should be the majority? Clearly, 3/4 majority. Correct, my dear friends? There should be 3/4 majority in order to pass the resolution, 75%. And center weight is 1/3, and all the states put together, the weight is 2/3. Center weight is 1/3, and all the states put together, the answer is 2/3. Center weight is 1/3, and all states put together, it is 2/3. But to pass resolution, there should be 3/4 majority. So, in simple terms, center alone, state alone cannot take any decision. If a decision has to be taken, center and state together should join the hands. I'm pretty sure we are clear with this point, my dear friends. Yes. And in the first topic, we also spoke about manner of utilization of input tax credit, where we spoke about how do we utilize the credit. And I told you that input IGST, first we'll use it for output IGST, then for CGST or SGST in any order, any manner. But when it comes to input CGST, we'll first use it for output CGST, then for output IGST. When it comes to SGST, first for output SGST, then for output IGST. And special points is what? We can't use CGST for SGST or SGST for CGST. And one more special point I told you, my dear friends, that credit of CGST, SGST to be utilized only after IGST credit is fully exhausted. Unless IGST credit is fully over, please don't touch CGST and SGST credit. That point is clearly given in the law. That's it. So these are the various interesting points what we discussed in the first topic of basic concepts, my dear friends. Friends, after that, we started discussion about the concept of supply, which is given by Section 7. And in that, we also had Section 8, taxability of compound supply and mixed supply. Tell me, my dear friends, what is Section 7(1)(a)? Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. But there is a consideration. Next, 7(1)(b) was what? Import of services for consideration. Consideration is there also. Import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. That means even if it is personal use, still it is regarded as supply. And third point is, my dear friends, 7(1)(c), transactions regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration. There is no consideration, still regarded as supply, which is dealt by Schedule 1. How many points were there in that, my dear friends? Excellent. There were 4 points what we discussed in that. The first point is permanent transfer or disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Second point is supply between distinct or related persons in the course of furtherance of business. And we spoke a lot about who is distinct person and who is related person. And in related person context, my dear friends, we have clearly understood that related person also covers members of the family. And the word family is defined in the law, where they told that, what, my dear friends, family means what? 2 steps they have divided. Number 1, spouse and children. That means spouse and children are always covered. Spouse and children are always covered. Parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters are covered only if they are dependent. That too, how dependent? Wholly or mainly dependent. How dependent, my dear friends? Wholly or mainly dependent. Don't tell wholly or partly. Clear, my dear friends? But second point is supply between distinct or related persons in the course of furtherance of business. Third point, transfer of goods from principal to agent or vice versa. And last point is very crazy point. What is that, my dear friends? Import of services by a person from a related person or from any establishment outside India. Import of services by a person from a related person or from any establishment outside India, but in the course or furtherance of business. If it is personal use, it is not a supply. If it is not from related person, it is not a supply. And remember, I gave an example of brother who is a top architect. Remember that example? Yes, keep that example in mind. High probability that question may come in the examination. Very, very interesting point. Next, that's it. Next, my dear friends, moving ahead, section 7(1)(a) deals with what is goods, what is service, where we clearly discuss that what is goods is nothing but where there is a transfer of title. If there is no transfer of title, we don't call it as supply of goods. In order to call it as service, there is a transfer of right without transfer of title. Next, my dear friends, section 7(2)(a) is dealt by schedule 3, which talks about transactions which are neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. Transactions which are neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as service dealt by schedule 3. It is something like negative list. How many points are there in that at CA inter level? Tell me the answer. Somebody is telling 5 points. No, my dear friends. 4 points. What nonsense you are talking? We totally had 6 points there, my dear friends. First point, service by employee to employer in the course of employment. Second, services by MPs, MLAs, public servant like Prime Minister, President, Chief Justice. Next point, my dear friends. What is the third point, my dear friends? Come on. Services by court or tribunal. Fourth point, sale of land and building except construction services. And in construction service, I clearly told you that if entire consideration is received after OC, then GST will not apply. But even if a single rupee also is received prior to OC, then definitely GST will apply. I'm pretty confident that that concept is clear for all of you guys. Good. Next point, my dear friends. Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. And last point, actionable claims other than betting, gambling, lottery. These are the only points what you have got at CA inter level. Balance will learn at CA final. Okay, don't worry. Next, 7(2)(b), notified statutory activities undertaken by the government. And notified statutory activities undertaken by the government, what was it? Panchayat, municipality. And there I also told you about interstate movement of modes of conveyance. And state government activity of granting alcohol liquor license. Any other license, GST will apply. Alcohol liquor license only, GST will not apply. Don't just type the word liquor license. Exemption is only for alcohol liquor license. Somebody is asking, sir, tribunal includes arbitral tribunal. No, my dear friend. Arbitrators are private bodies. They are not covered in tribunal. Yes, Santosh, I think your question is answered. Good. Next, finally, in that, my dear friends, we spoke about section 7(3), which talks about transaction. Central government has got power on recommendations of GST Council. Sir, very clear, my dear friends. Anything in GST law is done by central government only and only on recommendations of GST Council. That's why what they told is that central government on recommendations of GST Council, they have got power to notify a transaction as supply of goods, but not supply of service, or to notify a transaction as supply of service and not supply of goods. That power is there exclusively with central government. In order to clarify in future, they kept that power with them. Then, after that, my dear friends, we spoke about section 8, component supply and mixed supply. And component supply is that supply where 2 or more taxable supplies are naturally bundled, and one of which is a principal supply. And component supply is taxable at the rate of principal supply. Then mixed supply is that supply where 2 or more supplies are given together, but they are not naturally bundled. That means it is not a principal supply. There is no principal supply there. It is not a component supply. It comes under mixed supply. And special point, I clearly told you, my dear friends, that mixed supply is taxable at highest rate. But one more special point I told you, my dear friends, let me make you recollect. Good. Some of friends are already typing the answer. Very good. Fantastic. In order to call it mixed supply, there must be a single price. Example, a box of chocolates, biscuits, I told you that if there is a single price, then only we call it as a mixed supply. If there is a box of cashew, badam, pista, cashew, almonds and pista, and on that there is a different price of cashew, almond, pista, it cannot come under mixed supply, because mixed supply concept will apply only if there is a single price. Sir, one thing you have to understand, our exam is in November. Okay, November 2023, we are writing exam. It is not that you have got too much of time with me, neither I have got too much of time with me. You are also busy for your exams. I am also busy with multiple tasks. But when we are sitting here for a particular purpose, I've got a clear-cut activity. What is the purpose for which we both are discussing early in the morning? That is the reason why I'm revising all these things. Because supply is extremely important topic. That's why I've taken so much of your time in the last 15 minutes to discuss all this stuff. I'm sure it makes sense for everybody. Clear? Good. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. So compound supply is taxable at what? Compound supply is taxable at the rate of principal supply, whereas mixed supply is taxable at highest rate. Chalo, my dear friends, go on. So now, before I get into next topic, my dear friends, I would like to take 5-10 more minutes for supply because I want to discuss some special issues in the concept of supply. I would like to open the PPT, the presentation, what I've already shared with you guys yesterday. Let me open that just 1 second, guys. I cannot afford to leave it because if any single point comes in the exam for 1-2 marks, we cannot afford to take chance. Why should we take that risk? Why? CS students, boss, we can't take any risk. Every mark will count. Every mark will make a difference for us. 59 is different, 60 is different. And it's not 1 mark, it is 6 months. Come on, guys, supply. In this, I gave you what is person. I told you that it is similar to income tax, but extra point what you'll find is person also includes government. That is very clearly covered here. You can see that word. Let's take the pen. Central government or state government. Able to see that, right? Yes. Next. Separate persons. Today we'll talk a lot about this, my dear friends. Distinct persons. I already told you that when GST number is, when PAN is same, but GST number is different, we technically call them as distinct persons. Related person definition. Yesterday we spoke a lot about this. Who are covered in definition of related persons, my dear friends? They are officers or directors of one another's business. Let me use a pointer. Just a second. Yeah. They are officers or directors of one another's business. They are legally recognized partners. They are employer and employee. They hold 25% or more. Exactly. Next, one of them directly, indirectly controls the other. Both of them are controlled by third person. Together, they control a third person. Sir, these 3 points are not the same. These 3 points difference is that X is controlling Y or Y is controlling Z. That's the first point. Next point is X and Y together are controlled by Z. And next point is X and Y together are controlling Z. Somebody asking what is voting power? Sir, voting power is something like unless you have a shares with voting power, how can you vote for the shares? Correct, right? If it is preference shares, where is the question of voting? You got my point, Manoj? That basically means outstanding stock or shares of both of them. Outstanding stock or shares of both of them. Next. They are members of same family. Guys, what is family, guys? Come on. Tell me, my dear friends, what is family? Family is nothing but, let me tell you once again, my dear friends, family is defined by section 249. And family covers spouse and children, always covered. Spouse and children are always covered. Parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters are covered. Only they are dependent. That too, they are dependent wholly or mainly. Next point. Person includes all legal persons and sole distributors are also deemed to be related persons. I told this point yesterday. And family covers what? Spouse and children. Next line. Parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, if they are dependent, but how dependent? Wholly or mainly dependent, not partly. Next line. Goods. Guys, yesterday we spoke about what is goods. Goods cover what? Every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes actionable claims, growing crops, grass or things attached to or forming part of land which are severed or agreed to be severed before supply or under contract of supply. Severed means cut, chopped. Next. What is securities? I told you that. What is money? This also I discussed with you. But last line, please see that important line. Money shall not include any currency that is held for its numismatic value. In the previous class, I have shown you one old 500 rupees note. I told you that that is not covered in definition of money. If it is not covered in definition of money, it becomes goods. Straight simple answer. If it is not covered in definition of money, it becomes goods. Simple point, my dear friends. Is it making sense for everyone? Because money does not include currency that is held for its numismatic value. Next line. What is service? Service means anything other than goods, money, and securities. But I told you that service also covers activity of money changing where separate consideration is charged. And one more extra thing I told you is that, my dear friends, activity of facilitating transaction in securities is regarded as service. Classic example, a stockbroker, whatever activity is doing, it is regarded as service. 7-1A, we have done this. 7-1B, we have done. Remember this, my dear friends? Exactly. Sir, we have taken a lot of effort to prepare all these PPTs. It's not just something which is done overnight. So there's a lot of content which is covered in this with latest updated provisions. I'm sure this all will help you a lot. Good. Thank you so much. Next. 7-1C, transaction which are regarded as supply even though there is no consideration. And we discussed 4 points in this, my dear friends. First point is what? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset on which ITC is claimed. Second, supply between distinct or related person in the course of furtherance of business. Third one, transfer of goods from principal to agent or vice versa. Last point, import of services by a person from a related person or from any establishment outside India in the course of furtherance of business. Next. This point, a very special point, my dear friends. And already I told you that it is important. Gifts up to 50,000 to an employee is not taxable. And what is gift? Gift is nothing but which is given over and above the contract of employment. Whatever is a part of contract of employment, on that GST will not apply. Practically what we say, practically what we say is whatever amount is paid as a part of CTC. Because whenever we go to a job, company will give a package. CTC cost to the company. Whatever amount is a part of package, on that GST will not apply. Whatever is over and above CTC, on that GST will apply. If it is more than 50,000. Next. 7-1A, transfer of title. I already told you that in order to call it as supply of goods, there must be a transfer of title. Transfer of what, my dear friends? Title along with rights. And the right and the title may pass immediately or at future date. Classic example for future date, I already told you, my dear friends, what is a classic example for future date? Example is hire purchase. Because in hire purchase, ownership will not pass on payment of first installment. Instead, ownership will pass on payment of last installment. Making sense for everyone? Good. Next, permanent transfer of business asset. Obviously, that is regarded as supply of goods only. There is no doubt in that. Next point, supply of goods by unincorporated association or body of persons. Simple example, my dear friends, you would have heard about something called clubs. Clubs or association, something like Lions Club, Rotary Club. What do? The club is supplying goods to the members. Now, the whole point in the law is that they have clearly clarified that this club and members, both of them are regarded as separate persons. In fact, the fact is very clear that that club is formed by members only. But in the law itself, they have clearly clarified that club and members both are different. Club and members both are different. Good. Next point. Transfer of right without transfer of title. And land and building, my dear friends, if it is lease or renting, we call it under what? Service. Next, treatment or process, repair and maintenance. That is also regarded as service. But there's a word here, job work. Friends, what is the meaning of the word job work, my dear friends? Listen very, very clearly. What is the meaning of this word job work? Listen to the point. Sir, what is clearly given in the law is that job work is a kind of scenario where now students generally get confused between the word job work and the word subcontracts. They think that both are one and the same. But let me tell you, answer is not like that. Subcontract is a case where a part of the contract is outsourced to a third person. Subcontract is a case where a part of the contract is outsourced to the third person. But job work is not like that. Job work is a scenario where we give the materials and get the work done. We give the materials and get the work done. A classic example, what I can give you for that is, my dear friends, let's say, for example, we go to a tailor, give a shirt cloth piece. We did not give a shirt. We gave what? A shirt cloth piece and asked him to stitch the shirt. Correct, my dear friends? Then what that person is doing is called job work. Job work is a kind of process where that person is doing activity on the goods belonging to the other person. And job work is nothing but service. Somebody is telling goldsmith to jewelry shop. Perfect, my dear friends. Yes, that will also come under service only. That is also like job work. Next, personal or non-business use of business asset. If you have got some business asset and that business asset you're using for a personal purpose, then that is also regarded as supply of service. Next point, supply of service, renting of property. After that, we have got construction of complex. In this, I spoke a lot with you, my dear friends, yesterday already. That is construction of complex, my dear friends. Taxability will come and it is regarded as service only if even a single rupee is paid prior to issuance of occupancy certificate or completion certificate. In simple terms, to tell you, if single rupee also is received prior to OC, then GST will apply. If entire amount, if what amount? Entire amount is received after OC, then GST will not apply. That is the answer. Straight answer. Now you cannot tell in simple way, after OC no GST, before OC there is GST. They have to remember the word called entire consideration, even if a single rupee also. Even if single rupee also comes before OC, GST will apply on entire value. Next, compound supply. Sir, works contract, they have clearly clarified that it is supply of service. Works contract is a contract where there is element of supply of goods as well as service. Classic example, my dear friends, I called one painter. Let us say I gave him a paint box. I gave him a paint box and asked him to do the painting. Then what that painter is doing is giving me as basically the service. But let us say I did not give a paint box to him, but I told him, you get your paint box and you do the painting. Then what that painter is doing is technically known as works contracts, because he only brought the material, he is only giving service. But under GST law, they have clearly clarified that works contract is deemed to be a service. Under GST law, they have clearly clarified that works contract is deemed to be a service. Next point, my dear friends, restaurant or catering activity. Restaurant or catering activity is also very clearly a supply of service. And this is Schedule 3, my dear friends. That is transactions which are neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. 6 points which we already discussed, my dear friends. Then notified statutory activities undertaken by the government. Example, I already told you, panchayat or municipality. Next, this point, remember that, my dear friends, central government has got power with them. Power with them basically to tell this transaction is supply of goods and not supply of service. Or it's a supply of service and not supply of goods. Next point, my dear friends, please see this. Section 8, tax liability on composite supply and mixed supply. And what is composite supply? Composite supply is that supply where two or more taxable supplies are naturally bundled and one of which is a principal supply. Yeah, exactly. And at what rate composite supply is taxed, my dear friends? Composite supply is always taxable at the rate of principal supply. Somebody is telling highest rate. What's wrong with you, Sujal beta? Composite supply is always taxable at highest rate. Whereas mixed supply, composite supply is always taxable. I repeat once again, composite supply is always taxable at the rate of principal supply. But mixed supply is taxable at highest rate. Clear, everybody? And principal spelling is what, sir? Some of them are typing PRINCIPLE. What is the principal you are talking, my dear friends? Please check the spelling of principal. Don't do all that small silly mistakes, my dear friends. It makes a huge difference. Clear, no? Next. See this point 1. Now let me talk about some special issues in the concept of supply. This is what is the purpose for which I'm spending so much of time with you today. See that. Artworks. Artworks means what? So let us say, for example, Shiva Teja has done one painting. I've done some extraordinary painting. Example, not possible. That's why I came to commerce. But let us say, for example, I've done some extraordinary painting, my dear friends. And that painting I've taken to art gallery for exhibition purpose. But art gallery person told, Shiva sir, we will not give you 1 rupee also. But if the painting is sold, we'll give you money. But when you bring to art gallery and display that painting, we will not give you a single rupee also, unless it is sold. Correct, no friends? See the line, come on. Artworks sent by artist to art gallery for exhibition is not a supply, since no consideration flows from art gallery to artist. However, supply takes place when a buyer selects particular artwork displayed at the gallery. So when artworks are sent by artist to art gallery, that is not regarded as supply, unless the actual transaction of sale takes place. Understood, everybody? This concept came in exam a couple of years back for 2 marks. And students wrote whatever they want. Students wrote art gallery might pay, they might display the painting, part amount they might pay before, balance up they might pay later. Why do you want to bring all your feelings and emotions? In exam, as a student, please don't show your feelings and emotions. You just write the law. That's it. No question of feelings and emotions. Talk only about sections and subsections. That's it. Please don't bring your feelings and emotions in the exam. Clear, no? You are not Google, nor you are ChatGPT to bring your feelings and emotions. No, don't do that. Okay, get back. Next point. In case of goods sent by principal to agent, it is regarded as supply even though there is no consideration, provided invoice for further supply is issued by the agent in his own name. Already I told this point yesterday. I covered this. Next point. Above provision will apply even in relation to del creditory agent. Yesterday some student was asking about del creditory agent. This point also I told. Who undertakes responsibility to recover the outstanding dues. Now, who's del creditory agent? You would have heard this in foundation or BCom, that del creditory agent is somebody who will undertake the responsibility to recover the money, for which he will get extra commission. That's called del creditory commission. In consignment accounts, you would have heard this. Good. Next. Buy one, get one free offer. I already told you that it's not buy one, get one free actually. It is a case where 2 of them are given for 1 price. Correct, no? Yeah. It appears that 1 is given free, but the fact is that price of 2 is charged in 1 product and it can be treated as composite or mixed supply based on nature of supply. I told this to already, sir. Next. Sale of land or building is not subject to GST, but GST will apply on renting or leasing of immovable property. In this regard, it is to be noted that GST would apply on transfer of tenancy rights against consideration in the form of tenancy premium. For example, simple logic, my dear friends. I have taken a property on rent from Mr. A. But one person, let us say, one of our friend who is online, let us say one friend, Mr. Srihari, he is asking me, sir, whatever property you have taken on rent, please transfer that tenancy right to me. What did he ask? Please transfer that tenancy right to me. I will pay you some tenancy premium. So what is that I transferred? I had a tenancy right and I transferred the tenancy right for tenancy premium. That is definitely regarded as supply. In fact, this concept is very, very common in Maharashtra. No, it's not subletting. It's not subletting. Subletting is a case where I have taken on rent, I'm giving you on rent. It's not subletting. I have taken on rent, but whatever right I had, that right I'm giving it to you. Then you will go and occupy. You will not pay me rent anymore. You will pay to owner only. So it's not subletting. This concept is very common in Maharashtra, dear friends, where they call it as Pagadi system. Some people call it Pagadi system also. Clear? Some friends in with us right now are from Maharashtra also. I think they would have heard about this word Pagadi system. Good. Yes, they are replying. Good. And our friends from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala or Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, guys, we never heard this concept of Pagadi system because in our states, there is no concept of this kind of system. Of Pagadi system and tenant kind of thing. Brilliant, brilliant. Some people are now started replying. I'm from Andhra Pradesh, I'm from Telangana. Wonderful, sir. So what, sir? Ultimately, you have to write exam of ICAI only, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Tenancy right is something similar to right to live in. Yes. Some are replying now. Pune, Bharat. Wonderful. Tell ICAI to change the name, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bharat. They have not changed it yet, no? So relax. ICAI still ICAI only. It's not ICAB. Somebody is asking. Meanwhile, sir, do you live in all these states? You know both. I take class across different places, so that's the reason why I know both. Don't worry. That is the reason, Ashwini. So I take class at different places, at different parts. That's how I know this. Okay, anyways. You are real India. Who is real India? What does that mean, my dear friends? Okay, anyways, let's not waste our time. Come back, back to work, come on. Next. Service by employee to employer outside the course of employment is taxable. See that word, outside the course of employment. Of course, my dear friends, we know that service by employee to employer during the course of employment is covered in Schedule 3. Correct, no, my dear friends? In Schedule 3, what is covered? Service by employee to employer during the course of employment. But whatever is outside the course of employment, that will definitely become taxable. Getting clarity, everyone? Good. Next point. Come on. See some more interesting special issues. Interstate movement of various modes of conveyance. Remember this point yesterday I told you that? Yes. Next. Printing of books, pamphlets, brochures. Principal activity, supply of what? Service. But right side you see here. In case of this point you see first. In case of supply of printed envelopes, letter cards, boxes, tissues, napkins. What is that story, my dear friends? Principal activity is supply of goods and not supply of service. See this point here. In case of servicing of cars, where the value of goods and service are shown separately. Value of what, sir? Goods and service are shown separately. Then GST would apply and the rates applicable to them separately. Obviously, because value of goods and service is shown separately you charge GST. Next point. See the bottom line. Sir, the pointer is visible, right? Whatever pointer I'm using, is it visible? This. Yes, thank you. See now, in case of retrading activity, my dear friends, predominant element is supply of service and rubber is only ancillary. However, supply of retraded tires means tires are only sold. Where old tire belongs to supplier, then that would be regarded as supply of goods. This point I told you guys. So in simple terms to tell my dear friends, this point is important. In general, principal supply would depend upon facts and circumstance of each case. So based on facts and circumstance of each case, we will decide what is the principal supply. Come on, get back. Perquisites provided in terms of contractual arrangement shall not be liable to pay GST. I told this point to you, my dear friends. Perquisites which are a part of contractual agreement, then definitely GST will not apply. Next point. No GST is levied on liquidated damages. This is one latest amendment which was there in previous attempt also, but see that. No GST is levied on liquidated damages and penalties if there is no agreement for the same activity. Generally, a contract is entered for execution of the same and not for breach of the same. Obviously, no, my dear friends, when we both sign a contract that let's say, for example, I will supply some goods to you on a specified date. But in that breach of contract, we will write one clause. But when we write a clause in the agreement, breach of contract, the idea of entering contract is not to breach. The idea of entering contract is basically for execution, not for breach of contracts. Who will execute a contract for breach? For example, my dear friends, I'm going on a bike. Okay, the speed limit is 60, but I'm going on 160. Police stopped me and asked me to pay challan. And let us say I paid the challan of 1,000 rupees. On that 1,000, will GST apply? Answer is no, because there is no contract between me and police stating that, my dear police friend, I will go at 160. You levy challan on me, you collect penalty from me. Is there a contract like that between me and the police personnel? Tell me, guys, is there a contract like that between me and the police person? Answer is no. Exactly. Next. cancellation charges for a ticket. So sometimes when we book some train ticket or airline ticket, flight ticket, we might cancel. So in that case, the travel company will not refund full amount. They'll collect some cancellation charges. And what they told in the law is that cancellation charges of ticket would attract same rate of GST as applicable to travel. Whatever is the rate of GST for travel, the same rate of GST will apply even for cancellation charges. Got it? Good. Last point. No claim bonus. This concept is very common in insurance, my dear friends. For example, we have taken one car insurance or bike insurance. In the whole year, we have not made any claims because luckily our vehicle did not meet with any accident or something. So we did not claim any insurance. When we have not claimed any insurance company will give what? No claim bonus. So if 1,000 rupees is the insurance premium, what we have to pay, 100 rupees, they might give no claim bonus. On balance 900 only, they will collect us GST from us. And it is as good as 100 rupees is discount. Correct, my dear friends? It's as good as discount. No claim bonus cannot be considered as consideration for any supply provided by insured to the insurance company. It is not that insurance company will sign a contract with the insurer saying that you please don't claim anything, I will give you a bonus. Is there a contract like that? The contract is that I will claim, settle all your claims. In case if you don't claim anything, I will give you a bonus. But the contract is not something telling you please don't claim anything, I will give you a bonus. There's a difference in these two statements what I'm giving, right? You're getting the clarity what I'm talking, my dear friends? Everyone, insurance company signs a contract stating that I will settle all your claims. If there is a no claim, I'll give you a bonus. But there's never a contract stating that you please don't claim anything, I will give you a bonus. That kind of contract they never entered. Yeah, somebody is telling similar to penalty. Yes, Mr. Makaran, absolutely. It is very similar to penalty. Right, Makaran? Correct. That's it. Thank you so very much. And that is a concept of supply. I clearly wanted to spend some good time today in this session. The reason being very clear that supply is a very, 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 very important topic on which we can't take a chance. And there are some special issues. I felt that I'll have given the PPT already to you, but by chance, if you would have not seen that, or you would have seen and not understood some point, why should we take a chance? I'm there with you. Anyways, my dear friends, let me honestly tell you, till the time of your exam, I'll be there for your support. Any doubts you get, you can feel free to message. I'll be more than happy to reply to your query. Till the end, I'll support you, but not during the exam. During the exam, don't message. Okay? During exam, don't message. But up to exam point, any support required, I'll be there for your support. When it comes to tax, I'll be there for you. But all said and done, when we're already discussing the content, why should I leave it? That's the only idea with which I thought I'll spend some more time today on the concept of supply. Clear? So friends, everyone, can you please confirm by raising your thumb or saying yes, that we are clear totally so far with the concept of supply totally, my dear friends? Good. Yes. Thank you so much. I should ask one question. Sir, would you recommend to purchase test series for GST or self-assess? That's your personal choice, beta. I don't know at what level you can self-assess yourself. If you think that self-assessment will work for you, do that. If not, go for test series. It's your personal choice because every student has got their own style of learning. So what will work for you, you can decide. Perquisites more than 50,000 taxable under contractual obligation in the course of employment. No, my dear friend, if it is a part of employment contract, then it is not taxable. Perquisites which are given as a part of employment contract, then definitely GST will not apply. I already told you this point. The student is saying, it will be mentioned in the job offer letter. Yes, Makaran, you are absolutely right. Generally, practically what happens is that whenever an employee joins the job, they get an offer letter. In the offer letter, they clearly mention what all they'll give. Next question student is asking, interstate movement of rigs, tools and spares and all goods on wheels like cranes. Same logic, my dear friend, same concept will apply. As I told you already, same concept where I told you that interstate movement of various modes of conveyance on vehicle value GST will not apply. In the same way, on whatever goods are there on wheels like cranes and all, on that also GST will not apply. Because when a crane is being moved from one place to another, crane is being moved for some purpose. But on the crane value, we don't pay GST. Same logic. Next. Sir, I can self-assess, sir, but for theoretical answers, I'm worried about how to compare answers with suggested answer. If you require some specific help in terms of any particular point, I can do it. If not, if you think that everything you have to revise, then test series, you can go ahead. Next. Per quits under 50,000, not in the contractual employment. Per quits under 50,000, not in contractual employment, it's not taxable. Obviously, because what, sir? Simple, my dear friend. Let me tell you simple one-line answer. Whatever is paid or whatever is given, which is beyond the contract of employment, that is gift. And if that gift is up to 50,000, then it's not taxable. If it is more than 50,000, then it is completely taxable. That is the answer. Next. Somebody is asking, sir, rent more than 50,000 for residential purpose, does it cover under supply? What does that mean? Rent more than 50,000 for residential purpose means what? Normally renting is covered in supply, right? What is that 50,000 related to this word called rent? Can you please elaborate your question? Of rent more than 50,000, what is that? What does that mean? I mean, is it taxable? Yes. Rent more than 50,000 is taxable. 1 rupee also is taxable. How does it make a difference? Yes, good. Fair enough. Perfect. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Done. I think it's high time that we close this concept of supply and move on to next topic, my dear friends. Are you all ready? Please reply. Yes, sir. Ready. Yes, sir. Ready. I'm so glad and happy that we have got some brilliant set of students from across different places. From all different states, we have got students. And I'm glad and happy that everybody is super active and super geared up for November exam. That shows your dedication and commitment towards passing examination. Good. Very good, guys. Totally appreciate it. Come on. Let me share the screen, my dear friends. Yes, my dear friends. Now, get ready. So, friends, we are done with the concept of basic concepts. We are also done with the concept of supply. Now, my dear friends, moving ahead to next interesting, important discussion. And I've got my own pattern of going into the subjects. So, don't tell me in the order which chapter is there next. Don't get into that. Okay? Now, listen. Next topic I want to discuss with you guys is about the concept of registration, where students generally have got thought process of doubt in terms of when registration required, when registration not required, what is this 40 lakh, what is this 20 lakh, what is this 10 lakh, all different thoughts are there in the brain. I know that. Yeah. So without any delay, my dear friends, let me start discussion about this brilliant topic of registration, which is extremely important. Almost every time a question keeps coming in the examination from this concept of registration. And this concept of registration, my dear friends, is dealt from section 22 to section 30, which deals with the concept of registration. Now, first and foremost important point, section 22, which talks about persons liable for registration. Come on, for a difference. What does section 22 talk about? Section 22 talks about who are the persons who are liable for registration. Who are the persons who are liable for registration? Simple terms, what they told is, my dear friends, any person whose aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs. However, if there are taxable supplies, what is that word, sir? However, if there are taxable supplies in special category states, then, come on, my friends, what is that word? If there are taxable supplies in special category states, then registration is required if aggregate turnover exceeds 10 lakhs. Aggregate turnover exceeds what, my dear friends? 10 lakhs. Now, I need to elaborate this concept very much in detail, which you have to understand. Listen, my dear friends, very clearly. Everybody, please concentrate what I'm talking. Now, before I get into 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh, first let us understand what is the meaning of this word aggregate turnover. Then I'll talk about what is 20 lakh, 10 lakh, 40 lakh and all. But first, let us understand what is aggregate turnover. Sir, this word aggregate turnover concept is given by section 2.6. Which section, my dear friends? Section 2.6 talks about what is the meaning of this word aggregate turnover. And what they told in the law is that aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports. That too on all India basis under a same PAN. What is that word used, my dear friends? Aggregate turnover covers what, sir? Come on. All taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under same PAN. The word used is all India basis under the same PAN. And I'm sure we all know that under income tax law, the PAN what we get is only one PAN. There is no concept called every state we get separate PAN. Correct, my dear friends? Come on. Aggregate turnover covers what? All taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under same PAN. But aggregate turnover does not include value of inward supplies on which recipient is liable to pay tax under RCM. What is that word used to say? Aggregate turnover does not include value of, I repeat once again, come on. Aggregate turnover does not include value of inward supplies on which recipient is liable to pay tax under RCM. Now, what is RCM? Reverse charge mechanism. Sir, in general, let me tell you one point here. In general, who is liable to pay GST is always the supplier. What happens is that supplier will collect the GST from the customer. Supplier will collect GST from customer, and that GST supplier will pay to the government. Simple example, when we go to a restaurant to have some food, who is liable to pay GST is the restaurant owner, but he will collect from customer and he will pay to the government. But who is liable to pay GST is the restaurant owner, but he is shifting the burden because it is indirect tax. It is indirect tax, so obviously burden is shifted. But there are some cases and some transactions. I repeat again, there are some cases and some transactions. Last time I'm telling, there are some cases and some transactions where supplier is not liable to pay GST. Instead, recipient is liable to pay GST. There are some cases and some transactions where supplier is not liable to pay GST, receiver is liable to pay GST. That transactions are known as transactions which are covered under reverse charge mechanism, where recipient is liable to pay GST. Now, student will get emotional, telling, sir, what is this, sir? Very wrong, sir. This is not acceptable, sir. Don't cry. Don't behave like that. You have to understand the basic logic. Ultimately, at any given point of time, the ultimate burden falls on the consumer. That means recipient. Correct or not? In normal transaction, what will happen? Supplier is collecting from recipient and supplier is paying to the government. But in RCM transaction, what will happen? Recipient will directly pay to government. Is there any monetary loss? Is there any monetary loss? No. But the only thing what is happening is that there is a responsibility, but there is a responsibility which is put on the head of recipient if the transaction is covered under RCM. If the transaction is covered under RCM, there is a responsibility, my dear friends, which is put on the head of recipient. In case where the transaction is covered under RCM. If it is not covered under RCM, then it is whose responsibility it is? It is supplier's responsibility to collect from recipient and pay to the government. You are getting my point, everybody? Yes, thank you so very much. Come on. So aggregate turnover covers what, my dear friends? Aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under the same PAN. But aggregate turnover does not include value of inward supplies. They never told outward supplies. They use the word inward supply. Please watch out carefully, guys. But aggregate turnover does not include value of inward supplies on which recipient is liable to pay tax under RCM. aggregate turnover does not include value of inward supplies on which recipient is liable to pay tax under RCM. Did you all get this point, everybody? All of us? Good. But the story is not yet over. There's a lot of story here. Clear? Everyone? Come on. General point is what student is asking. Student is asking one brilliant question. Sir, but how will recipient... Wait. Hold a second. Sir, but how will recipient will pay GST? Obviously, recipient will pay GST by taking GST registration. Yes, Parth, understanding. And let me tell you one point. We have got one brilliant section called section 24, which talks about compulsory registration. That means cases where registration is mandatory, even though turnover does not exceed threshold limit. Even though turnover does not exceed threshold limit, registration is mandatory. So recipient, please take registration and then pay to the government. You might, one student is asking, if RCM transactions are made by the recipient, the another headache is to take registration to pay the tax to government. Yes, of course. That's what I told you, right? Registration becomes mandatory. Good. I'll proceed. So friends, generally what did I say? Any person whose aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs. Special cases we'll talk separately. But let us see the story of 20 lakhs. Listen now. Let us say one person, Mr. A. Taxable supplies, 8 lakhs. Exempt supplies, 14 lakhs. Tell me guys. Somebody asking, sir, does CTP can pay under RCM? CTP, I did not come to the discussion so far. We'll talk about casual taxable person later, not now. So please, let's keep aside for some time. I'll get into it soon. Yeah. Tell me guys, easy liable for registration. Some are telling no. I don't know why. 101% answer is yes. Simple logical answer, my dear friends. Total put together is 22 lakhs. When it is 22 lakhs, registration becomes mandatory because it's more than 20 lakhs. I did not get into special case of 40 lakh, 10 lakhs so far. Relax. Clear, everybody? Next. Mr. B. Okay. Let us say Mr. B. Let us say Mr. B is in Maharashtra, who is running one restaurant. He is in Maharashtra, he is running one restaurant. Okay, my dear friends, listen. Food turnover is, let us say, 12 lakh rupees. Food turnover 12 lakh rupees. And alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Remember, no? GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both, except alcohol liquor for human consumption. Of course, now my straight question. Is Mr. B liable for registration? I could observe that in the chat box very clearly there is a diverse answer. Some of them are clearly telling yes, some of them are confidently telling answer is no, and some are confidently telling answer is yes. But let me tell you, my dear friends, what is the reason here? Listen very clearly. What is the reason very clearly? Listen, my dear friends. The students, that's what I told, no? Feelings, emotions. Don't get your feelings, emotions. Let's only talk about section and subsection. What student will tell? Alcohol liquor for human consumption. Oh no, alcohol liquor for human consumption is not covered in GST because GST is a tax on supply of all goods or services or both except alcohol liquor for human consumption. And students start saying alcohol liquor for human consumption, keep it aside. Forget 9 lakhs, see only 12 lakhs. But the answer is not like that. 101% answer is yes, because exempt supply means those supply which are exempt. Somebody is telling alcohol liquor is not covered in GST and so separate registration. What are you talking, my dear friend? It's not like that. Exempt supply means those supply which are exempt and also includes non-GST supply. And non-GST supply means those supply which are outside GST. Somebody is telling zero rated supply. Don't tell that word zero rated supply. Zero rated supply is different. I already told you that zero rated supply covers only two things. Just 1 second. Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah. So as I told you, my dear friends, zero rated supply covers only two things. That's nothing but export and supplies to SEZ. Only these two are covered in zero rated supply, my dear friends. Nothing else. Right? No. So don't bring that word zero rated supply here. But one sec. But what is that I'm talking? We are trying to decode the definition of that word aggregate turnover. Now, what is aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover covers what? All taxable supplies, exempt supply, interstate supply, and exports on all India basis under same pan. Now, what is the meaning of this word? Exempt supply. Exempt supply means those supply which are exempt and also includes non-GST supply. Non-GST supply means those supply which are outside GST. Classic example, alcohol, liquor for human consumption, and that 5 petroleum products. So the concept, what you have to understand is that this non-GST supply of that 5 petroleum products or alcohol, liquor for human consumption, on that there is no GST. On that there is no GST, but they are included for calculation of aggregate turnover. This alcohol, liquor for human consumption and that 5 petroleum products, on that, my dear friends, there is no GST, but they are included for calculation of aggregate turnover. Are we clear with this point, everybody? The reason being very clear that aggregate turnover covers all taxable supply, exempt supply, interstate supply, and exports on all India basis under the same ban. And exempt supply also includes non-taxable supply. So the turnover of alcohol, liquor for human consumption and that 5 petroleum products are considered for the purpose of calculation of aggregate turnover. Are we all clear? Please confirm. So friends, which section defines aggregate turnover? Which section defines aggregate turnover? Section 2(6). Exactly. Aggregate turnover covers what? Aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under the same ban. And exempt supply also includes what? Non-GST supply. So whenever a question is coming in the examination, if they give alcohol, liquor for human consumption, please include that for calculating aggregate turnover. Clear? Next point. Next example. There is one person, Mr. C. Okay, my dear friends, listen. Taxable supplies 6 lakhs. Exempt supplies 8 lakhs. Outward supplies liable to RCM 9 lakhs. Tell me guys, is Mr. C liable for registration? Very good, very good. Good response, my dear friends. Definitely answer is yes. The reason being aggregate turnover is 23 lakhs. Student is telling some 1-2 friends have replied no, saying that sir, it is RCM, right? But I already told you, my dear friends, what is covered and what is not covered in aggregate turnover is inward supplies liable to RCM. But outward supplies liable to RCM will definitely be a part of aggregate turnover. In that, there is no second thought and doubt about it. Clear, everybody? Good. One more question. Mr. D, he has got business in Maharashtra and also Tamil Nadu. And Maharashtra turnover is, let us say, 9 lakhs. And Tamil Nadu turnover is, let us say, 13 lakhs. Is Mr. D liable for registration? Definitely answer is yes, my dear friends. Why? Because aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies on all India basis under same pan. The moment we say same pan, we will combine everything and then calculate the aggregate turnover. Getting my point, everybody? Exactly, my dear friends. It is calculated on all India basis under same pan. There is no doubt in that. Are we clear, everybody? Good. Fair enough. Come on, get back. Now let us talk about the story of what is this 20 lakh, 10 lakh, all this story, my dear friends. Come on, listen here. Carefully listen. Come on, my dear friends. Sir, I'll split 3 categories, my dear friends. That is, there are 4 states like Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. In these 4 states, my dear friends, if a person is engaged in goods, the limit is 10 lakh. If he is engaged in services, then also limit is 10 lakh. If he is doing both, my dear friends, then also limit is 10 lakh. Clear with this point, everybody? But other side, there is one more interesting line. Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, and Telangana. Somebody is talking about the word Assam. Assam covered here, my dear friends. Don't worry. Assam is altogether a different story, which we'll talk about that separately, my dear friends. Okay, are we clear? What is the first category I wrote, my dear friends? Come on, please tell me. The first category what I wrote is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Next, what I wrote? Come on, my dear friends, please tell me. Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, and Telangana. Clear with that, everyone? Come on, guys, please reply. What is the first point I wrote? Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. In that 4 states, what is the limit, my dear friends? 20 lakh. And in this 6 states, my dear friends, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, and Telangana, if you are engaged in goods, the limit is 20 lakh. If you are engaged in services, the limit is 20 lakh. If you are doing both, again, the limit is 20 lakh. Clear? Again, I repeat for everyone's benefit. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, these 4 states, whether you are engaged in goods or you are engaged in service or you are doing both, still the limit is what, my dear friends? 10 lakhs. Somebody is telling 40 lakhs. Relax, my dear friend. I told you relax. When I am not in a hurry, why you are in a hurry? Relax 5 minutes. I'll complete that. After 5 minutes, you will not have a single doubt about what is this 40 lakh, 20 lakh. Don't worry. Clear? Come on. In 10 lakhs, what is there, my dear friends? Come on. Tell me, my dear friends. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Whether you're engaged in goods or in service or in both, still the answer is what, my dear friends? 10 lakhs. Everyone. Friends, come on. Please reply. Getting clarity, everybody. Come on, my dear friends. In case of Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. In case of what? Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Whether you're engaged in goods or in service or in both, the limit is what, my dear friends? 10 lakh. Next category is Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, and Telangana. These 6 states, whether you are engaged in goods or in service or in both, the limit is 20 lakh. Last. Any other state, my dear friends? Straight answer. Should be asking, sir, what is any other state? Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, whatever balance states left out, Jammu and Kashmir, Assam, any state, any other state other than this 10. How 10 has come, sir? 4 plus 6 is over no already? Yeah. Any other state, my dear friends, what they told in the law is, if a person is engaged only in goods, the person engaged only in goods, then the limit is 40 lakhs. If he is engaged only in services, the limit is 20 lakh. But if he is engaged in both, answer is 20 lakh. So, what you have to understand here very clearly is that, my dear friends, any other states also, 40 lakh limit will come into picture only if you are engaged exclusively in supply of goods. If it is only service, it is 20 lakh. If it is both, again the answer is 20 lakhs. 40 lakh will come into picture if you are engaged exclusively in supply of goods. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Please speak out. but I have to discuss a lot of examples to give you complete clarity on this. Clear? Good. Listen, story is not yet over it. Listen. Let me discuss some examples. Please listen, my dear friends. Very, very important discussion. I can't afford to compromise and go just like that. See now. One person, Mr. X. Okay? He is in Telangana, my dear friends. Telangana, who is engaged in goods. Turnover is 30 lakhs. Tell me, guys, is registration required? Speak out, my dear friends. 100% answer is yes, because Telangana is covered in the limit of 20 lakh, but not in the story of 40 lakh. Next one. There is one person, Mr. Y. His situation is like this, my dear friends. He is operating, he is basically engaged. He is a pen dealer. He is a pen dealer. He is what dealer, my dear friends? Pen dealer who is operating in 2 states. He is operating in 2 states. One is Telangana, other is Manipur. In Telangana, turnover is 12 lakh. And in Manipur, the turnover is 6 lakhs. Tell me, guys, is registration required? Some are telling answer is no. But let me tell you very clearly, my dear friends, 101% answer is yes. I know that there are multiple answers like yes, no, yes, no. That is the reason why I'm discussing all this in detail, my dear friends. Because these are all small points which makes huge difference in understanding. Why the answer is yes? Because aggregate turnover is greater than 10 lakhs. You have to understand very clearly that, my dear friends, the moment, one last time, the moment there is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, then the limit is not 20 lakh, limit will become 10 lakhs. The moment there is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, registration is required if the aggregate turnover exceeds 10 lakhs. And aggregate turnover means what? All taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under same PAN. Are you getting clarity, everybody? I'm sure you enjoyed this example. Please respond. Yes. Next question, my dear friends. Somebody asking. Sir, example is given in module and also came in exam. Wonderful. Similar kind of example is in module, correct? Listen, one person, Mr. Rahul, come on, listen carefully, my dear friends. Mr. Rahul, he has basically business. He has basically business something like this. He has basically business in Maharashtra, okay, and also in Mizoram. Somebody asking, sir, registration both state mein hoga ya only Manipur? No, my dear friend. The moment we say registration is required, the answer is both the states, my dear friends. The reason is very simple, because there is no concept of GST. One state you take registration, one state you don't take registration. You have to take registration in both the states. Getting my point? Yes, Srihari. Yes. Next point. Coming back to Rahul, who is in Maharashtra and who is in Mizoram. Clear? And in Maharashtra, there is something like this. Food turnover is 8 lakh rupees. Okay, let me do a small change. Food turnover 4 lakh rupees, liquor turnover 8 lakh rupees. In Mizoram, only liquor turnover is, let us say, 5 lakh rupees. Tell me, guys, is registration required? I know your talent. Why, which answer is coming, I understood very clearly. Some are telling yes, some are telling no. And in the chat box, when I see, I'm able to see one yes, one no, one yes, one no, one yes, one no. 101% answer is no, my dear friends. First of all, tell me the aggregate turnover in this case. The aggregate turnover is 17 lakhs. Yes or no? Now students are emotional and telling, sir, the moment it is 17 lakhs, registration required, no sir, because it is more than 10 lakhs, no sir, Mizoram is there, no sir, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, you only told limit is 10 lakh, again you are telling answer is no. What is this, sir? How can you do like this, sir? Control. No feelings and emotions. Relax, my dear friend. Come on, go to the top. Let me go to the top. Come on, get back here. Read the first line. Any person whose aggregate turnover exceeds what, my dear friends? 20 lakhs. However, what did I write the word? However, if there are taxable supplies, in special category state, then registration is required if aggregate turnover exceeds what, my dear friends? 10 lakhs. So, limit will become 10 lakhs only if there are taxable supplies in special category state. Now, what is special category state of Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura? In Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, what is the limit? 10 lakhs. But the 10 lakh story will come into picture only if there are taxable supply in special category state. That is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Now, in this question, my dear friends, tell me, in Mizoram, is there a taxable supply? Answer is no. If there is no taxable supply in Mizoram, the limit will not become 10 lakhs. When there is no taxable supply in Mizoram, the limit will not become 10 lakhs. Everybody is getting my point? And now one more student is emotional. Sir, Maharashtra 40 lakh, no sir. Control, relax. 40 lakh will come if it is only goods. The moment I say food, it is service, no sir. Eating, no sir. What, sir? Student is telling. Very confusing concept. I know. That's why we're discussing so much. That's why I'm giving so many examples. If not, why will I spend so much of my time? My time is precious. Clear, no? Yes. Somebody is telling. Once again, please explain, sir. Sir, please understand. We have got, for the purpose of registration, last time I'm telling, for the purpose of registration, we have got 4 special category states. That is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Once the business is there in these 4 states, if there is a taxable supply in any of these 4 states, then the limit will become 10 lakhs. Limit means what? Aggregate turnover. Now, in this example, please tell me, in Mizoram, is there a taxable supply? Answer is no. When there is no taxable supply in special category state, then the limit will not be 10 lakh. Limit will still continue to be 20 lakhs only. In this case, it is 17 lakhs. That is why registration is not required. You have to understand that 10 lakh limit will come into picture only and only if there are taxable supply in special category state. Good. One student is telling, control your feelings and emotions, friend. Wonderful. Good. One more person is telling, food can be packed food. Sir, I'm not talking about packed food, my dear friend. I'm talking about restaurant. You can see that. If it is packed food, it becomes goods. But I'm talking about restaurant. Food turnover I'm talking. Generally when we say food, common sense is restaurant only. If it's packed food, I will tell packed food, no. There's too much of interpretation. What, my dear Shriyari? Sir, your interpretation should be very logical and structured. Correct, no? For example, you saw one girl started smiling. The moment girl is smiling, you will start thinking that girl started liking you. She might be smiling for whatever reason she has, no. Why will you think that girl is smiling because she liked you? Please, your assumption should be logical. One more question student is asking. Sir, what is the answer if food turnover is 27 lakhs and all other remains same? Wonderful. The moment food turnover is 27 lakhs, my dear friend, registration becomes mandatory because your aggregate turnover is more than 20 lakh. Clear? But one point let me tell you, my dear friend Ramya, that is, we will take registration only in Maharashtra, but we will not take registration in Mizoram because registration is required only for that state where there is taxable supply. If there is a state in which there is only exempt supply, then we will not take registration. Next. So, sir, so the value of only exempt supply in special categories does not count. It is counted. It is counted. For calculating aggregate turnover, it is counted. When did I say it is not counted? It will count. But limit will not be 10 lakhs. Limit will still be 20 lakh. limit will become 10 lakhs only if there is taxable supply in special category state. But for calculating aggregate turnover, we will include this. You can see that, no? I wrote that word aggregate turnover is 17 lakhs, no? Then why that doubt is coming again? Next point. Okay, sir, thank you. Okay, sir, thank you. What is the answer if food turnover is 27 lakh and everything remains same? I already answered this question. Some student is clapping. Okay, wonderful. Are you clapping or telling namaste? I don't know. Whatever it is, thank you so much. Sir, what is the limit if business is in Maharashtra and Telangana? Logic is simple. It depends upon goods or service. Correct, no? But logical point is that the moment you get into the 20 lakh state, the limit will be 20 lakhs only, my dear friend. Next. Sorry, sir. Smile symbol, smile symbol, smile symbol. Wonderful. Life will be distracted, sir. Why? Acha, if you assume that the girl is smiling because she liked you. Yes, correct. One more student is telling, sir, always think positive. You'll think positive, but that should be logical. No, in exam, don't get your feelings and emotions, boss. One more student is telling, smiling on you and smiling for you is different. Wow. What a poetic statement. Correct. Very true. Next. Okay, sir. Good. Sir, what if in this example, Mizoram, along with liquor, they supply some other service that is taxable? Good. Very good question. Sir, I'll copy everything and I'll add one line in the question. Yeah? Think properly and tell me now. Okay, my dear friends, listen. What will I do is, I will just add food turnover 1 lakh. That's it. Now aggregate turnover became 18 lakhs. Now tell me, friends, is registration required? 101% answer is yes. Sujal, why you are telling no? What's wrong with you? 100% answer is yes. The reason being very clear that aggregate turnover is greater than 10 lakhs. Now again, don't ask why 10 lakhs you told this time. The reason I told 10 lakhs this time because there is taxable supply in special category state. Sir, I'm telling you this point very, very clearly. So many examples I'm giving. You can observe that almost about 8 to 10 examples I've given till now. Clear, no friends? Sir, even though this is a power pack revision batch, still I'm giving so many examples so that you get complete clarity on the content. Clear, my dear friends? If there is taxable supply in special category state, then only limit will become 10 lakhs. If there is no taxable supply in special category state, then limit will not become 10 lakh. And whenever I say limit, I'm talking about aggregate turnover, which covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under the same ban. Oh my God. Since last half an hour, I'm not realizing whether this is revision batch or regular batch. Oh my God. Anyways, all set and done. If you got full clarity, I'm more than happy. What else I want? Anyways. Are we clear with this, everybody? Crystal clear? Everyone got it, my dear friends? Please reply, come on. Good. Fair enough, my dear friends. Come on. So, as per section 22, when a registration required, my dear friends, any person is liable to be registered if aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakh. However, if there are taxable supply in special category states, then registration required if aggregate turnover is greater than what, my dear friends? 10 lakhs. But only if there are taxable supplies. Clear? Good. Next. One more point. What did I say? In Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, there is story of 10 lakh. But for Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry and Telangana, the limit is 20 lakh. Any other state, what is that word? Any other state, if you are engaged only in goods, the limit is 40 lakh. Only service, the limit is 20 lakh. Both, the limit is 20 lakh. Clear, friends? Now I've got one special point to talk. Listen very clearly. And after that, I'll close this discussion on section 22. Clear? Listen. Sir, we discussed that any other state, the limit is what? 40 lakhs. Correct or not, my dear friends? Everybody, now listen. The special point, what I want to tell you is, my dear friends, that is 40 lakh limit will not apply to. The moment I say 40 lakh limit will not apply, then what will apply? 20 lakh will apply. Correct? No? Don't get 10 lakhs into picture. 10 lakhs will come into picture only and only if there is taxable supply in Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. If there is taxable supply, I repeat once again, if there is taxable supply, in Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, then 40 lakh limit will not apply to, what is that? Listen please. Pan masala, tobacco and tobacco substitutes. What is that word, my dear friends? Tobacco and tobacco substitutes. Ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa. Don't use the word cocoa. A is silent there. Clear, my dear friends? Come on. For which products it is not applicable? Number one, pan masala. Number two, tobacco and tobacco substitutes. And what is the third one? Ice cream and other edible ice. Ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa. Friends, come on, please reply. Ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa. Clear, my dear friends? Pan masala, tobacco and tobacco substitutes, ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa, my dear friends. These are the products for which the limit of what, my dear friends? 40 lakh will not apply. If 40 lakh will not apply, what will apply? 20 lakh will apply. Now, let me tell you one interesting special point. One latest amendment, in fact, which has been brought by 1st April 2022, my dear friends, and an important point, high probability that this point may come in the examination, my dear friends. Are we clear with that? Everybody, can I proceed to what is the product, my dear friends? All of us? Yes. The next product, what they added is, my dear friends, fly ash bricks. Fly ash bricks. Fly ash aggregates or fly ash blocks. Fly ash blocks. So fly ash is nothing but your bricks, which is made of fly ash. Ash, made of ash. The way you will find that no big blocks, big bricks, which are used during construction. That is called fly ash bricks. Fly ash bricks, fly ash aggregate, fly ash blocks. Then bricks of fossil meats or similar siliceous earths. Earth products, right? They're all dust kind of products which are used. Bricks, my dear friends, bricks. Bricks which are made of fossil meals, chemical-based bricks. Bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earths. Clear, my dear friends? It's a materials which is used for preparation of bricks. Next one, the building bricks, the normal building bricks, my dear friends, the red color building bricks. We know that. Next, last one, earthen or roofing tiles. Roofing tiles. Roofing tiles is something like in villages and all, we get to see more of this roofing tiles. Clear, my dear friends? Everybody, so what are the products which are involved where 40 lakh limit will not apply? Earlier, what was covered was only pan masala, tobacco and tobacco substitutes, ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa. But the new points, what they added is fly ash bricks, fly ash aggregate or fly ash blocks. Next thing, bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earth, building bricks, earthen or roofing tiles. The student is asking, sir, is this an amendment point? I already told you, my dear friends, this is definitely an amendment point. This is the latest point which has been added, my dear friends. Everyone, tobacco includes cigar. Yes, tobacco includes cigar. One more doubt. Is cigarette covered in tobacco? Is cigarette is covered in tobacco substitute? Yes. What is that? Somebody asking. Earthen means what? Earthen means something like flooring tiles. Something like mud flooring. Floorings, my dear friends, earthen tiles. What else they're asking? Somebody is telling vitrified tiles. Vitrified is a different story altogether. It's an altogether different process. But generally, earthen flooring is a kind of mud kind of flooring. Tiles only basically we're talking about. Something like clay tiles and all. Clay made. In villages we find on the top of the roof they put it. Similar kind of product is used for flooring also. Next. Sir, is this bricks and roofing tiles also 20 lakh limit? Absolutely, my dear friend. Wherever I say that 40, whenever I told you that 40 lakh limit will not apply, what will apply is of course 20 lakh limit. Don't get into 10 lakh story, because 10 lakh story will come only when that 4 states are coming into picture. That is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. That's it. So friends, what is the point? We are discussing section 22, persons liable for registration. Generally, who's liable for registration is that person whose aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakh. And if there is a taxable supply in special category state of Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, then the limit is 10 lakh. But we have split into 4 category: Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, 1 category. Second category is, my dear friends, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, and Telangana. The last box is any other state where if you are engaged only in goods, the limit is 40 lakh. Only service, the limit is 20 lakh. And if you are doing both, again, the limit is 20 lakh. Getting my point, everybody, my dear friends? And here the point to be noted is that 40 lakh limit will not apply. What will not apply? 40 lakh limit will not apply to some products like pan masala, tobacco and tobacco substitutes, ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa. And in this list, they have added 4 more products, that is fly ash brick, fly ash aggregate, or fly ash blocks, bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earths, building bricks, and the last one is earthen or roofing tiles. These are the new points added by virtue of amendment from 1/4/2022. Somebody asking one question. Sir, what if a person is selling ice cream and other goods? The limit will become 20 lakh, not 40 lakhs. Simple answer. Got it? The only part is that 40 lakh limit will not apply, sir. The moment you deal into that goods, 40 lakh limit will not apply. Next doubt. What is that? Are we clear, my dear friends? Can we go ahead? Somebody asking, is it selling or manufacturing? Manufacturing story is different, my dear friend. Manufacturing word is used only in case of what is that? Composition scheme. Not in registration. Registration, trading also is covered. You are engaged in the supply of that goods basically. Manufacturing word is only and only in case of composition scheme, my dear friends. Next, what is the other doubt? For small taxpayer, registration is not required. Small taxpayer means what? You are talking about somebody less than 20 lakh? Then yes. If the turnover is less than, if the aggregate turnover is less than 20 lakh, then obviously registration is not required. We know that point, my dear friend Abhishta. Somebody is telling section 10 composition scheme. Yes, we'll talk. Very soon we'll talk. Sir, for this product, 20 lakh limit only applies. Yes. Supply of ice cream limit in Manipur is 10 or 20. Obviously 10 lakh. The moment you get into Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, there is no question of 20 or 40. It is clearly 10 lakh. Next. If this product are in special state. Finish. Over. I already answered this question. Once Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura comes into picture, the limit is always, my dear friend, 10 lakhs only. Somebody asking a question. 24 lakhs only exempt supply in Maharashtra with the registration required. Coming to special points. I'll proceed. Thank you so much. Listen. Special points. Listen, first point. Registration is required only in a state where there are taxable supplies. If you have only exempt supply, registration is not required. Second one, aggregate turnover includes supplies made by, what's that? Supplies made by job worker on behalf of principal. Come on, my friends, what is the point I wrote? Aggregate turnover includes what, sir? Aggregate turnover includes supplies made by job worker on behalf of principal. In whose hands will include? Will include in the hands of principal. Getting my point? But third special point, very important point. Listen very carefully, friends. What is the third point? Listen. Supplies made by agent on behalf of principal. Supplies made by agent on behalf of principal shall be included in the aggregate turnover of whom? What do you think? Agent is supplying on behalf of principal. In whose turnover will you include that? Tell me, guys. 101% answer is agent, because agent will issue invoice in his own name. Already, when principal transferred goods to agent, the transaction became taxable. Already, when principal transferred goods to agent, the transaction became taxable. Now, when agent is supplying to the customer, that will be turnover for agent only, but not for principal. These points are very, very, very important points. Clear, my dear friends? Registration is required only in a state where there are taxable supplies. Second point, what did I say, my dear friends? Aggregate turnover includes supplies made by job worker on behalf of principal. And supplies made by agent on behalf of principal shall be included in the aggregate turnover of agent. What's the doubt that's coming? You already explained it yesterday, sir. Yes, I explained it yesterday. Correct. So supplies made by agent on behalf of principal shall be included in the aggregate turnover of agent. So friends, coming back to discussion, what is aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under the same PAN. Clear, my dear friends? Exactly. So aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under the same PAN. And exempt supply also includes non-taxable supply. And are we clear with the story of 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, my dear friends? And in fact, this is the end of story of this beautiful section called section 22, persons liable for registration. Who is the person liable for registration? I hope we got a full clarity on this point, my dear friends. Kindly please reply, everyone. I've taken so much of your time on this. Thank you so much, my dear friend. 100% clarity, sir. Thank you. Now let's go ahead to section 23. Persons not liable for registration. We are talking about those cases where registration is not required. We have got some interesting point here. Number 1. Person engaged. Oh, wait a second. So before I go to 23, I'll tell some point. I'll ask some question. Okay, I'll ask some question. Think properly at that. Sir, there is one person, Mr. A. Okay? Listen, he has got business in Maharashtra, and he has got business in Telangana, and he has got business in Telangana state and also in Tamil Nadu. Okay? Can he take centralized registration under GST? Can he take centralized registration under GST, my dear friends? 101% answer is no. Under GST law, state-wise registration is mandatory. State-wise registration is what, my dear friends? Mandatory. Correct? No? But I've got next question. There is one person, Mr. B, who is in, there is a person, Mr. B, let us say Mr. B, who is in Andhra Pradesh state. And in Andhra Pradesh state, he has got two business. One is restaurant business. One is restaurant business. Another one is trading in shoes. He wishes to take separate GST numbers for different business. Can he take? Same state. Can he take? 100% answer is yes, my dear friends. But I'll ask one more question. Is it mandatory? Definitely answer is no. So the concept, what I will tell you in one line is that separate state, separate registration is mandatory. Separate state, separate registration is mandatory. But same state, multiple business. What is that word, sir? Same state, multiple business, separate registration is optional. It is not mandatory. But if you want to take, you can take. But if you take separate registration, you will become, what, my dear friends? Distinct persons. because I already told you that distinct person is those cases where same PAN but different GSTIN. Correct, no friends? Distinct persons is that cases where PAN is same but GST number is different. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Good. Fantastic, my dear friends. Now I've got one more very interesting question. Think very properly and give me the answer, my dear friends. Okay? Now, whenever we say that GSTIN, 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 it's how many digit code? GSTIN is how many digit code? Good. Some are telling 15, some are telling 12, some are telling 10. What's wrong with you guys? GSTIN is a 15-digit code and which has got some significant understanding of that also. First to two represents what? First to two always represent state code. Example, in Telangana it is 36, Maharashtra it is 27, AP it is 37. Clear, friends? Different state has got different state code. First to two is state code, but in exam, don't go and write 32, 36, 37, 27 and all. Don't try to showcase which state you are. Okay? ICAI. First to two is state code. Next to 10 is straight away, my dear friends, PAN, which is nothing but permanent account number. First to two is state code. Next 10 is PAN. Next is, my dear friends, number of registration in that state. So, for example, if you have taken the first registration in that state, it will be 1. But if you take one more registration in that state, you will get number 2. If you take a third registration in that state, it will become 3. If you take a fourth registration in the same state, it will become 4. But you have to understand that I'm talking about the story of same state. I'm talking about the story of what's that? Same state. Because the moment if the state gets shifted, your first two state code will change. You're getting what I'm talking? You're getting what I'm talking, my dear friends? The moment state is shifted, my dear friends, your state code will change. But in the same state, if you take second registration, it will become 2. If it is third registration, it becomes 3. Next one is always, next means what? We are talking about which number? 14th one is always, my dear friends, Z. That is fixed. Any GST number you look at, my dear friends, you will find Z. In that, there is no doubt. And the last one is, my dear friends, randomly assigned. How assigned? Randomly assigned, which could be number or an alphabet. Some cases we'll find alphabets also. Are we clear with this, my dear friends? That is the story of 15-digit alphanumeric code. 15-digit alphanumeric code, where first 2 represent state code, next 10 is PAN, and after that, next one is number of registration in that same state, next one is Z, and Z is always fixed, and the last one is randomly assigned, which could be number or an alphabet. And that is the story of 15-digit alphanumeric code. What code? 15-digit alphanumeric code. Clear, my dear friends? Everybody, sir? Wonderful. And if you observe carefully, if you take an example of some company like Tata, Reliance, or an airline company, they have got registration in almost every state. Almost every state they have got registration. But the PAN is same. But the moment PAN is same and GST number is different, we will call it as distinct persons. One more special point, guys. There is one company, ABC Limited, which is operating in Telangana state, let us say in Hyderabad. Operating in Telangana state in Hyderabad. And there is one unit in a normal location and another unit in special economic zone. Heard of this word, right? Special economic zone, also known as SEZ, which is given some special status, my dear friends, which is given one special status for the purpose of what, my dear friends? For the purpose of granting tax exemption. Now, what is the point they told in the law is that if there is a unit in special economic zone, then separate registration is mandatory for the unit in SEZ. For the unit in SEZ, separate registration is what, my dear friends? Mandatory. It's not optional. It is mandatory. For a unit in special economic zone, separate registration is what, my dear friends? Mandatory. That's it. That is the end of the story for section 22, my dear friends, which talks about persons liable for registration. Now we can comfortably go to section 23, persons not liable for registration. An interesting point. Number 1. Person engaged exclusively in exempt supply. If any person is engaged exclusively in what, my dear friends? Exempt supply. If a person is engaged exclusively in the exempt supply, then registration is not required, my dear friends. If a person is engaged exclusively in exempt supply, registration is not required. That means there could be a possibility that a person is engaged in exempt supply only and his turnover is, let us say, 1 crore. Even though turnover is 1 crore, still registration is not required because he is engaged exclusively in exempt supply. Clear? Second point. Agriculturist, to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. And who's an agriculturist? Agriculturist is somebody individual or HUF. Individual or HUF. Only individual HUF is covered in agriculturist, not a company. Not a company. Who is covered in agriculturist is only individual or HUF who is engaged in cultivation of land either by own labor or hired labor, or either by own labor or hired labor or members of family. Members of family together are doing working in case of HUF. Clear, my dear friends? And you have to understand that agriculturist only if he is engaged in supply of produce out of cultivation of land. If he is doing any other activity, then registration becomes mandatory. You're getting my point, everybody? So, for example, my dear friends, let us say a person is producing potatoes. Person is producing potatoes and selling that potatoes. For him, registration is not required. But apart from potato, let us say he is also doing the activity of trading in potato chips. Trading in what? Potato chips. Then registration is required. Registration is not required only and only if he is engaged in supply of produce out of cultivation of land. If he is doing something else, then registration becomes mandatory if turnover is more than threshold limit. Of course, registration required only if turnover is more than threshold limit. There is no doubt in that. Clear, my dear friends? So what is the first point? Person is engaged exclusively in exempt supply. Second point, agriculturist to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. Somebody is asking, sir, if a person is further manufacturing the agricultural products, then he will not get this exemption. He has to take registration if turnover is more than threshold limit. Because this point will apply only to a person who is engaged in supply of produce out of cultivation of land. Next question. Is it included in agricultural activity for him in GST? Yes, it is something like agricultural activity. No, obviously. If he is engaged in supplying produce out of cultivation of land, if he is cultivating land and producing some product, that product only is supplied. Over, no friends, matters over. Correct, right? Somebody asked next question. If a person has given land to farmer, is it agricultural activity? No. That is not agricultural income. That is not a story. That is not a story of leasing out of land. But there is some interesting exemption. In exemptions topic, we'll talk about leasing of the land for agricultural activity. Okay, it is supplied, but there is exemption. But there is exemption. In exemption list, there is a point, was it? In income tax, it is agricultural income. Yes. Good. So that is story of section 23, my dear friends. But one special point in section 23, which I want to tell you is that person engaged only in reverse charge supplies. Obviously, no friends, if he's engaged only in reverse charge supplies, that means what? For example, Shiva Teja is giving some service to you. Shiva Teja is giving some service to you. And let us say teaching service is purely covered in RCM. then why should I take registration? Correct? No. If it is covered in RCM, recipient is liable to pay GST. Then why should I take registration? If a person is engaged only in reverse charge supplies, then registration is not required. Obviously, because pure common sense, recipient will take registration and pay GST. No. When recipient will take registration and pay GST, why should supplier take registration? If he is doing only reverse charge supplies. If he is doing only what? Reverse charge supplies. If he is doing only reverse charge supplies, then registration is not required. That's it. So that is the story of section 23, my dear friends. So friends, what is section 22? 22 is person liable for registration. 23 is persons not liable for registration. Getting my point, everybody? All of us? So friends, what is section 22? Section 22 talks about persons liable for registration. Section 23 talks about persons not liable for registration. The next section, what we have got is, my dear friends, section 24, which talks about compulsory registration. So name only says compulsory registration. That means what? Registration is mandatory irrespective of threshold limit. Irrespective of what, my dear friends? Threshold limit. Registration becomes mandatory irrespective of threshold limit. Means even though your turnover is less than 20 lakh, more than 20 lakh, less than 40 lakh, more than 40 lakh, less than 10 lakh, more than 10 lakh, still registration becomes mandatory, in which we have got some very, very interesting points to discuss. Clear, my dear friends? But I'll not start that today, because if I start now, the time will not permit, because that will take some sweet time to understand section 24. So what we'll do is, we'll defer this to next session. And tomorrow's next lecture will complete registration of section 24 to 30. The balance sections of registration will close it. Clear, my dear friends? Somebody is asking. You have some doubts, you can ask in the chat. Sir, are CAs required to get registration? Of course, whatever transactions we are doing is supply. But if CA gets into the job and becomes a part of employment, it's not required. Because service by employee to employer in the course of employment is neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of service. Good. Wonderful. That's it, my dear friends. That's all for today. And we'll stop here. The balance will take for tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll close the brilliant topic of registration. Come on, my dear friends. So without any delay, let's start the discussion. Let's once quickly revise, my dear friends. So what is section 7, my dear friends? Section 7 deals with the concept of what is supply. And we spoke a lot in the GST that there is no word called purchase, there is no word called sale, there is no word called providing service or rendering service. There is only one word, that is supply. And in supply, there are two things known as intrastate supply, intrastate supply, interstate supply. For intrastate supply, we charge CGST and SGST. For interstate supply, we charge IGST. Correct, my dear friends? Exactly. And then in the context of supply, my dear friends, we have discussed a lot of special issues in the concept of supply. And in the concept of supply, we also discussed about a special points of schedule 1, 2, 3. And schedule 1 was talking about transactions which are regarded as supply, even though there is no consideration. And schedule 2 was talking about the cases what are regarded as supply, what are regarded as supply of goods, what are regarded as supply of services. And schedule 3 was talking about transactions which are neither regarded as supply of goods nor regarded as supply of services. And friends, by the way, in schedule 3, how many points are there? Come on, please reply. Schedule 3, totally we have got about 6 points, my dear friends. Number 1, service by employee to employer in the course of employment, services by court or tribunal, then services by MPs, MLAs or any public servant like president, prime minister, etc. Sale of land and building except construction services, services of funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. And last one, actionable claims other than betting, gambling, lottery. So on actionable claim, GST will not apply, but on betting, gambling, lottery, GST will definitely apply. In that, there is no doubt. Then, post that, my dear friends, we have discussed about the concept of section 8, which dealt with what is component supply and mixed supply. And component supply is that supply which are naturally bundled, and one of which is a principal supply. And the moment I say that one of which is a principal supply, what will happen? Very clear-cut answer, my dear friends. One of which is a principal supply means what will happen is very clearly is that component supply is taxable at the rate of principal supply. And mixed supply is that supply where two or more supplies are supplied together and there is no composite supply. And mixed supply, very, 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 very important point is what? Excellent. In order to call it as mixed supply, there must be a single price. In exams, so many times they played on this concept where there was no single price. And if there is no single price, it cannot become mixed supply. Clear, my dear friends? Exactly. And mixed supply is always taxable at highest rate. Student is asking one doubt. Sir, ambulance service of this is not taxable, right? Of course, my dear friend. That is what is the point of funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. And transportation of deceased could be any vehicle, not necessarily ambulance vehicle. Sometimes we'll find some vehicles like last journey vehicle. In that vehicle, they'll take the person. Getting clarity, everybody? Exactly, my dear friends. Come on, done. So after that, my dear friends, we started discussion about the concept of registration. And in registration, in the previous class, we have spent a lot of extensive time on discussion about the story of 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh. And we spoke about the discussion of Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. And we also discussed some special cases where 40 lakh limit will not apply to pan masala, tobacco substitute, ice cream and other edible ice. And the new points added is what, my dear friends? Fly ash bricks, fly ash blocks, fly ash aggregates, bricks of fossil meats or similar siliceous earth. Then the third point, what we had there was building bricks. Last one, earthen or roofing tiles. Are we clear with the story of this 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh? Yes, we have done some extensive discussion. In fact, how I teach in the regular batch, in the same thing I taught you, my dear friends. Let me be very honest with you, like a regular batch I told you yesterday. Now, coming back to discussion, my dear friends, in that discussion of 20 lakhs, 10 lakh, 40 lakh, the whole point is all about aggregate turnover. And what is aggregate turnover? Which section defines aggregate turnover? Come on, please tell me. Which section defines aggregate turnover, my dear friends? Aggregate turnover is defined by section 2.6, which clearly says that aggregate turnover covers all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, interstate supplies, and exports on all India basis under same pan. Under same pan. And yesterday I told you one point, my dear friends, that exempt supply also includes non-taxable supply. So there's alcohol, liquor for human consumption, and that 5 petroleum products which are outside GST, even though they are outside GST, still they are included for calculation of aggregate turnover. For calculation of aggregate turnover, they are definitely considered. On that, we will not pay GST, but for calculation of aggregate turnover, they are definitely considered. Student is asking some query. What is that? Refrigerator and stabilizer, AC and stabilizer, separately priced, and composite discount is given. Is it composite supply? Yes, my dear friend, definitely it is a composite supply. You have to understand one point here. In composite supply, they never told it is single price. But the problem here is, practically we don't tell it is composite supply because they are not naturally bundled. It is not mandatory that you have to buy stabilizer with AC. It is not mandatory that you have to buy stabilizer with refrigerator. Is refrigerator independently not available? Yes. Then how do you call it naturally bundled? And when it is not naturally bundled, we cannot call it as composite supply. And here, if it is separate price, it cannot be called as mixed supply. So it is neither a composite supply nor a mixed supply. Yes, thank you so very much. Done. So friends, what is section 22? Section 22 is persons liable for registration, which was spoken a lot, my dear friends, already yesterday. And section 23 is persons not liable for registration. And 23, I already told you, my dear friends, 2-3 interesting points I covered. Number 1, I told about the concept of case where a person is engaged exclusively in exempt supply. If he is doing purely exempt supply, what he will do by taking registration? Clear? So what is the first point? Person engaged exclusively in exempt supply. What is the second point we discussed there? Agriculturist to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. What is the second point, my dear friends? Agriculturist to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. Agriculturist to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. And who is agriculturist? Only an individual or HUF who is engaged in cultivation of land either by own labor or by hired labor or members of family. And third point I told, person engaged exclusively in making reverse charge supplies. Outward supplies liable to reverse charge. Then obviously when recipient is liable to pay tax, why he should take a registration? Good. One more doubt? Then we should treat this as normal supply and charge it separately. Yes, my dear friend Radhika, yes. Yes, thank you so much, my dear friends. Thank you. Yeah. So friends, come on. Talking about the next section, section 24, my dear friends. Section 24, which deals with the concept of compulsory registration. What registration, my dear friends? Compulsory registration. Name only says we are talking about those cases where registration is mandatory. So, in other words, we are talking about cases where registration is mandatory irrespective of threshold limit. So irrespective of threshold limit, my dear friends, we are definitely liable to take registration in some cases. That means even though our turnover does not exceed 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh, still we are liable to take registration. Clear, friends? First point, CTP. Second point, NRTP. Now, who is this word CTP and who is this word NRTP? Let me explain that to you, my dear friends. Hold on. CTP engaged in taxable supply, NRTP engaged in taxable supplies. Come on, my dear friends. My dear friends, let me tell you first of all, the CTP word stands for casual taxable person. NRTP stands for non-resident taxable person. Now, what is the difference between this word CTP and NRTP, and why did this concept come into picture? Listen very clearly. I'll explain to you in detail, my dear friends. Listen. Kindly, please concentrate, everyone. Yeah, please focus. Please don't relax. Come on, please concentrate. So let us say there is one person, Mr. A. And this person, Mr. A, he has got jewelry shop in Maharashtra. Okay, my dear friends. And he got to know that there is an international jewelry exhibition being conducted at Hyderabad. Correct, my dear friends? And he wanted to participate in that exhibition. Now, my straight question to you, my dear friends, is he coming to Hyderabad? Is he coming to Hyderabad for opening a shop in Hyderabad? Tell me, my dear friends, is he coming to Hyderabad for opening a shop in Hyderabad? Definitely answer is no. He is not coming to Hyderabad for opening a shop in Hyderabad. In other words, he is not setting up a fixed place of business. He is coming only for a temporary purpose of exhibition. And once exhibition is over, he will pack all the products, take it and go back. Correct, my dear friends? So what they told in the law is that CTP now in Telangana state, he is coming only for a temporary period, and he does not have fixed place of business in Telangana state. Getting my point, everybody? He does not have what, my dear friends? He does not have a fixed place of business in Telangana state. He does not have a fixed place of business in Telangana state, but he is coming to Telangana only and only for a limited purpose. In Telangana state, he is coming only for a temporary period and does not have a fixed place of business. Then law told Mr. A, you please take registration as casual taxable person in Telangana state. CTP is that person who is there in some state and who intends to go to some other state where he does not have a fixed place of business. And he is doing business only for a temporary period. Getting my point, everybody? That word is what? Casual taxable person. Casual taxable person means person who is engaged in taxable supply in a place where he does not have a fixed place of business. Clear, my dear friends, everybody? Now, let us say, next situation, there is one person, Mr. Ching Chang of China. He is also one jewelry dealer. He is also one jewelry dealer. He also intended to come to India for exhibition. Then law told Mr. Ching Chang, you please take registration as non-resident taxable person. If Ching Chang does not have place of business or residence in India. So if Ching Chang does not have place of business, if Ching Chang does not have place of business or residence in India, I repeat once again, if Ching Chang does not have place of business or residence in India, then in that case, my dear friends, they clearly told in the law that Ching Chang can take registration as non-resident taxable person. Are we clear with this point, everybody? All of us, I hope we got the difference between CTP and NRTP. And in fact, my dear friends, section 27 deals with the concept of CTP and NRTP, which I was talking about very clearly. And this CTP and NRTP must apply for registration at least 5 days prior to commencement of business. What is that word, sir? CTP and NRTP must apply for registration at least 5 days prior to commencement of business. That means minimum 5 days prior to commencement of business, they should take registration. And their registration, my dear friends, is valid for period specified in application. This is the problem. This is the problem. In exam, students are directly writing the word 90 days, but that's wrong answer. Registration is valid for a period specified in the application or 90 days, whichever is earlier. And a student is telling 3 months. Don't tell that word 3 months. They didn't tell the word 3 months in the law. They used the word 90 days. Clear, my dear friends? And in order to get the registration, they must pay advance deposit of tax. What they must pay, my dear friend? Advance deposit of tax. Technically, they must estimate what could be the possible sales in Telangana. And based on that estimate, they have to pay the advance deposit of tax. There's no other option. Now, don't tell me like income tax, 15%, 45%, 25%, 100%. It's not like that. Whatever estimates you have, please pay that advance deposit of tax. And one more point they told in the law is that this registration can be further extended. That means a person can ask for further extended for another maximum 90 days. That means initial period is 90 days, another maximum 90 days. That means if it can overall be only 180 days. Now a student will get one doubt. Sir, what if exhibition is for more than 180 days? If exhibition is for more than 180 days, then take normal registration. Don't take CTP or NRTP. You are no more a casual fellow. You are a regular person. You are staying for more than 180 days. Clear, friends? And if you want further extension, my dear friends, if you want what? Further extension, my dear friends, please pay further advance deposit of tax. No question of compromise. You want extension? No? Then please pay further advance deposit of tax. Straight simple answer. They clearly told in the law. If you want extension, then please pay further advance deposit of tax. But initial period is period specified in application or 90 days, whichever is earlier. And if you want extension, we will grant extension of another maximum 90 days. Are we clear with this point, everybody? And this all concept is given by section 27, my dear friends, concept of CTP and NRTP. And one last point to highlight here, that is, sir, I told you that GSTIN is a 15-digit code. Yes or no? When it is 15-digit code, my dear friends, you please tell me, first 2 is what? Come on, first 2 is what? First 2 is very clearly state code. Next 10 is what? Next 10 is what? Next 10 is very clearly PAN. Now the point is CTP will have PAN, but the problem is NRTP may or may not have PAN. Correct, no friends? And what they told in the law is if NRTP does not have PAN, then they can apply for registration based on passport number or any other, come on my dear friends, passport number or any other tax identification number in the foreign country. Because in the foreign country, they might have some tax identification number, no? You might ask, sir, passport is there, no sir, why all this tax identification number? Passport is only for individual. How companies, firms will have passport number? Correct, no friends? But in this case, my dear friends, what they told in the law is, in such case, the application for registration must be signed by an Indian resident. By whom, sir? Indian resident holding valid PAN. Holding what PAN? Valid PAN. Getting clarity, everybody? That's it, my dear friends. That is the end of story for section 27. Chalo, some of the students are asking some doubt. Let me reply that. Sir, this registration rule is for both CTP and RTP or only for one of them? No, my dear friend. Whatever I told you, my dear friend, is for CTP and RTP both. For CTP and RTP concept is same, but only that for NRTP, he may or may not have PAN. That's why they told if he does not have PAN, please apply based on passport number or tax identification number in foreign country. If you're an individual, you will have passports. Next, one more student is asking, sir, for extension of 90 plus 90, 180 days, in case he stays 181 days, at that time, what will happen? How many days he is staying is, how many days he is staying, that is not important. How many days he is staying is not important. What is important is how many days you want to do the business. If you want to do the business, we'll give registration of GST only for 90 days. Another maximum 90 days. After that, we will not give you GST registration. We want you to take normal registration. His stay is not important, no. Are we talking about residential status to talk about 182 days, 60 days, 365 days, 730 days? Relax. Don't talk about residential status here. Next. One more student asking, sir, why it is valid PAN? Obviously, there's a probability that PAN is not valid also. You might ask one doubt now. Sir, why PAN will not be valid, sir? In income tax, in a chapter called return of income, you would have heard one concept called linking of Aadhaar with PAN. If you don't link Aadhaar with PAN, PAN will become invalid PAN. Correct? No. Maybe that could be the reason they use the word valid PAN. But in GST law, they use the word valid PAN. Good. Somebody is telling 6166. Control. Control. We know your talent, so please control. Good. Get back. So are we clear till here, everybody? Hey, go ahead. Please confirm. Yes. Thank you so very much. So friends, coming back to section 24. So what is section 24, my dear friends? Section 24 title is what? Compulsory registration. Other words, the cases where registration is mandatory irrespective of threshold limit. In that, what is the first point we discussed? CTP engaged in taxable supply. Second one, NRTP engaged in taxable supply. Third point, we all know, my dear friends, that is person required to pay tax under RCM. So if any person is required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism, for him, registration is definitely mandatory, my dear friends. If any person is required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism, for that person, registration becomes mandatory. Next, fourth point. Person engaged in interstate taxable supplies of goods. You have to observe this word very, very clearly, my dear friends. That is the language used is person engaged in. The language used is, my dear friends, person engaged in interstate taxable supply of goods. Interstate taxable supply of goods. So if it is interstate taxable supply of services, then it's not compulsory registration. The limit of 20 lakhs will still come into picture. Or 10 lakhs if it is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Student is telling, sir, 40 lakhs, control. 40 lakh limit will not apply for services. Remember that, no? Yes. Somebody asking, sir, after completing 180 days in Telangana, can I apply again for CIT? What is CIT? Achha, CTP. Okay. In another state. No, another state is okay. That is okay. That is possible. Law is silent about it, but practically it is possible. Next. Person engaged in what, my dear friends? Interstate taxable supply of goods. Fifth one, my dear friends. Person supplying goods or services or both on behalf of another taxable person as an agent or otherwise. So basically what they are trying to say in short is that for an agent, registration is mandatory. For whom registration is mandatory, my dear friends? For an agent, registration is mandatory. Next one. Person supplying goods through e-commerce operator. Person supplying what, sir? Goods through e-commerce operator. But they never told service. That means if it is service, we still have the limit of 20 lakhs and 10 lakhs, not 40 lakhs. Good. Person supplying goods through what, my dear friends? E-commerce operator. 7th point, 8th point. Don't apply much of your brain, but still I'll tell you. That is, person required to deduct tax at source under section 51. Person required to collect tax at source under section 52. There is something called 51, 52 TDS and TCS. The concept of TDS and TCS under GST law, but that is not there in your syllabus now. That is there in CA final. Yeah, but let me tell you, for next attempt onwards, for May 2024 attempt onwards, I'm sure you guys know very clearly that TDS, TCS is also being part of a syllabus. The reason being, you guys know that GST has become 50 marks for May 24 exam onwards. So there, TDS, TCS is there in syllabus. But for November 23 attempt, TDS, TCS is not a part of syllabus. So don't worry. Clear? Can I proceed? Yes. Person required to deduct tax at source. Person required to collect tax at source. Next one. There is something called OIDER, my dear friends. OIDER services, that is online information database access and retrieval services. There is some online data which can be accessed, which can be retrieved. Simple answer, OTT platforms, Amazon, Netflix, all these are those platforms where online there is some data which can be accessed and which can be retrieved. I don't want to talk much about it because that is not there in detail at CA inter level. But when it comes to final, you will learn a lot about this. Clear? Next. Person required to pay tax under section 9(5). This is a very important section which will take a little bit of time to understand, and I don't mind taking some time because it's very important. Clear? Listen carefully now. Listen carefully, think properly. Yeah. So we have got some section called section 9(5), my dear friends. What they told is, in case of certain notified supplies supplied through e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST. Sir, today's date, we are living in that kind of technology where anything we want, just on a click of a button, we are able to get it. Cell phone has become an integral part of our life. Mobiles are playing so major role for a simple reason, because you name it, we have it. Whatever we want, we are able to get everything on click of a button. Do you agree to that? Absolutely. So for notified suppliers supplied to e-commerce operator, what they told is e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST. They have put the responsibility on e-commerce operator. So I'll ask you one question. Does Book My Show show any show? Answer is no. It's just an integrated platform where we are able to book the movie tickets. Next, tell me, is Red Bus running any bus? Answer is no. Is Make My Trip running any aircraft? No. All these are somebody like aggregators who are just acting as a mediators. Now listen. So in case of certain notified supplies supplied through e-commerce operator, they told that e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST. But if e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in India, what did they say, sir? If e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in India, then their representative is liable to pay GST. Representative means I'm talking about representative in India. Come on, friends. If e-commerce operator, e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in India, then the representative in India is liable to pay GST. And if there is no such representative, they must appoint a representative and make him liable. They must what, sir? Appoint a representative and make him liable. So friends, what is that notified services? I'll talk with you. Don't worry, my dear friends. But come on, get back. What is that I'm talking? In case of certain notified services supplied through e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST. And if e-commerce operator does not have, if what's a e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in India, the representative in India is liable to pay GST. I repeat once again, if e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in India, their representative in India is liable to pay GST. And if there is no such representative, they must appoint a representative. What they must do, sir? They must appoint a representative and make him liable. Clear? Next, what is that notified services? We actually had 3 points, but 4th point also added recently. Let me explain that to you in detail. First point. You might think, sir, in which chapter this concept is there? This concept is there as a part of charge of GST. But still I'm explaining to you now itself because the link has come. Since the link has come, let us understand now itself. Why should we wait till we go to charge of GST? Let's complete now. Okay, right? Can I proceed? Or do you want to do in charge of GST? Even if you want to do in charge of GST, I'll do now itself. Because it makes more sense to learn now because we are in the process of learning 9.5. No, let's complete it. Service of transportation of passengers by way of radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, omnibus. Come on, my dear friends. Service of what? Transportation of, 1 second. Yeah, service of what, my dear friends? Service of transportation of what, my dear friends? Service of transportation of passenger by way of radio taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, omnibus, motorcycle. Hold on, I'll explain. I didn't complete that, no. Or any other motor vehicle. Come on, my dear friends. What is that line I wrote? Services by way of, come on, service by way of what? Services by way of transportation of passenger by way of radio taxi. Now, what is radio taxi? Radio taxi is that kind of facility where there is a GPS tracking facility. GPS means global positioning system, where GPS tracking facility is there in a radio taxi. Second one, motor cab. What is motor cab? Motor cab is a vehicle meant to carry not more than 6 passengers. Motor cab is a vehicle meant to carry not more than 6 passengers. Maxi cab is a vehicle meant to carry more than 6 passengers, but not more than 12 passengers. Maxi cab is a vehicle meant to carry more than 6, but not more than 12. Omnibus, bus, motorcycle, 2-wheelers, or any other motor vehicle. Now, classic example of this is, my dear friends, we book a cab on Uber or Ola, or we might book a bike taxi on Rapido. Correct, my dear friends? So, for example, if Shiva Teja has opened Ola app and booked one cab, I'm actually who's giving service there is the driver. Who's taking service is the Shiva Teja. But this e-commerce platform is acting as what? Aggregator. And they told in the law, in this kind of transaction, who's liable to pay GST is the e-commerce operator. That means in this transaction, who's liable to pay GST is the Uber, but not Shiva Teja. I mean, Ola example, no? So Ola or Uber, they are liable to pay GST. Now you will tell, wow, that means we did not pay GST, sir? Control. Even though they are liable to pay GST, they'll collect from customer only. You know that basic logic, no? Ultimate burden will always fall on the final consumer. Tax burden is always shifted because it is indirect tax. But we are talking only about who is liable to pay GST. Special cases where supplier is not liable, recipient is not liable, but e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST. Are we clear? Second point. Services of hotel accommodation, except when hotel is liable to be registered. Except when what, sir? Hotel is liable to be registered. I'll give a small example, sir. Sir, Shiva Teja, I opened the app of Make My Trip and I'm planning to go to Goa. Okay, I'm planning to go to Goa. And in Goa, I booked accommodation in one hotel. Accommodation in one hotel through Make My Trip app. And that hotel is that hotel. And that hotel is that kind of hotel whose turnover is not more than threshold limit. That means that hotel is not liable to be registered. In that transaction, who is liable to pay GST for hotel accommodation is nothing but Make My Trip. Clear, my dear friends? And by any chance, if the hotel is that kind of hotel whose turnover is more than threshold limit, then who is liable to pay GST is the hotel, but not Make My Trip. Some student is telling Make My Trip, OYO, etc. Yes. Make My Trip, OYO, correct. They all come under that. Go Ibibo, excellent. Trivago, so many are there nowadays. E-commerce is developing like anything on a daily basis. It's a simple answer, no? How technology has developed. Today, I'm sitting somewhere in some state, and you all guys are in different places, but we all are connected in one platform. Simple. That's how technology is. Come on. Services of what? Hotel accommodation, except when hotel is liable to be registered. Clear? Third one. Services of housekeeping, except when person supplying service is liable to be registered. What is that line, sir? Services of what, my dear friends? Housekeeping, except when person supplying service is liable to be registered. Classic example, my dear friends. Nowadays, we have got some concept like urban company. You know that, right? You see, we open the app and we book carpenter, electrician, plumber for some service at home or office, whatever it is. Let us say I opened urban company app and I booked service of electrician. The electrician is coming home and giving the service. If electrician is somebody whose turnover is more than threshold limit and electrician is liable to be registered, then who is liable to pay GST is the electrician. But if electrician turnover, I repeat once again, if the electrician turnover does not exceed threshold limit, if electrician turnover, one more time I repeat, if electrician turnover does not exceed threshold limit, then who is liable to pay GST is not electrician, but urban company is liable to pay GST. Otherwise, e-commerce operator. Clear, my dear friends? And if e-commerce operator is sitting in foreign, they cannot tell I will not pay GST. Boss, your representative in India is liable to pay GST. They are telling, we don't have a representative. Wonderful. If you don't have a representative, appoint a representative and make him liable. Clear, friends? Are we clear with all the 3 points? Can I proceed to discuss about one amendment? Good. Finally, one last point. That is a 4th point. Restaurant service. Except specified hotel. Except what hotel, my dear friends? Specified hotel. Now, what is specified hotel? Specified hotel is that hotel where there are rooms and at least one room tariff is more than 7,500. Come on, guys. What is the language I used? There are rooms and at least one room tariff is more than 7,500. Are we getting clarity on what I'm talking? I'll give 1-2 examples. Please understand. So basically, this point is targeted towards Swiggy and Zomato, my dear friends. The point is that let us say we are sitting at home. We opened one app and let us say we ordered some food. And the food is ordered. One more time, I repeat, my dear friends. The food is ordered, let us say, in a restaurant. Not from a hotel, but we ordered food from a restaurant. In that restaurant, there are no rooms at all. Correct, my dear friends? Now, the food is actually supplied by whom? Restaurant. But who is taking? We are taking. And it is supplied through whom? Supplied through Swiggy. And what they told in the law is, in this kind of transaction, who is liable to pay GST is actually Swiggy is liable to pay GST. Getting my point, everybody? But next situation, my dear friends, let us talk about a scenario where we are ordering food. I repeat once again, we are ordering what, my dear friends? Food from, let us say, one star hotel. Let us say we ordered food from Marriott. Let us say we ordered food from where, sir? We ordered food from Marriott. Now, when we ordered food from where, my dear friends? Marriott. Now, what is happening here is, when we ordered food from Marriott, Marriott is that kind of hotel where there are rooms and the room value is greater than 7,500. Now, when the room value is greater than 7,500, my dear friends, what they told in the law is, when we ordered through Swiggy, in that case, who is liable to pay GST is not Swiggy, but the actual hotel. But the actual hotel. Getting my point, my dear friends? Everybody said, if the hotel, they have got accommodation service and they have a tariff, more than what, my dear friends? 7,500 per day. They have a tariff more than 7,500 per day. I repeat once again, my dear friends, some students have still not got a clarity. More than 7,500 per day. I repeat once again, please listen everybody. Now student, listen. I'll complete the concept. Hold on, relax. The concept, what they told the law is, two situations here. Situation one, Shiva Teja has opened Swiggy app and I ordered food from a restaurant. And that is that kind of restaurant where there is no rooms. In that case, who is liable to pay GST is Swiggy. Second case, Shiva Teja ordered food from a hotel and that is that kind of hotel where there is a restaurant as well as rooms. And there is no room whose rent is more than 7,500 per day. Then in that case, who is liable to pay GST is Swiggy. And the last case is, I ordered food on Swiggy from Marriott Hotel, JW Marriott, okay? And that Marriott Hotel, they have got hotel plus restaurant. And in that hotel accommodation, there is a room whose tariff is more than 7,500 per unit. And what they told in the law is, in that case, who is liable to pay GST? In that case, who is liable to pay GST is the hotel, but not Swiggy. Getting my point, everybody? What are the doubts that are coming up? Yeah. 2-3 questions are there. One student is asking, sir, room rates are fluctuative. My dear friend, room rates are fluctuative, but that's why I use the word tariff. We don't use the word, what is the price? What is there? We are looking at the word called tariff, declared tariff. Declared tariff means the price before discount. Declared tariff, tariff card, as per the rate card. Next question. Even if hotel is unregistered, they should get registered. Achha, you mean to say they are having tariff more than 7,500? I don't think a case where this will come, because if they're having room rent more than 7,500, their turnover will definitely be more than 20 lakhs, my dear friend. Pure common sense. Next. If motor cab service provider is liable for registration and I booked a cab through Ola or Uber, in such case, who is liable to pay GST? In case of motor car, my dear friends, who is liable to pay GST is always Ola or Uber. It doesn't matter whether the driver is liable to pay GST or not. Any more questions? I hope you are getting clarity on this concept, my dear friends. Very, very important concept, my dear friends. No doubt in this. Extremely powerful concept. Somebody is asking, sir, practically they will be, but what if it is loss-making star hotel? Sir, what is loss-making, profit-making, my dear friend? Loss-making, profit-making will make a difference only for income tax. GST is purely based on what? Turnover. And you don't think that turnover will be also more than 20 lakhs? 20 lakh per annum, my dear friend. 2 lakh per month. What is that? Nothing. If that is also not happening, you better close and get out. That is simple answer. 20 lakhs turnover per annum. Nothing it is. Are we clear with this concept, everyone? Yes. I have a question. Listen very clearly, think properly, and give me the answer. Yeah? So let us say, for example, there is one person, Mr. Shiva Teja. Lot of times I do this, no option, because family, what to do? Yeah. So Shiva Teja, what have happened is, I opened Swiggy app. Okay. Come on, guys. I opened what? Swiggy app. In that Swiggy app, I ordered some groceries from supermarket. Is it possible? In Swiggy, is there a concept like that? Guys, tell me, guys, in Swiggy, is there a concept to order groceries from supermarket? Do you guys know this? In Swiggy, there is something called Instamart. In Swiggy Instamart, you can order food items from supermarket also. Swiggy Genie is different. Swiggy Genie is somebody, one place to another place, they'll drop the goods. Anyways, we are not here to promote Swiggy, so let's get back to our work. I ordered groceries from supermarkets. Correct, my dear friends? Listen. Now, in this transaction, who is liable to pay GST? Some students are, everybody is telling Swiggy. Nonsense answer. Who is liable to pay GST is the supermarket, my dear friends. Somebody is telling consumer. What is that nonsense word consumer, my dear friend? Please don't tell that word consumer. Ultimate burden might come on consumer. My question is, who is liable to pay GST? If that way you answer, then any case consumer is only liable, no? Any case consumer will pay from the pocket, no? How can you say the word consumer is liable? Consumer is not liable. It is shifted to the consumer because it's indirect tax. Never ever use the word consumer. Please, I don't like that language. Consumer is never the correct word. Next, what is that I'm asked? What is that word I was talking about? Who is liable to pay GST is, of course, supermarket, my dear friends. This Swiggy is not liable to pay GST because you have to understand that the word used here is restaurant service. Restaurant service means food service, my dear friend, cooking service. What service we are talking about? Restaurant service. When I order grocery, grocery is not a restaurant, no, my dear friends. Grocery is what? A packed product. Goods. Grocery is goods. But we're talking only about what? Restaurant service. Are we getting clarity, everybody? It's a small question, but still a powerful question. It makes a whole difference. If we don't have a clarity, it's gone. Every mark will make a difference. Yeah, of course. 59 is different, 60 is different. Yes. And it's not 1 mark, it is 6 months. Absolutely. Some student is telling confusing. What is confusing? So please understand what is the 4th point I wrote. Restaurant service. Restaurant means what? Cooking of food and giving that food. Now tell me, did I order some food item from supermarket? Did I order food item from supermarket? Answer is no. What did I order? I ordered some goods, some groceries. Then why will Swiggy be liable to pay GST? This point will not apply because this point is only for restaurant service. Then who is liable to pay GST is the supermarket, but not the Swiggy. So that is why I'm taking so much time. No, that is why I conducted this crash revision course. Power pack revision course. Why did we conduct? This is the only reason. Because all small points, intricate points students are missing in the examination, because of which marks are going. And then they're telling ICAI, we wrote everything, still they are not giving marks. As if we wrote everything perfect. You please check what you have done. Then you will understand whether you have done perfectly or not. Student is not having clarity on what is goods, what is service. What you will write in the exam? I don't understand. The word used is what? Groceries. Grocery means what? Goods. How can it be service? But the word is restaurant service, no. What is covered in 9.5 is restaurant service, but not goods. Please, my dear friend, get a clarity. Now, one student is asking one more crazy doubt. What is a crazy doubt? Sir, what if supermarket is not registered? How is it possible, my dear friend? How is it possible? You read the point. You read this point. 6th point I wrote here, no? What is the point I wrote? Person supplying goods through e-commerce operator. If any fellow is supplying through e-commerce operator, registration is mandatory, no? How can there be a case where they are not registered? My dear friend Parth, did you understand? Yes. Brilliant. What a fantastic doubt. And what a fantastic answer. Good. Excellent. Lovely people we are. Friends, come on, please reply. Are we fully clear with this concept, my dear friends? Everybody, I'm talking so much in detail with you so that you guys get a full clarity, my dear friends. These are brilliant concepts. 100% clear, sir. Very detailed points. Yes, of course. Very detailed points are there. तोड़ सर मजा आ गया. Of course भाई मजा तो आएगा. क्यों चुप बैठेंगे अपन? Yeah. Sir, example, Maharashtra hotel annual turnover 20 lakhs. Is it liable to be registered? अरे क्या brain is working or not? When did I say liable to be registered? Maharashtra hotel will come into what? What is this hotel nonsense? What is that question hotel? If it's restaurant service, why registration is mandatory? What is the word I used? Person supplying goods through e-commerce operator, no? Hotel means what? Service, no? What is your question? If turnover is more than 20 lakhs, then only registration is required, right? If it does not exceed 20 lakh, why registration is required? If a person is supplying goods through e-commerce operator, registration is mandatory. If it is service, it's not mandatory. What a terrific doubts will come in. Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, wonderful, sir. On goods, supermarket is liable, but on delivery service, Swiggy is liable. What is this delivery service Swiggy is liable, my dear friend? Delivery service means, actually, you're talking about delivery charges, extra amount what Swiggy will take. Extra amount what Swiggy will take, they are liable. But I'm not talking about that extra amount, right? Who is talking about extra amount here now? Clear? No, I'm talking about 9.5. Tremendous discussion, man. Good. I enjoyed it a lot. And I strongly believe that you guys also enjoyed. Powerful concept, no? That is why I'm taking so much of time for registration. Boss, these are small points. Stars will be seen if you don't have a clarity. One more student is asking, sir, if we go to Domino's Pizza, which we order is goods or service? Students, you tell the answer. Goods or service? One of our friends is asking, Domino's Pizza is goods or service? If I have to answer, I'll answer in my language. But I want students to answer. Excellent. The answer is service. How can it be goods, man? Little bit of, please. How can it be goods? Is it a packed item? Is it an MRP item to call it goods? Service, man. This is what? Tell me. What is this? Service or goods? Common sense goods, man. It's a packed item which has got an MRP on this. Sir, I strongly believe that this restaurant service concept, everything is clear for all of us. Section 9.5 is totally clear for everyone. Kindly please confirm for the last time. I'm asking again and again because it's a very brilliant concept on which we can't take a chance. That's it. Thank you so very much, my dear friends. So that is the end of story for section 9.5 and that is the end of story for section 24, my dear friends. So friends, what is section 22? Persons liable for registration. 23, persons not liable for registration. And section 24, compulsory registration, where registration is mandatory irrespective of threshold limit. So let me tell you one small section. In 1 minute, I will complete it. 1 minute only, not more than that. Actually, less than 1 minute. Section 26. If any person has taken registration under CGST Act, he is deemed to be registered under SGST Act also. If a person has taken registration under SGST Act, he is deemed to be registered under CGST Act also. Pure common sense. There is nothing called separate registration under CGST, separate registration under SGST. Once you are registered in CGST, you are deemed to be registered for SGST also, and vice versa. Section 27, that is also our concept of CTP and NRTP. Remember that, my dear friends? What is section 27? CTP and NRTP. Clear, everybody? Please reply, everyone. Come on. That's it. Now let's proceed to discussion about next discussion. Very important section. And one more big section, which will take little time. That is about section 25, my dear friends, which talks about persons liable for registration. Come on, friends. What is that line? Persons liable for registration. Now, who are those persons who are liable for registration? Who are those persons who are liable for registration? I mean to say, live persons, sorry. 25 we are talking, Sorry. 25 talks about procedure for registration. Persons liable for registration is 22. Procedure for registration is section 25. Now listen very clearly. Any person liable to be registered, he must apply for registration within 30 days from the date of being liable. So within 30 days from the date of being liable, he must apply for registration. And if it does not apply within 30 days, then gone. What will happen? I'll tell you. Correct, my dear friends? But generally, any person who is liable to be registered must apply for registration within 30 days. You're getting my point, everybody? But one special case is only the CTP or NRTP, where I told you that CTP or NRTP must apply for registration at least 5 days prior to commencement of business. At least 5 days when, sir? Prior to commencement of business. Not after commencement of business. At least 5 days prior to commencement of business, they have to apply for registration. If not, normally what is the answer? 30 days from the date of being liable. Clear, friends? Now I'll tell you two cases here. Listen here. One person, Mr. Ramesh. What has happened is, he is liable for registration on 10/10 2023. He applied for registration. He applied for registration on 6/11/2023. Registration granted on 9/11/2023. Within 3 days, he got registration. Clear, my dear friends? Listen here, next case. Mr. Suresh, he is liable for registration on 10/10/23. Just a second. Here, what I'll do is, registration is granted on 11/11/2023. Okay, my dear friends. Now, what has happened is, he applied for registration on 11/11/23. And registration is granted also on 11/11/23. Same day he got registration. Now, what they told in the law is that in first case, the effective date of registration is 10/10/2023. But in second case, the effective date of registration, I'll do a small change here. 12/11/23, I'll make it. Effective of registration will be 12/11/23. Now, what they told is, if any person is liable to be registered, and if he applies for registration within 30 days, then the effective date of registration will be the date when he is liable. And if any person is liable to be registered, and if he applies for registration after 30 days, then the effective date of registration, I repeat once again, if any person is liable for registration and he applies for registration after 30 days, then the effective date of registration shall be, the effective date of registration will be the date of certificate of registration. Otherwise, date on which registration certificate is granted. The date on which registration certificate is granted. Getting clarity, everybody? Now, you might get found out, sir, what difference it makes in both the cases. You have to understand here, in case one, there are two benefits. The two benefits is that, number one, person can claim ITC, input tax credit on the stock. Person can claim what, sir? Input tax credit on stock. How does he claim? How much he will claim? All that we'll talk in input tax credit. Person can claim ITC on stock. Number two, second point is very clear, is that for supplies made between effective date of registration and date of certificate of registration, he can issue revised invoice. Friends, once again, come on, please listen here, everybody. For supplies made between date of effective date of registration and certificate of registration. That means in our example, from 10/10/23 to 11/11/23. For supplies made during that period, he can issue revised invoice within 1 month. Within 1 month from the date of certificate of registration. When I say he can issue revised invoice, what does that mean? He can issue revised invoice to the customer and collect GST from the customer. And if the customer is somebody who is a registered person, he will be happy to pay GST because he doesn't have a problem. So registered persons will never cry to pay GST because we get input tax credit. For example, when I buy a cell phone, if the cell phone price is 60,000, including GST, and GST component is 10,000, then my brain will clearly tell my cost is only 50,000. Because 10,000, I already claim input tax credit. If input tax credit is coming, I will not treat it as a part of my cost. But if I am somebody who is not a registered person, my brain will tell, oh my God, my cell phone is 60,000, man, including GST, 10,000 gone towards GST only. Obviously, no. Exactly. So this is the story of effective date of registration. Are we clear with this concept, everyone? Guys, can you please reply that you are clear till this point? So what is the effective date of registration? If any person who is liable for registration applies for registration within 30 days, then the effective date of registration will be the date when he is liable. Clear, my dear friends? Everybody. And by any chance, if it does not apply within 30 days, then what will happen? The effective date will be the date of registration certificate. The date of registration certificate. Clear? Exactly. Now proceed. Now, what are the documents do you think are required to apply for registration, my dear friends? Of course, PAN, Aadhaar, rental agreement, or municipal tax copy if it is owned property, my dear friends. Rental agreement if it is rented property. Then photograph. Correct, my dear friends. And there is an interesting point called bank details, which can be updated subsequently also. Within 45 days, subsequently also, you can update, my dear friends. Practical reason for that is because, sir, when we go to a bank, a lot of times, when we want to open the bank current account, banker is telling, please get GST number. And when we go to GST officer is telling, get bank account number. We're like, what nonsense is this? You are telling, bring that. You are telling, bring this. Where should we go? That's why they brought a concept in the law where they told bank details can be updated subsequently also. And in case of company, details of director and also document proof of director. When I say document proof, we are talking about PAN and Aadhaar. When we say documents proof, we are talking about PAN and Aadhaar, my dear friends, because they act as a documentary proofs. Next. Somebody is telling DIN. DIN means direct identification number, my dear friends, director number, which is given by MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Then, in case of partnership firm, my dear friends, the details of partners. And one more interesting point is, my dear friends, which we call it as PPOB and APOB. PPOB stands for principal place of business. APOB stands for additional place of business. Principal place of business is the main place of business. APOB is the additional place of business. Student is asking, sir, digital signature, not mandatory. We can complete through EVC also, electronic verification code. Now, last year, they brought an interesting concept known as Aadhaar authentication. What is that word, sir? Aadhaar authentication. Basically, what will happen is one OTP will be sent to the mobile number registered in Aadhaar. And once that is done, my dear friends, what will happen? GST department will pull all the details from Aadhaar, like whatever photograph is there in Aadhaar, whatever details are there in Aadhaar, will completely pull it off. It is something like a KYC, know your customer concept. Exactly. That's called Aadhaar authentication, which has been made mandatory. And if you don't do Aadhaar authentication, what will happen? I'll tell you that. And what they told in the law is, if Aadhaar authentication is not done, then registration is granted only after physical. Only after what, my dear friends? Physical verification of premises. Good. Only after physical verification of what, my dear friends? Premises. Now listen here. Interesting point. Once application is made, my dear friends, once what is made, sir? Once application is made, within 7 working days, PO may, within 7 working days, PO may. PO stands for proper officer. Don't use the word assessing officer. Assessing officer word is only in income tax. In GST law, we don't use the word assessing officer. Instead, we use the word proper officer. PO may accept or may raise query. Query means you might require some additional documents or information, or sometimes what will happen is name in Aadhaar and PAN is not matching. Surname is different. Indians, different places, different names. Yeah? Now, come on, my dear friends, getting my point, everybody? Within how many working days? 7 working days. All of us, please reply, my dear friends. Clarity, everybody. Friends, next line. If Aadhaar authentication is not done, that 7 working days is replaced by 30 working days, my dear friends. 7 working days is replaced by 30 days. Are you getting my point, everybody? So if Aadhaar authentication is not done, it will take a lot of sweet time to get the registration done, my dear friends. Obviously, because officer has to come and undertake site verification. He has to check everything. Are we getting clarity, everybody? Good. Next. All of us clear with this point? If Aadhaar authentication is not done, then it is 7 days is replaced by 30 days. Next point. If PO raises query, my dear friends, if PO raises what? Query, he will grant 7 working days times to reply. And upon reply, PO has to respond, PO has to accept or reject within 7 working days from the date of reply. Clear, my dear friends? Now, if PO does not respond, if PO what, sir? Does not respond within time, then application for registration is deemed to have been approved. Application for registration is deemed to have been what, my dear friends? Approved. Are we getting clarity, everybody, with the procedure, my dear friends? And along with these documents, my dear friends, we also give details of mobile number. We give details of email ID. All these are mandatory documents. And there could also be a possibility that we might fix some trade name. And there is something called legal name. Legal name means always name as per PAN. Legal name always means name as per PAN. Trade name is whatever name you want to put. For example, my legal name is Shiva Teja, but I want to do business in the name of Shiva Teja Enterprises, or I'll do business in the name of STD. That's my choice, man. So, getting clarity? Is the procedure for registration clear for everyone? And one more point, let me tell you, my dear friends, if Aadhaar authentication is not done, there is one more practical problem. That is, GST department has stopped giving refunds to those whose Aadhaar authentication is not done. Clear, my dear friends? One student is telling HSN code. Yes, my dear friend, very right answer. If you are dealing in goods, you have to give description of whatever goods you are dealing HSN. And if you are dealing in services, you have to give details of SSC. HSN, I told you, no, harmonized system of nomenclature, which is 8-digit code. SSC is 6-digit code, service accounting code. Remember all this? Excellent. So that's the interesting point what we have got in this section 25, my dear friends, procedure for registration. And one more point they told is that a person may voluntarily, what's that? Voluntarily apply for registration even though he is not liable. Even though he is not liable, he can voluntarily apply for registration or action. Because maybe his assumption that very soon I'll cross 20 lakhs. I'll take now itself. Take it. Sir, this 20 lakh, 40 lakh, 10 lakhs is turnover, sir. And turnover is nothing. And 20 lakh turnover means what? Which is a very, very small number. Because nowadays, in a scenario and business era, what we are living in, 20 lakhs turnover is a very small thing. Even a chai vendor, tea or coffee vendor, even those guys are also making 20 lakhs turnover, boss. 20 lakh means what? Monthly 2 lakhs. That's it. Next. Somebody is talking about composition scheme person. We'll talk about composition separately. Let's not get into composition discussion now. We'll talk in detail about composition separately, my dear friend. Clear? Can I go ahead? Excellent. Thank you so very much. Tell me, my dear friends, what is section 22? Person liable for registration. Section 23, person not liable for registration. Section 24, compulsory registration. Section 25, procedure for registration. Section 26, deemed registration. Section 27, concept of CTP and NRTP. Almost everything is over except for a few points to discuss. But what we'll do is, till 27, what we discuss once, we will go through our presentation and then we'll come back to section 28. Okay, fair enough. Somebody is asking 26 once again, sir. 26, what is there, my dear friend? If any person is registered in CGST, he is deemed to be registered in SGST also, and vice versa. Simple answer. There is no concept of separate registration of CGST and SGST. Let me share the screen. Yeah, some doubts in the chat box. What is that? Sir, restaurant service provider up to 20 lakhs. Come, what is it out? Restaurant service provider up to what? 20 lakhs liable to be registered. Answer is no. Obviously, answer is no. Obviously, answer is no. Why would the answer be yes? Now, again, don't ask me about what if they are supplying through e-commerce operator. I already told person supplying goods through e-commerce operator, for them registration is mandatory. Anyways, proceed. Sir, are we able to see the presentation? Visible? Somebody is telling sir chart. Charts are there in the presentation only. What chart you want? First get clarity on the concepts here. Charts are all secondary. First concept, then chart. How many other charts you prepare? Unless you get the concept, there is no use. So first concept, guys. That's why I spent so much of time on that. Then only all these things. Get back. Come on, let's start. Come on, my dear friends. Under GST law, registration need to be taken state-wise, and there is no concept of centralized registration under GST. Clear? Second point. A business entity having its branches in multiple states will have to take separate registration state-wise for branches in different states. Further, within a state, an entity with different branches would have single registration where it can declare one place as principal place and other places as additional place of business. It may also obtain separate registration, but I already told you that it's not mandatory, it is optional. Good. Some doubt has come. Sir, what if we get mandatory to be registered? He applied within 30 days, but even after a show cause notice, his application got rejected. Then he has to apply again. Then will it be accepted that he had applied within 30 days? What are you talking? When show cause notice is given, his application rejected. That means what? He did not submit it. He did not submit the documents properly. Correct? No. And he wants to apply again. You can apply again. How many times you want to apply? You can apply. GST law will not tell last time we rejected. Now I'll not allow you to apply again. They'll never tell that. Last time rejected, apply now once again. No problem. Clear? But provided documents are proper. If not, how many times you apply, you will keep on getting rejected. Next. Fixed establishment method, already I told you, sir. Where there is a fixed establishment, sufficient degree of permanence, and suitable structure in terms of human and technical resources. Who is proper officer? I told you, in GST, we don't use the word assessing officer. We use the word proper officer. Come on. Is asking, sir, in such case, what is the effective date of registration? Sir, I already told you, sir, effective date of registration will be the date when you are liable for registration. If you apply within 30 days. Correct? No. Getting my point? But if application is cancelled and you applied next time, that means you applied after 30 days. Obviously, no. Very basic common sense. If you have applied, you have to apply properly, no? Nonsense, something, whatever you want to apply, and you tell apply within 30 days, you please accept it. Why will you accept? Instead of your photo, you put some other person's photo. How is it acceptable? Yeah. I mean, that's more of a practical point. Yeah. Next. 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakhs, everybody clear, right? 10 lakhs, how many states are there? 4 states are there. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. And 20 lakhs, how many states are there? 6 states are there. Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, and Telangana. These 6 states, it is 20, 20, 20. And rest all states, my dear friends, 40 lakh will come only if goods. Only service, 20 lakh. Both again, 20 lakhs. Come on. Aggregate turnover to include job work. I already told this point. And next point is very important. I told you that supplies made by agent on behalf of principal will be included in aggregate turnover of agent. Remember that point, my dear friends. And next point, extremely important. 40 lakh limit will not apply to pan masala, tobacco substitutes, ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa, fly ash bricks, fly ash aggregate, or fly ash blocks. Bricks of fossil meals or similar siliceous earth, building bricks, earthen or roofing tiles. Clear? Somebody asking separate invoice new point. What is that separate invoice new point, my dear friend? I didn't get your doubt. Separate invoice new point. What does that mean? Yeah, next. registration is required only for a place of business from where taxable supply takes place. Oh, agent and principal is separate, invoice is required. Of course, that is covered in Schedule 3, principal to agent, agent to principal is definitely taxable. In that, there is no second thought. And fly ash bricks and all is new point. Oh, that's what you're saying. Got it. I got your point. Good. Sir, are we clear with all these points now? Sir, you have to understand that when I'm going through PPT again, I'm revising everything once again. You have to understand that. Next. This point 23 persons not liable for registration. Person engaged exclusively in exempt supply. Sir, I have one client actually. I never told you, I'm also into practice. So I have one client actually who has got one petrol filling station. Only petrol filling station, but still I have taken GST registration for him. I'll tell you the reason why. Along with petrol filling station, sir, there is also one ATM in that petrol filling station where banker is paying rent to that petrol filling station. Once the rent is there means some other income is also coming. No, please pay GST. And for aggregate turnover, we'll include the turnover of petrol also. And aggregate turnover is more than threshold limit. Clear, no? When this 23 will come into picture, 23 will come into picture only if a person is engaged exclusively in exempt supply. If a person is engaged exclusively in exempt supply, then only section 23 will come into picture. 23 will apply only if a person is engaged exclusively in exempt supply. Next point, an agriculturist to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation of land. We discussed this. Power to exempt, I already told one point, person making only reverse charge supply. Now, two special points, important points, please see that. Come on, let me highlight this. See that. Person making, what happened to this? Just 1 second. Yeah, I'll use a pointer. Person making interstate taxable supplies of notified handicraft goods up to 20 lakhs. Friends, remember in section 24, we discussed that person making interstate taxable supply of goods, registration is mandatory. Correct? No? In 24, I told you one point. If a person is doing interstate taxable supply of goods, registration is mandatory. If it is interstate taxable supply of services, registration is not mandatory. But if it is interstate taxable supply of goods, registration is mandatory. But if it is notified handicraft goods, my dear friends, then registration is not required if the turnover does not exceed 20 lakhs, my dear friends. You're getting my point, everybody? All of us, come on, please reply. If the turnover does not exceed 20 lakhs, then registration is not required, my dear friends. Clear, all of us? Everyone, generally, what is the point? If a person is engaged in interstate taxable supply of goods, registration is mandatory. But in case of notified handicraft goods, if the turnover is up to 20 lakhs, then registration is not required. Unnotified goods, no limit. But they have clearly notified the goods. In your exam, you don't have the list of notified goods, so don't worry. But such person should have a PAN and have generated an e-waybill. That's mandatory. And I'm sure you know the basic concept of e-waybill. That e-waybill is mandatory in case of movement of goods of value exceeding 50,000. More details we'll talk soon. Get back. Next. Casual taxable person, CTP, making taxable supply of handicraft goods. Same like previous point. If a person is doing interstate taxable supply of handicraft goods and CTP also, if they're engaged in handicraft goods up to 20 lakh limit, my dear friends, then registration is not required. Generally for CTP, what is the point? For CTP, registration is mandatory. But if CTP is making interstate taxable supply of handicraft goods, up to what limit? 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs. If it is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, then registration is not required. Are we clear till this point, everyone? Can I proceed? Please confirm, all of us. Yes, wonderful. Thank you so very much. Good. Next point. Section 24, We have discussed a lot of points where registration is mandatory irrespective of threshold limit. Person making interest rate taxable supply of goods, CTP making taxable supply, person required to pay tax under reverse charge mechanism, person required to pay tax under section 9(5). Very important point, restaurant service and all, we spend so much of time. Next, non-resident taxable person, NRTP. Person required to deduct tax at source and person required to collect tax at source. Next point, there is something called input service distributor. It is not there at CA interlevel, at CA final, so don't worry much. Person who supplied goods through e-commerce operator required to collect tax at source. Every person supplying online information, database, access or retrieval services. That is only order service what I told. Like Netflix, Amazon, everything. Next. 25, procedure for registration. You have to apply within 30 days, but CTP and NRTP should apply at least 5 days prior to commencement of business. Next point. If there is supply from territorial waters in India, there is supply from what? Territorial waters in India, you please take registration at the nearest point of appropriate baseline. You please see which state it is close. Is it close to Maharashtra or is it close to Goa or is it close to Karnataka or is it close to Kerala? Somebody is telling Telangana. Nonsense answer. How can it be Telangana? Is Telangana a coastal state? Boss. Next. Is ISD similar to branches? Sir, ISD is a case where special registration is taken in order to distribute input tax credit. In order to distribute input tax credit. What do they do? We'll talk in detail at CA final. Don't worry. Next. Procedure for registration. Come on. Separate registration is mandatory for unit located SEZ, even if it is same state. I told this point here. Next point important, please see that. PO may suo motu grant registration if he finds that any person is liable for registration, and such person shall submit application for registration within 90 days or file appeal. File what? Appeal against such temporary registration. And if appellate authority upholds means appellate authority told yes, you are liable for registration, then the person must apply for registration within 30 days from the date of issuance of order of appellate authority. Next point. Once application is made within 7 working days, PO may approve or issue notice for additional documents or information. And if person fails to undergo other authentication, then it is 30 days. And once notice is received, my dear friends, person must respond within 7 working days. And upon response, PO within 7 working days will accept or reject. And if PO fails to respond, application is deemed to have been approved. And if other authentication is not done, PO will grant registration only after physical verification of premises. Next. Other authentication is not applicable. Somebody is asking second point. Sir, second point is simple, sir. If proper officer finds that there is some person who is liable for registration, then PO will grant a temporary registration. PO will grant what? Temporary registration. And if that person is of the opinion that no, I'm not liable, then he can file appeal. He can file appeal, or he has to file application within 90 days. If he files appeal and appellate authority told, yes, you are liable, then the person must apply for registration within 30 days from the date of issue of order of appellate authority. Did you understand? Yes, thank you. Next, moving back to last point. Aadhaar authentication is not applicable to person who is not citizen of India. If he is not Indian citizen, Aadhaar authentication is not applicable to him, or a department of central government, state government, local authority, statutory body, or PSU, public sector undertaking. And any person applying for UIN. Sir, UIN stands for unique identity number, which is given in case of a any body of United Nations, something like UNICEF, UNESCO, or something like embassy or consulate. They are granted UIN instead of GSTIN. And let me tell you one special point. This UIN, unique identity number, is a centralized UIN, unlike GST number. We know that GST number is state-wise but not centralized, right? But UIN is not like that. UIN is centralized UIN, which is in case of consulate, embassy, agency of United Nations, where recommendations for registration come from Ministry of External Affairs. Yeah, one's doubt. Sir, is Aadhaar authentication is self-authentication or initiated by PO? No, my dear friend, it is self-authentication. While applying for registration only, we have to select Aadhaar authentication. If we select, what will happen is one link will come to the mobile number what we give. And when we click that link, one OTP will be generated and sent to the mobile number given in Aadhaar. And that OTP, once we enter, Aadhaar authentication is done. It is just an authentication. OTP verification. It's something like a KYC. Got it, my dear friend Venkat? Good. Next point. Procedure for registration. Bank account details have to update within how many days? 45 days. I told you that bank details will be submitted later also, but you have to update within 45 days from the date of registration or due date of furnishing return, whichever is earlier period. Please update your bank account details. And this relaxation is not available to TDS deductor, TCS collector, or a person who has obtained suo motu registration. Suo motu means he is not liable to be registered, but he has taken voluntary registration. That means he is not liable, but he himself has voluntarily taken registration. In that case, my dear friends, he has to submit bank account details. For him, there is no relaxation of this 45 days and all. Next, effective date of registration. If applied within 30 days, then the date on which he becomes liable for registration. And if you apply after 30 days, what will happen? Effective date will be date of what? Grant of registration. Which day you got certificate, that day you are liable. That day is the effective date. Next point. Single registration, single state. We know that. Next, voluntary registration already we discussed. Separate state, separate registration. Separate person, of course. That concept is called distinct persons. Good question. I was waiting that somebody will ask this question. Sir, what are the disadvantages of late registration? If you are liable for registration, okay, this has to be very clearly. You are liable for registration, turnover has gone threshold limit, but you still did not take registration. Even though you have not taken registration, are you liable for registration? Yes. Even though you have not taken registration, still government will ask you to pay GST. But can you collect GST from customer without GST number? No. Then pay that from pocket. And you can't take input tax credit also. That is the problems of late registration. Dangerous points, man. Next. Premise in separate state, separate person. Next point. PAN or TAN is mandatory to take registration. PAN is mandatory. TAN story only in of TDS deductors, my dear friends. Who is that? We'll talk later. CFI soon. CFI will talk. Sir, what if applied within 30 days but rejected? That means you didn't apply properly. That is your problem. I told you this already, no, my dear friends. Correct? No, so officer may or may not give input tax credit. That is a big question mark again. Next. Aadhaar authentication, if not there, then like income tax, we send returns to Bangalore. Is that same in GST? No, sir. Income tax returns is different. Aadhaar authentication is only to pull your details from Aadhaar and confirmation. It's like KYC. Got it? Don't compare that with your income tax return, Bangalore and all. In GST return we verify through OTP only. Aadhaar authentication is only for verification purpose. That's it. There is no offline documentation facility in GST. Perfect answer. Good. Next. Unique identification number. I told you this concept is only for agency of United Nations, consulate, embassy. For all of them, instead of GSTIN, UIN is granted. And this UIN is a centralized UIN and not state-wise. And a person having UIN is not a registered person. And thus, it is not a taxable person. And PO will issue certificate within 3 working days. Within 3 working days, registration is granted in case of UIN, my dear friends. Are we clear till this point? Everybody, please reply. Good. Thank you so very much. Next point. CTP and RTP, we spoke about this, that they have to apply for registration at least 5 days prior to commencement of business, and they have to make advance deposit of tax, and their registration is valid for a period specified in application or 90 days, whichever is earlier. And they ask further extension, another maximum 90 days, But if you want further extension, please pay additional amount of tax equivalent to estimated tax liability. Why not taxable person? Sir, UIN is never regarded as a registered person under GST law. So a person having UIN is not a registered person under GST law, because in our GST law, we always say that whoever has got GSTIN, they are not a registered person. That is why we always say that person having UIN is not a taxable person. That's why they don't pay output tax. UIN holders will never pay output tax. You might get one doubt, then why they brought this concept of UIN? They brought this concept of UIN because government is telling whatever ITC you have, we will give refund. Sir, this UIN is not for people like you and me. It is only for agency of United Nations organization or a consulate or embassy of foreign country. Only for them, this concept of UIN will apply. Getting what I'm saying? Yes. That's it. That is till the point of section 27, what I wanted to discuss, my dear friends. So friends, what is section 22, sir? Person liable for registration. 23, persons not liable for registration. 24, compulsory registration. 25, procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. 27, concept of CTP and NRTP. Moving ahead. Now, is the screen visible? Can you tell me which screen is visible for you? Moving ahead, my dear friends. Section 28. A small section. 28 deals with the concept of amendment of registration. Why the story of amendment will come? Logic is very simple, because at the time of registration, we submitted some details. Address, email ID, phone number, something is getting changed. We have to apply for amendment of registration. This is also online only. Nothing is physical. Amendment application should be made within 15 days from the date of change. And in amendment, my dear friends, there is something called core fields and non-core fields. Now, what is core fields? Core fields is something like this, where you want to change your trade name, or there is a change in directors or partners, or very, very important point, there is a change in PPOB or APOB, principal place of business, additional place of business. Now you might ask one doubt, sir, what difference it makes if it is core fields or non-core fields? If it is core fields, my dear friends, what is important is that if it is core fields, approval of PO is required. And if it is non-core fields, no approval is required. No approval is required, and amendment is done once application is submitted. Application is submitted, amendment is over. In case of non-core fields, that's it. Clear, my dear friends? And for core fields, approval of PO, he will generally give within 15 working days. And within 15 working days, if he gets some doubt or has some query, he will give a notice and grant 7 working days time to reply. And the person has to reply within 7 working days. And once he reply, PO will respond within 7 working days. And as I already told you, if PO fails to respond, application for amendment is deemed to have been approved. It's PO's mistake. What can be done? You're getting my point, everybody? Yes. Next, moving ahead. Section 29. So can I go ahead? Please reply. Are we clear till now, everyone? Thank you so very much. Section 29. Cancellation or suspension of registration. Suspension is something like temporary cancellation. Now in this, there are 2 possibilities, sir. That is, registered person applied. First possibility is what? Registered person applied. Second possibility, PO may suo moto cancel. PO is cancelling. Now tell me, what could be the possibility where registered person is applying? Simple possibility. Turnover applied, turnover below threshold limit. If we went less than 20 lakh, 40 lakh or 10 lakhs. Correct, my dear friends? Second one, closure of business. Transfer to another state. Next, change in constitution of business. Something like simple answer, my dear friends. Partnership firm has become company. Individual has become what, my dear friends? Partnership firm. Not, somebody is telling, not trading taxable supply. Yes, that is also possible. And when can PO cancel? Returns not filed for continuous 6 months. And there is mismatch between GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. But that we will do only after issuing notice. And I'm sure you guys know that 1 is a statement of outward supply, 3B is a return. We will talk about more about 1 and 3B when we go to returns. And registration is obtained by way of fraud or misrepresentation or suppression of facts. Even in that case also, registration is cancelled by officer. Next. Business is not conducted from declared place of business. Next. Composition registered person. Return is not filed beyond 3 months from the due date. Clear, my dear friends? What is the due date? Is 30th April. We have got something called GSTR 4. We will talk about it in composition scheme. Not quarterly return. It is only annually one return we will file GSTR 4. It is quarterly payment of tax in something called CMP 08. We'll talk about it, Makaran. Don't worry. Yeah. If returns are not filed 6 months, then PO may cancel retrospectively also, my dear friends. PO may cancel what? Retrospectively also. If PO cancels prospectively, then it is possible to file all the pending returns. If PO cancels retrospectively, then gone. And one important point, my dear friends. If cancelled, then whatever stock is there, we have to pay the amount. What amount we have to pay? The ITC claimed or output tax payable. Whichever is higher, this has to be paid to the government. Getting my point, everybody? And if it is capital, logic is simple, sir. If registration is cancelled, then why will we give input tax credit? Whatever input tax credit you enjoyed, pay that to the government now. Pay that to the government. Then capital goods, my dear friends, ITC proportionate to remaining useful life in months. Why remaining useful life in months? Because you have to understand that very clearly, my dear friends. Useful life is always taken as 60 months. So please, we will see the remaining useful life in months or output tax payable. That means if we sell that capital good, what will be the output tax payable? Whichever is higher, that has to be paid to the government. No doubt in that. So once registration is cancelled, all these impacts will come. Clear, my dear friends? Yeah, somebody asking. Sir, is it not 3 consecutive tax periods for composition taxable person? That point is amended, my dear friends. That's why I'm discussing this point like this. 3 consecutive tax period point is still there, but they added one extra point called return not filed beyond 3 months from due date. Return not filed beyond 3 months from due date. That is one amendment. I already told you that I'm going to discuss with you all the latest amendments. In that, there is no doubt in that. All the latest ones we are going to talk. I didn't get that question. What is that he's talking? Sir, if registration is cancelled, then the tax burden is reducing. It's advantage, right? So advantage means you have to understand one point very clearly, that if you are liable for registration, how can you cancel your registration? You're getting my point, everybody? If you're not liable, then the story is different. If you are liable, but still you are telling I don't want to get registered, that is not acceptable, no? How can that be there? Clear, everyone? That said, that is the story of section 29, cancellation or suspension of registration. Moving ahead, my dear friends, the last section, but a brilliant point, interesting point. Section 30, revocation of cancellation. Revocation of what, sir? Cancellation. First of all, if registration is cancelled by PO, then person can apply for revocation. What you have to understand here is that if we only asked for cancellation, then we only cannot ask for revocation. What nonsense you are doing with GST department? You cannot do time pass with them. But if registration is cancelled by PO, person can apply for revocation. But they told in the law, please apply within 30 days. But that can be extended for further 30 days by additional or joint commissioner. Additional or joint commissioner, and can be extended for further 30 days by commissioner. So initial time period is 30 days, but can be extended for further 30 days by whom, sir? By additional or joint commissioner, and further 30 days by commissioner. Getting clarity? It is 30 plus 30 plus 30. Exactly. Are we getting clarity, everybody, with this point? All of us, are we clear with this, everyone? But one interesting point I'll tell you in revocation of cancellation. If I'll repeat, if cancellation is done prospectively, if it's done what, sir? Prospectively, then first to file all pending returns. Then only, what is that word, sir? Then only apply for revocation. And the balance to be filed within 30 days. Balance to be filed within 30 days from revocation. But next point. If cancellation is done retrospectively, then how can you file pending returns? You can't do that, no? Then apply for revocation and file all pending returns within 30 days. First apply for revocation, then file within 30 days. You got the difference between these 2 points, no? Exactly. Come on, what is the doubt study asking? So within 30 days on the date of cancellation. Yes, 30 days on the date of cancellation, obviously. So this is a story of section 30, which talks about revocation of cancellation, my dear friends. So if it is done prospectively, then file all the pending returns and then only apply for revocation. If it is not done, if it is done prospectively, you can't file pending returns. So apply for revocation, then file all the pending returns within 30 days. 30 days from when? 30 days from revocation of cancellation. Exactly. Clear with this, everybody? Wonderful. Let me go back. I'll now open the presentation, my dear friends, and let's all look at the balance points in the presentation, sir. Are we ready, guys? Everyone, come on, please reply. Are we clear till now, everyone? Totally clear with all these points, what we discussed in registration. So many points we have covered, my dear friends, till now. Good, fair enough. Thank you so very much. Somebody asked one question. Sir, we can file only after acceptance of revocation, sir. Of course, during the period of cancellation, in fact, during the period of suspension also, we can't file pending returns. We can't file the returns during the period of cancellation. Not possible. Clear? And one more point I can tell you is that if once registration is cancelled, my dear friend, once registration is cancelled, you have to file something called final return. There's some form called GSTR 10 in which we have to file final return. And final return is to be filed within 3 months. Within 3 months from the date of cancellation, or within 3 months from the date of order of cancellation. Within 3 months from the date of cancellation, or 3 months from the date of order of cancellation, whichever is later, we have to file final return in a form called GSTR 10. And in fact, in that GSTR 10 only, we declare all the details of our stock. And based on that stock, officer will tell you are going for cancellation, pay tax on that stock and get out. Get out. All respect is gone. Because GST registration cancelled, no? Why will officer give respect? He's not getting any money now. Clear, friends? Now you might ask one doubt. Sir, what if we tell stock is zero? He is not a fool. He will ask last year P&L balance sheet. He will ask current year P&L balance sheet. Check what is the opening stock. Check what is the closing stock. Check what is the purchase. Check what is the sale. Will he not get to know what is the stock left out? He's not a fool, man. Yeah, one doubt. Almost registration chapter is completed. Yes, over. Just 1-2 points we'll talk and complete. Tribunal is there to get the respect back. Yeah. Sir, after voluntary cancellation of registration, we still have to pay GST. voluntarily cancel for what purpose? Did we cancel because turnover is less than threshold limit? Then yes. Then, turnover less than threshold limit, then once cancellation is over, don't pay any GST. Not required. But for all the credit what you have enjoyed before, on that credit what you enjoyed, that you have to pay to the government. Because government gave you that benefit because of the expectation that you will pay output GST. And when you are not going to pay output GST, why will government keep quiet? They will tell, please pay. Sure. Let me get back to the presentation. Is the presentation visible for everyone? Please confirm. Thank you. Section 28. If there is any change in details submitted at the time of registration, application needs to be filed for amendment, and person has to make application within 15 days from the date of the change. Amendment may be related to core fields or non-core fields. Core fields, PO approval is required, and PO may approve or reject within 15 working days. However, if additional document information is required, PO will issue notice and grant 7 working days time to reply. And if it is non-core fields, it is done as soon as the application is filed. And core fields basically are name of business, addition or deletion of stakeholders, principal place, and additional place of business. Next. Cancellation. PO may either on his own or application filed by registered person or legal heirs in case of death of person. Oh, death is also a possibility. I didn't tell you this point, but death is also a possibility. Next. Where registered person has applied for cancellation of registration, registration shall be deemed to be suspended. Once you apply, first we will suspend. Then we will see later. Baat ki baat baad mein. First suspend. From date of submission of application, when you applied for cancellation, or from the date on which cancellation is sought, whichever is later, pending the completion of proceedings for cancellation of registration. Next. Where PO has reasons to believe that registration is liable to be cancelled, he may, after giving the person opportunity of being heard, means he will give a notice and listen to him first. Then registration will be cancelled with effect from a date to be determined by him, pending the completion of proceedings. And the registered person whose registration has been suspended shall not make any taxable supply during suspension. During suspension, don't make any taxable supply, and he will not be required to file any return. And suspension shall be deemed to be revoked upon completion of proceedings. And such revocation shall be effective from date on which suspension has come into effect. Next. Registered person may voluntarily apply for cancellation in cases like business closed, transfer of business, amalgamation, change in constitution of business. Taxable person is no longer liable to be registered. And if there is significant difference between 1 and 3B, PO may suspend registration. 1 is statement of outward supply, 3B is return. In 1 and 3B there is a difference, then PO may cancel, my dear friends. That is possible. Next point. Registration may be cancelled retrospectively also. And I already told some point, you are issuing invoice without supply. Supply is not done, but invoice is given. Fake invoice. Does not conduct business from declared place of business. Does not update bank details within 45 days. Then also it can be cancelled. Avails ITC in violation of law. ITC is enjoyed, violating the law. GST 1 is more than 3B. Monthly return filer has not filed returns for continuous 6 months. Or quarterly return filer has not furnished returns for continuous 2 tax period. For quarterly return, there is one scheme called QRMP scheme. We'll talk in detail when we go to returns. Next, a person paying composition tax has not furnished return for a period of for financial year beyond 3 months from due date of furnishing return. Next, registered person other than specified in clause B has not furnished return for such continuous tax period as may be prescribed. They kept a power in the law with them that they will prescribe 3 months, 2 months, 4 months, will cancel. Next point, interesting. A person has taken voluntary registration, overaction. He was not required to take, but still he took. But he has not commenced business within 6 months from the date of registration. If you don't commence within 6 months, they'll cancel. Registration has been obtained by means of fraud, willful misstatement, or suppression of facts. Deemed revocation of suspended registration upon filing of all pending returns. If registration is suspended because of returns, and if all the returns are filed, then automatically suspension is revoked. And registration is cancelled whatever credit you enjoy, or the tax, whichever is higher, pay to the government. And PO will pass order for cancellation within 30 days from date of application. And PO intends to cancel, he will do only after giving opportunity of being heard. And the person must reply within 7 days of service of notice. If reply is satisfactory, proceedings are dropped. That means officer is convinced, he will drop the proceedings. If it is not convinced, within 30 days, he will cancel. And the person to whom UIN has been granted cannot apply for registration. So UIN is altogether a different concept, my dear friends. A person who has applied for what, my dear friends? UIN, he cannot ask for a cancellation of registration. Getting my point, everybody? Are we clear so far, everyone? Please reply. I hope you understood what is the meaning of suspension also, my dear friends. Suspension is something like temporary cancellation. When we have applied for a cancellation, temporary cancellation is done. And when we applied for cancellation, he will do within 30 days. But if the officer wants to do cancellation, he will give a show cause notice and we have to reply within 7 working days. And after we reply within 7 working days, my dear friends, PO will issue order for cancellation within 30 days from the date of reply of show cause notice. Next, revocation of cancellation. I already told we can apply within 30 days. Additional joint commissioner can extend for further 30 days and commissioner another maximum 30 days. 30 plus 30 plus 30. I told this point to you already. Next point, these two columns are a very clear point. Simple answer. If registration is done, if registration is cancelled prospectively, then first file all the pending returns, then apply for revocation. And still whatever balance are there, file within 30 days. Correct? No? Next, if it is cancelled retrospectively, you can't file pending returns because it's cancelled retrospectively. Then what they told in the law is first apply for revocation with a condition that within 30 days from the date of revocation, we will file all the pending returns. We'll assure that we will file all the pending returns. That is the story of registration under GST law, dealt from section 22 to section 30. Thank you so very much, my dear friends. So friends, what is section 22? Persons liable for registration. 23, persons not liable for registration. 24, compulsory registration. 25, procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. 27, concept of CTP and NRTP. 28, amendment of registration. 29, cancellation of registration. 30, revocation of cancellation. Are we clear till this point, everybody, sir? Wonderful, my dear friends. Thank you so very much. A very, 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 very interesting discussion of registration. I strongly believe that we all have got fantastic clarity on this. I've spent so much of time because it's very, very important.